My grandfather is 62 years old. Tom and Mary's son is a really handsome boy. Mr. Smith's daughter Sharon is doing her homework. My favorite activity is playing tennis. Christopher Columbus was an explorer. He sailed to America. The diver put on his mask and jumped off the boat. We hardly ever see Uncle Joe because he lives in New Zealand. I've got lots of friends from all around the world. Janice is the leader of our school band. She writes and sings all the songs. I'm in the school basketball team. The South Pole is in Antarctica. Scientists are studying the sea levels around Antarctica. Dave wants to become a sailor and travel around the world in a small boat. Let's leave our boat here and explore the island. We usually walk to school, but today we're going in Mum's car. My grandma likes traveling around France in summer. It's dangerous to drive on icy roads. The land next to our house is Mr. Smith's garden. There are a lot of farms in this part of the country. Tim enjoys doing sports in the sea like diving and swimming. We're watching a film about the life of sharks. Liz loves taking photos of her friends. The first time I traveled by plane was a big adventure for me. Would you like to learn to dive to look at the animals in the sea? Can you swim underwater with your eyes open? Harry sometimes meets his friends after school, but not every day. The boat is sailing across the sea to France. When we return to Italy, we want to see Mount Vesuvius. How often do you visit your cousins? There are 25 students in our class. Ella is a teacher and she does a lot of work with young children. Which country is Miguel from? Spain or Italy? I love football, but I also go swimming. Gina's parents are from Crete. How many children are in your class at school? My mum drives me to school every day. Eleni goes swimming in the sea in summer. I want to go diving in the Caribbean Sea. My parents are the most important people in my life. Sandy is a member of the swimming club. My aunt has 2 jobs. She cleans houses in the morning and works in a cafe in the evening. That dog barks every time another dog comes near the house. Polar bears are the biggest bears on Earth and weigh up to 720 kilos. The captain is in control of the ship. Many groups of visitors come to the island every year. My sister is studying for her maths test. Norma studies biology at college. It's her favorite science. Your hair looks different today. It's very nice. My cousins live in a small house in France. We're staying at our grandma's house this week. I can't understand this word. Do you know what it means? The questions on the form refer to where you live now. Please include scientific facts about the sea in your project. I want to learn to ride a horse. Mum and Dad have only got 1 car, so they share it to go to work. You can find some information about photography online. You can take a special course to learn how to dive. The sign tells you about the danger of diving from the rocks. In our science class, we did some research about healthy eating. The advantage of using the school bus is that you can chat with your classmates on the way home from school. The disadvantage of living in the UK is that it rains a lot. I prefer swimming to running. It's a good way to relax. We are sailing to the island on our boat. Do you want some spaghetti with tomato sauce? Spaghetti with cheese is Tony's favorite Italian dish. Mary is showing us how to do the samba and other Brazilian dances. Kenneth was born in Oxford and his parents are from there, so his nationality is British. What's the date today? Is it the 5th or the 6th? It's a fact that summer is very hot in Egypt. Everyone needs fresh water to drink. The UK has a population of over 65 million and the number is growing every day. Brighton is an English town by the sea. The 1st of January is a national holiday in the UK. Their first child was born in Paris in 2018. Do you play online games on your computer? Mum put a photo of our cat on her online profile. Ilona and Joan were pen pals for 2 years before they met face to face. Please write your name and date of birth on the entry form. Adele's dad is a sailor. He travels around the world. On our holiday in Greece, we went sailing around the islands on a small boat. I know many people, but George is my best friend. We go everywhere together. Sally's favorite hobby is reading books. I can find books to help with my project in the school library. I always go to school by bus. How often do you go swimming? Maisie doesn't like football, so she never watches it on TV. I know that the game is on Saturday, but I don't know the specific time. The reason why Tina is happy is that she is going on holiday. The supermarket opens at 8 o'clock every morning. My best friend sits next to me in school. I always do my homework in my bedroom after school. Write your name and surname on the front page of your test. Write your address at the top of your letter. My aunt's first name is Maria and her surname is Brown. My aunt is good at photography. She takes photos of animals. The price of the swimming lessons is £80. My sister is doing a 1-year course to learn Chinese. What time does the lesson begin? How much does the book cost? What is the total cost of the course? Read the instructions on the packet before you put the pizza in the oven. What is the total cost of a holiday in Hawaii? The film starts at 8:30. Pavlina had a chance to practice speaking German when she went to Austria. Eva is 12 and she's in her first year at secondary school. It isn't hard to make a sandwich. I can show you. The school bus is hardly ever early. It's often late. My favorite subject at school is maths. In my free time, I often play games with my sister. I like spending time with my dog Fred. Daddy, can you help me with my homework? We sometimes visit our granddad in Glasgow at the weekend. Teresa's grandma in Spain is her mum's mum. My grandma and grandpa live in a town near the sea. My granny in Mexico City is my dad's mother. Mummy's home. Let's have lunch. My grandparents live near us, so I see them often. Uncle Rick is married to my Aunt Jane. Giannis Antetokounmpo is a famous basketball player. A group of conservationists look after the sea turtles' eggs on the beach. The farmer's wife is collecting the eggs from the chickens. My aunt in London is my dad's sister. Tina's sister is married. Her husband Jack works at a diving school. David is my uncle. He's my mum's brother. My cousin Tom is my dad's nephew. I've got 2 aunts and 3 cousins, Meg, Martin, and Eddie. Fiona's niece in Australia is her brother's daughter. I'm taking painting lessons at art college. Natalie is hitting the tennis ball over the net. Diana is shopping with her friend. She's buying a present for her grandma. I'm staying with my granny until August. I can't talk to you at the moment. I'm doing my homework. Can I ask you something or are you busy right now? Write 4 sentences about actions you do every day. What's happening out there? The street is very noisy. Dan has got a temporary job in a cafe just for the summer. The country is in a difficult situation. We had a long conversation about life in Australia. It's really hot in here. Please open the window. There are interesting courses to do here. Where exactly do you live? Ow. My leg hurts. I think it's broken. They didn't want to stay at home, so they went for a walk instead. Dad doesn't like that book because the story doesn't make sense. Read your answers again to check the accuracy before you send the form. Make sure you complete all the answers in the test. Write your name, age, and address on the form to join our club. Answer the following questions about the article. Patrick's title is Dr. because he's a doctor. Mr. Black is my uncle. Mr. and Mrs. Gibson are on holiday in Greece. Ms. Jones is our new maths teacher. I like her. Miss Smith lives in that house. My membership for the sports club is from January to December. Keith is sending an application for a job in Australia. I looked at loads of hotel adverts on the internet to find the perfect place for a holiday. A group of volunteers were planting new trees where the forest fire occurred last year. Molly is learning new painting skills in her art class. The party food included sandwiches, popcorn and small cheese pies. Granny looks after our pets when we go on holiday. Some volunteers were looking after injured sea turtles at the rescue center. Dropping plastic in the sea can harm marine life. Your holiday photos are amazing. What a beautiful place. A new boy wants to join our basketball team. In the future, Ted wants to be a teacher. Your French is improving. Do you enjoy the lessons? Greta can speak Italian and 3 other languages. Write your details on the form. We need your address, phone number, and email. The picture dictionary is for beginners. I was a beginner at sailing last year and now I'm at intermediate level. Lisa is taking an advanced class in photography to improve her skills. Anita's goal is to learn Spanish. Most people have their first friendships outside their family when they start school. The average tourist doesn't know much about the history of our country. Kate and Pauline are close friends and they go everywhere together. Mind how you speak to your teachers. Be polite. Tell me what's on your mind. Have you got a problem? Leslie's hobbies are playing the piano and swimming. Tracy and I have the same interests, we both like dancing and art. My friend and I have got similar interests. We both love music and art. Karen was very nervous about learning to dive. It doesn't matter where we go. We just need a holiday somewhere. Wendy doesn't feel comfortable about talking in front of the class. There are some useful writing tips at the back of the book. The internet is useful for finding out information. Our class is creating a musical about friendships. On this special day, we give presents to each other. My grandma encourages me to study more to have a better future. I introduced my new friend to my parents. People in the UK usually shake hands when they meet each other. Dora dressed up in her best clothes for the party. It's traditional to paint eggs at Easter in Greece. All the dancers wore traditional Spanish costumes. We had a party to celebrate Grandad's birthday. David's rock band played at the street festival in Glasgow last year. The children were wearing costumes for the parade. The cook is making special biscuits for the festival. We watched the people dancing in the carnival parade from our hotel balcony. I can't go out this evening because I've got an English exam tomorrow. Theo wants to go to Trinidad when he gets older. Frances is a teacher. She likes working with young children. Nora won first prize in the drawing competition. Young children need adults to look after them. Cordelia always wears her gold jewelry when she goes out to special events. The farm workers are digging the field to plant potatoes. Hawaii is famous for its tradition of giving flowers to welcome visitors to the islands. Our day trip to Olympia was fun. Thousands of tourists visit the Acropolis Museum during the summer. The carnival costumes were amazing. The colors were beautiful. In Greece, we have lots of fancy dress parties and street parades at carnival time. Orange is a nice bright color. What's the first prize in the swimming competition? My sister plays the guitar in the school band. In Mexico, girls celebrate their coming-of-age parties when they are 15 years old. They had their wedding ceremony in a small village by the sea. Thelma wants to become a scientist when she finishes her studies. The Japanese students wore special kimonos for the festival. Angela is wearing dark blue trousers. Doug wore a blue suit and white shirt for his job interview. In my secondary school, students wear yellow and black ties, white shirts, and black trousers or skirts. Your dress looks fantastic. Taking off your shoes when you enter a house is a custom in Sweden. It's too hot to wear a jumper today. We're wearing t-shirts. Liz is wearing a silver ring. Laura wore a brown belt on her jeans. Dad never wears his gold watch when he goes swimming. Mum was wearing her new necklace with her black dress to go out for dinner. Georgia is buying new sandals for her beach holiday. I hardly ever wear socks in summer. Our team wears red and white stripy t-shirts. Janine needs a new pair of climbing boots. Ted wore a cap to keep the sun out of his eyes. The girl wore a beautiful red dress at her birthday party. Inga is wearing a green coat and carrying a matching handbag. Paul is wearing his cool new trainers to play tennis. Mum is wearing her red jumper, black trousers, and trainers to go for a walk. The whole town was watching the parade. This shop sells handbags, belts, and other accessories. A lot of people go running in the park for exercise. Paolo is nervous about going to his job interview. Everyone dressed up for the festival, even our teacher Mr. Dodds. The boat was in the middle of the river when it hit a rock. Stephen listens to music on YouTube to chill. Do we have to wear formal clothes for the party, or can I wear my jeans? Our teacher wasn't at school last week because she was ill. I left my glasses at home. Now I can't read anything. You can wear your new swimming costume at the pool. My cousin is scared of snakes. I don't like walking home in the dark. Please leave the light on. I'm reading my book. Mum still has her old teddy bear. Jill watches cartoons on TV with her little brother. I dressed up as a dinosaur for our history project. Susanna has posters of her favorite singer in her room. My parents hate this kind of music. The trip to Iceland was too expensive for me. Jill didn't come to school today. She's probably at home. I don't know what to wear to the party, but I think my red dress is the best option. The police officer asked me to identify the man in the photo. She plays volleyball twice a week, every Wednesday and Friday. The band played and everybody danced at Sue and Frank's wedding. There were some snacks and drinks on sale at the beach. I asked the shop assistant for a pair of boots in my size. These boots are the wrong size for me. They're too small. Ken is really upset because he can't run in the marathon. We got to the airport at the last minute and nearly missed our plane. Sylvia was upset when she lost her handbag. Mum is ordering some books for me online. Daniel Radcliffe played the role of Harry Potter. The twins have got the same color eyes and hair. What does your dog look like? Has he got long hair? Jane and I both wanted to see the same film, so we watched it together. We have the same interests. For example, we both like playing chess. Grandma told us a funny story about when she was a kid. The children laughed loudly at the funny street performer. Mark has a cheerful smile that makes everyone feel happy. I'm worried about Ted. He looks sad. Nearly all my classmates have got brown hair. Only 2 are blonde. Could you repeat your phone number? I didn't hear you. Do you believe that personality is more important than appearance? Molly's main likes are sports and shopping. My only dislikes are homework and getting up early. What do you think of this season's fashion? I don't like gray clothes. Mark thinks his jokes are funny, but Fiona disagrees. Both my parents are tall, but my grandparents are short. My sister Maria has got blonde hair and blue eyes. Vladimir is a quiet person and he likes to spend time alone reading books. Nearly all the girls in my class have got long hair. Simon has to wear glasses when he's reading. Cheryl always discusses her problems with her best friend. We often play volleyball on the beach in summer. Do you prefer to spend more time with friends or on your own? Nora is very clever. She has the best marks in our class. Mandy is a very friendly teacher, so she's good with young children. Maria is a kind person. She always helps others. My friend Sarah is good at telling jokes, but I can never remember them. I made 2 mistakes, so I lost marks in the exam. Dennis is always careful about choosing new friends. He likes to get to know people slowly. You have to be brave to try snowboarding. We were tired after the long journey across the country by bus. The teacher isn't happy because the students are so noisy. Could you help me to carry these heavy bags, please? I enjoyed reading the book, but the film was really boring. Mum and Dad are busy at work, so Grandpa's making our dinner. I took my friend's book home by mistake because I confused it with mine. When she received her trophy, she showed her emotions and suddenly started crying. The heavy rain was the cause of the traffic problems. Ken never gets bored at work because he meets new people every day. Her photos showed the beauty of the island. Parents have to give their children love and care. There was a loud noise from the street, so we looked out the window. I want to invite all my friends to my party. The Chinese celebrate New Year around the start of February. The life I have now is easier than my grandparents' life in the past. Dad's talking on the phone, so please don't interrupt him now. The sun was shining on the sea. Most of Harry's friends are Greek, but a few of them are from Albania. I painted this picture specially for my grandparents. Laura is really funny. That's her best quality. The evidence supports his story. Bob was cooking dinner when his friends arrived. Aunt Miranda signed off her email with lots of love, Auntie M. Hello is a common English greeting. The main point of her email was to invite me to the party. Victoria checked through the first draft of her article and found a mistake. Next week, we're getting our final marks for the school year. I suggest that you go to bed early tonight. Don't stop cycling now. We can have a break soon. I had fun at the beach yesterday. The explorers walked through the mangrove forest to get to the river. Deepa wore a lovely long red sari for her wedding. The official language of Brazil is Portuguese. 60% of students on my English course are Chinese and 40% are from other countries. My parents own an international company. Hundreds of tourists visit the Acropolis every day. Anna and Tom got married in Paris. These plants need water or they will die. Amal called for technical support when her laptop stopped working. Modern technology helps us to communicate with people around the world. Can you describe your daily routine? Use a pencil to complete the form. My parents moved to Australia before I was born. Many farmers in Greece grow tomatoes and olives. Switch off your mobile phones in the exam room. Ursula was waiting for her friends when she got a message on her phone. There was a big notice on the wall about the school fair. Try to guess the meaning of new words from their context. Did you get an email from your cousin in India? Mum left a note on the fridge with things we needed to buy. I read the advert for the show on the school notice board. There were some interesting video games for sale in the shop. Our TV has a 45-inch screen, which is great for watching films at home. Does this shop sell TVs? Don't change the color of your hair. It's great. Can you show me how to upload digital photos? We need to look after our planet Earth. I bought a mobile phone at half price in JDM's winter sale. The view from the top of the hill is out of this world. You can see for miles. The students used the school printer to make posters for the fair. Students are allowed a 50% discount on train tickets. Sharon only ate half of her dinner because she felt ill. A selected number of students will take part in the national robotics competition. Tom watched a film on his laptop on the plane. The school bus takes an hour to bring us home. The teacher printed out the information about the school trip and gave each student a copy. Remember to send the invitations for the party. Write down your password for your email in a safe place. Then you can find it easily if you forget it. Sometimes Margot downloads books to read on her tablet. Lena couldn't open the file that was in the email. You can look up the meanings of new words on the internet. Please text me when you get home. Did you send all the invitations by email? I'm working on building a robot with some of my classmates. Giorgio has a few cows on his farm for their milk. There are 3 sheep on that hill. We saw some mountain goats climbing the hill near the olive trees. Tom's cat followed him to the bus stop. Who owns that bike outside? Is it yours? My grandparents live in a remote village on an island. In Australia, native people called Aborigines live on reserves far away from the cities. This app is useful to see what the weather will be like. Let's find out what's wrong with your computer. Who was your favorite teacher at primary school? Tablets are easier to carry around than laptops. In the past, explorers traveled to distant lands by ship. Do you live far from the school? This computer program corrects your spelling. The explorers discovered the entrance to a cave. You take lovely photos. What kind of camera have you got? Maria likes looking at web pages about traveling. You can find information about almost everything on the web. Gordon keeps healthy by eating well and going for long walks. Looking at a screen late at night stops your brain from relaxing. Grandma is over 70, but she's very active and enjoys long walks. Keep a note of your passwords in a safe place. I never give all my personal details on Facebook. He goes online regularly to read the news. Karen is very sociable and she likes making new friends. The students put away their books before they left the classroom. Don't give out too much information on social media. Most teens prefer spending time with their friends to going out with their parents. Sandy is constantly chatting to her friends on social media. The children played video games throughout the journey. Carol is feeling better today, so she's going to school. These days, we can send texts round the world in seconds. On the other hand, some people prefer to talk face to face. Did you check your emails this morning? The door opened slowly, and a man in white entered the room. Mum is chatting to her friend on the phone. We're having a show to present our artwork at the end of the school year. Most of Ola's cousins and other relatives live in Warsaw. Stephanie plays the violin in the town orchestra. I enjoy watching football matches on TV with my friends. Lydia is very good at painting. Imagine creating clothes and trainers by 3D printing. It's happening now. There was a photography workshop at the fair. Janet is studying engineering at university. They've both got long curly hair. That's one similarity. The main difference between sending emails or letters is that emailing is faster. Listen carefully to the instructions before you begin to speak. Tom looked for his glasses everywhere, but he couldn't find them. We're having a concert at the end of the school year and I'm singing with my class. We had an interesting discussion about how technology affects our lives. Wendy's friends in Ireland sometimes communicate with her through Facebook. I hope we can keep in touch when you go to study in Plymouth. Keith didn't respond to my emails, so I phoned to see if he was okay. What's your opinion of using social media? Do you think it's helpful? This shop has excellent discounts on phones and computers. It's a good time to buy something. My grandma doesn't like old furniture, so her home is very modern. Our lessons start at 8:30 on normal school days. It was difficult for Lee to learn to speak Bengali. It's unusual to see people playing hockey in Greece. Please stop making that terrible noise. I'm doing my homework. Lisa is studying computer science. Jack switched on the TV to watch the news. It's helpful to write a different heading for each part of your report. I switched off the light and went to sleep. Our plane leaves at 6:30 a.m. Mariana loves technology, so she goes to a robotics club every weekend. I can't go to the meeting about the robotics show tomorrow. Can you take some notes for me? The school band is playing at the summer fair. These robots have been developed in labs in China. Bob's flat is on the 3rd floor. New Year's Eve is an important event in Scottish culture. Before people had cars, they used horses for transport. I've got tickets to see the live dance show at the theater. The experiment we did in the science lab didn't work. They stopped working at noon for a lunch break. We've got your contact details and we'll get in touch with you soon. After our morning lessons, we have a lunch break at midday. The weather will be warm and dry for our trip. So that's a positive. Every child needs to have a good education to prepare for life in the future. Cheryl is creative and she writes unusual stories. The weather often has an effect on how we feel. I'd like to study in another country. The only negatives are the cost and being away from my family. It's terrible to see people being unkind to animals. The teacher wrote some good comments on Ali's project. Georgia usually socializes with her friends at the local cafe. Some of the chemicals used to kill insects on farms can be bad for our health. Doing something that is fun creates dopamine in your brain, which makes you feel happy. I never have time to read all the posts on Instagram every day. I only look at the most interesting ones. Don't walk in the forest alone. I answered 10 questions in a survey about using the internet. Eat your breakfast up. The school bus is coming. Ken is preparing the salad for dinner. I like eating out with my family at weekends. We often go to a fish restaurant near the sea. I'm going to the supermarket to buy some cat food. Jean uses her grandma's recipe to make pizza. Olivia wrote a cookbook with recipes for traditional Mexican dishes. Greta decided to order a pizza and watch a film. Fried chicken goes well with rice. They're the perfect match. The island's restaurants serve mainly fish. The smart lights outside our building switch on if you walk by at night. We have a big meal in the evening when my parents come home from work. The main ingredients you need to make a cake are flour, eggs, sugar and butter or oil. The children put some more cereal into the shopping trolley. Can I pay for my tickets by credit card? If you add up the numbers in this line, you'll get 100. It's difficult to save money when you don't have a good job. I concluded my email with "see you soon." It's important to include the right kind of food in your daily diet. Alan is trying to improve his sleeping habits by not using the internet at night. Dad's aunt is 90 and she still goes for long walks every day. Sally played golf once, but she didn't enjoy it. I'll write a shopping list for the party food. Put away your coat in the hall cupboard. Katrina put the milk and cheese into the fridge. Cutting up onions always makes my eyes hurt. This cake is delicious. May I have another piece? For breakfast, we sometimes have a cheese omelette with toast. Do you like butter on your toast or just honey? The oven goes off automatically when the time ends. Perhaps we'll go to the Thai restaurant on my birthday, but I'm not sure. I'd like to have my own car when I'm older. Weigh the ingredients before you put them into the bowl. This watch can calculate how far you walk every day. We learned a lot about Chinese food and culture on our holiday in Beijing. Heather doesn't eat meat, so she ate a cheese pie. Let's put some garlic sauce on the fish. Italy is famous for its pasta dishes. I put a few chilies in the sauce to make it spicy. On our farm, we grow juicy grapes. I love mushrooms on my pizza. We made a salad with tomatoes, green peppers and onions. Mum likes to drink tea with honey and a piece of lemon. Carrots are my favorite vegetables. David has cows on his farm and he makes dairy foods like butter and milk. Louisa eats a lot of fruit, like bananas and apples. Maria eats a big meal with carbohydrates before she goes for a long walk. My aunt is a good cook. She makes great pizzas. A lot of my friends are vegetarians because they love animals. We're having ice cream with strawberries after lunch. There aren't many fresh strawberries in the shops in winter. People buy fruit and vegetables at the street market here on Tuesdays. Would you like a cheese and tomato sandwich? I didn't know that Marie was actually from France. What's my prediction for the match? Roger's team will win again. I hope Granddad will enjoy his dinner. I'm sure you'll like this cake. Charles made a kind offer to wash the dishes. I'll make the best chocolate cake in the world. That's a promise. We were watching TV, when we heard a sudden noise outside. Paul made a decision to become a cook. Do you want a ham and cheese sandwich? I'm afraid I can't meet you tomorrow. I'll be at my grandparents' house. Sometimes I eat at a restaurant with my family. Greta had a fantastic holiday in Crete with her family. They want to go back there next year. I'm not very hungry. I can't eat fish with salad and have ice cream as well. Don't answer the phone. It will be somebody selling something again. I hope you'll pass your French exam. It's a bit late to eat now. Anyway, shall we watch a film? Good luck with your new cookbook. Add a little salt to the soup. We waited a long time in the restaurant and they brought our food last. I made a list of items that I needed to buy for the meal. What form of transport do you prefer to use? A car or a bus? I underlined this word because I like it. My brother is going to the cinema with his girlfriend. Is tennis a popular sport in your country? We ate fresh seafood at the restaurant by the beach. At this Mexican restaurant, they make great cheese tacos. Let's buy some nachos for our film night. I had a banana and apple smoothie for breakfast. Which ice cream do you like best? Chocolate, strawberry, or vanilla? In Italian restaurants, you can have garlic bread with your pasta. Tony makes delicious pizza with tuna and other seafood. Indian curry with rice is a popular meal in the UK. How many eggs do I need to make chocolate brownies? Thomas was too tired to cook, so he ordered a takeaway. The streets are always busy in the morning. This cafe is very crowded. We can't sit down here. Have a biscuit with your hot chocolate. Preheat the oven to 180 degrees Celsius while you're mixing the ingredients. The cakes are still in the oven. They will be ready soon. There are some almonds in this cake. The cook mixed the dough and left it in the fridge for an hour. Put the biscuits in the oven and bake them for 15 minutes. Put the chopped carrots and onions in the soup. You'll need 250 grams of butter for this recipe. Cheryl is going to put some icing sugar on the brownies. Put the flour into a bowl with the butter and sugar. This biscuit has strawberry flavoring. Finally, cut the cake and eat it. Mix the butter and sugar before you add the eggs. Henry was eating his soup with a silver spoon. Roll out the dough and put it into the baking tin. Chop the carrots on the board. Have a piece of cake. Maisie wears a dress on special occasions, like parties or weddings. The recipe has all the measurements for the ingredients of the cake. There are 100 centimeters in a meter. The table is 2 meters long. I'll buy a kilo of tomatoes at the market. The oven needs to be 20 degrees hotter. Our house is 4 kilometers from the school. What's the length of the room? Check the weight of your bags before you travel by plane. The temperature is very low in Greenland in winter. There's a pot of yogurt on the table. I often have yogurt and fruit for breakfast. Dad always puts oil on salads. First of all, look for a nice recipe. Water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. The taxi ride from the airport costs $40. We're buying new furniture for the living room. Ask your granny for advice in the kitchen. She's a great cook. Simon's putting his luggage into the car to go on holiday. I've got some good news. I'm going to be in Happy Cook on TV. The school has modern equipment in the computer lab. Bob and Martha are going to try out the new Indian restaurant. We went on a tour of the castle. The children are excited about going to the party. My fortune cookie says I'll get a visit from a friend. My friends often come round to my house to listen to music. We had a lovely meal at Francine's. Are you looking forward to your holiday? The food at Jerry's is pretty good. You'll love it. The new Thai restaurant sounds fantastic. Let's try it out. The players were a bit tired at the end of the match. A day at the beach will be relaxing. I can't imagine eating an animal's eyeballs. There was blood on my shirt because I cut my finger. Pablo is eating tortillas with cheese and tomato. A bee begins as an egg for 3 days, and then becomes a larva. Jim sometimes orders fast food, like tacos, when he doesn't have time to cook. The Maasai people live in a traditional way in parts of Kenya and Tanzania. Cheese tacos taste delicious with chili sauce. The plate of cooked insects looks completely gross. Food made from insect larvae sounds revolting. On our visit to Holland, we saw colorful houseboats on the canals. There's an underground tunnel in the city. Choose the best possible answer to the question. Jack dropped his book and it fell on the ground. People in the community worked together to prepare for the festival. They're building a new housing development near the river. The castle is 100 years old. I found my homework. It was beneath my school books on the desk. We traveled 1,000 kilometers across the country. The residents of the island are very friendly with visitors. It was cold and dark inside the cave. I painted my room in light colors. There's a small rug on the floor and a big light hangs down from the ceiling. Our teacher put our pictures on the classroom walls. Many poor people can't buy food for their families. We can't watch TV because the electricity is off. Tina needs to have internet access to check her email. Andy is in the kitchen. He's making lunch. You can wash your hands in the bathroom. The builder is constructing a new wall around our school. The children were digging in the sand on the beach. The dog dug a hole in the garden. They're building a new hotel near my favorite beach. There were drawings on the sides of the cave. It was a hot day, so we went swimming in the cool sea. In summer, we often go to the beach. We go sailing on warm sunny days. It snows a lot in the mountains in winter. I've lived here since 2011. Thousands of years ago, Greeks mined silver in the hills near Athens. Nancy was wearing an opal necklace. We can't play outside. It's raining. It was very cold, so we wore our jackets. Please open a window. It's hot in here. I put the book back in the bookcase when I finished reading. Gil's bookcase has got 4 shelves. Natalie is sleeping in her bedroom. The boys are listening to music in the living room. Martin lives in a big house with a swimming pool in the garden. The pool is 2 meters deep at one end and 1 meter at the other. The Queen wore a necklace with red and white gems. There was a huge precious stone in the middle of the ring. We watched an exciting movie on TV last night. I'm not really a movie fan. I prefer listening to music. You can easily find the farm. It's on the other side of this field. The shepherd was taking his sheep back to the farm. Paul opened the door and walked into the living room. Joanna grows strawberries in her garden. You can leave your coat in the hall. The rain was coming in through a hole in the roof. Anne leaves her car in front of her house because she hasn't got a garage. Helen walked up the stairs to her bedroom. Terry had a shower after her swim. I have a hot bath to relax on cold winter nights. After school, I like to relax in my bedroom. Leonardo da Vinci was a brilliant artist. Victoria rides her motorbike to work every day. Astronomers believe there are billions of galaxies. Andrew is lying on the sofa and reading a book. Karen leaves the house at 7:30 a.m. Climbing the mountain was an exciting experience. I'm afraid of snakes, so I don't want to touch them. I didn't expect to see you at the library. I thought you didn't like reading books. Liz has recently bought a new mobile phone. She's still learning how to use it. Liam has run 4 kilometers so far. He's going to run 6 more. I'm going to Rome on holiday, so I bought an Italian phrase book. I like to keep old photos of my family. Maybe it will rain tomorrow. What do you think? I had a lot of homework, but it was quite easy. That's a beautiful painting of the sea. I love the colors. The kitchen looks clean and tidy. All the plates are in the cupboards. Joe and his dad are sitting on the sofa. They're watching TV. There is space for your books on the shelf. Sarah hasn't got much furniture in her house. This chair isn't comfortable to sit on for a long time. Mum is annoyed because I didn't tidy my bedroom. Sophie's house is always untidy because she doesn't have time to put things away. This old teddy bear is my favorite possession. Eric's car is fairly new. He's had it for a year. I sat in the big armchair next to the sofa. Please don't walk on the clean carpet with your wet football boots. She opened the curtains and saw the rain outside. Nick switched off the lamp and went to sleep. He stood in front of the mirror and cut his hair. The house has 2 toilets. One is upstairs in the bathroom and the other is next to the hall downstairs. There were 2 big white towels in the bathroom. My favorite monthly magazine is about traveling. The TV isn't working. I can't watch my favorite program. George lives in a flat with his parents. Jason dreams of building a big house by the sea. Dimitris couldn't understand the film because he had no knowledge of French. We had a lovely view of the countryside from the train window. We grow apples in our garden. I've seen this film several times. I've never been sailing before, but I'll give it a try. I wish I had a home near the sea. I like taking trips to the countryside at weekends. I've studied my maths for weeks, so I'm ready for the test. My bedroom is nearly finished. I just need to paint this wall. Does this book belong to you? My neighbors are sometimes a bit noisy and we can't get to sleep. The traffic problems were the result of the heavy rain. After lunch, we went out for a walk. Betty comes home from work at 6 o'clock. Then she cooks dinner. Which pages do you read most in the newspaper? The news, sports, or adverts? Unfortunately, we couldn't play football because of the rain. I'd love to help you. However, I don't have much time right now. You can use time expressions to connect the events in your story. Jack went to Italy 2 years ago. My friend has just moved to a new home. Luckily, he still lives near me. In the end, we decided to buy new furniture. The decision to become a vegetarian needs a lot of thought. Would you like a piece of watermelon? Lunch at Riverside Cafe costs £20 per person. We found some truffles when we dug the ground near the trees. Native Americans used to eat the meat from moose and they used their skin for clothes. We need good food and exercise to stay in good health. These biscuits have a sweet taste. Have you had enough to eat? Or would you like some more? I've eaten too much junk food, like burgers, this week. Sam ate some chocolate to boost his energy. I like the taste of blueberry ice cream. Granddad had a problem with his heart, so now he goes swimming every day to keep healthy. We had a Mexican salad with avocado. In Britain, people often have soup for starters, especially in winter. Barbara had fish and salad for her main course. This strawberry ice cream is a delicious dessert. Mike decided to become a vegan because he loves animals. This restaurant has an interesting menu. The customers were annoyed because there was only one waiter in the busy restaurant. The students voted for the best recipe after they tasted the food. I really enjoyed the meal. The food was great. This farm produces cheese and yogurt. I usually take a snack to school to eat in the break. Our town is full of new buildings and it looks very different from the past. I'm going to a concert at the theater next week. The paintings in her home are good examples of modern art. It's a lovely day. I'm going for a walk in the park. The park is a lively place at weekends with lots of people walking or running. We had fun visiting the Science Museum in Paris. They filled the biscuits with chocolate cream. There are beautiful gardens around the Queen's Palace. Olga goes to the cinema with her friends every week. Many people lost their jobs when the car factory closed in my town. I'm learning to do traditional dances at the cultural center in town. Arthur is drawing pictures for his new cartoon in his studio. The children are doing a puppet show for their friends. The Indian Botanical Garden is a popular place full of colorful plants in Kolkata. Visitors can walk through the cobbled streets of Plaka, the old part of Athens. They walk through the glass doors into the supermarket. Mr. Ferguson keeps his money in a big metal box. There are lots of bridges where people can cross the River Clyde in Glasgow. Finally, the two countries have stopped fighting and there is peace between them. Gina has made a model of the Parthenon from wood and paper. We live near the airport, so we hear planes above our house every day. The heavy snow caused delays for people driving to work this morning. The bus couldn't get to the village due to the snow on the road. At the airport, we heard an announcement that our plane was late. We waited for some passengers to get off the bus before we got on it. Judy bought some aspirin from the pharmacy. Angus took an aspirin and he soon felt better. Don't forget to bring your swimming costume for the pool. The restaurant closes at 10 p.m. in the evening. Harrods is a famous department store in London. You can buy almost anything there. We're having dinner with our relatives and Dad is serving the food. The street festival was full of music and dance. Did you print our plane tickets? When will the concert take place? I'm going to the bank to get some money. Alberto is in the bookshop looking for a present for his mom. Stephanie is a doctor and she works in the children's hospital. Mum went to the post office to send some Christmas cards to our aunts in Australia. We play table tennis at the sports center every Thursday after school. The postman returned the letter to me because I forgot to put a stamp on it. Harry has gone to the post office to post some letters. It is Tina's birthday and her grandma has sent her some books in a big parcel. Pamela won her first badminton match at the sports center. Frances gave her parents some flowers as a gift. You can borrow books from the town library and take them back a week later. Kirsty ordered a new camera from an online store. Tim was ill, so the doctor gave him some medicine. I put an extra blanket on my bed because it was a cold night. I bought a new toothbrush for you. Write your name and address on the envelope and put a stamp on it. Tom uses his French dictionary to find the meaning of words he doesn't know. Leo's tennis coach taught him how to hit the ball over the net. The shopping center is always really busy at weekends, so we won't find a parking space. We must keep our beaches clean to protect the environment. The local bus stops at every village on the island. We live in an apartment on the 3rd floor. Those tall buildings in the city center are office blocks. You can take the lift to the 6th floor. Bob's flat is on the top floor. The hotel staff were very friendly and helpful, especially the waiters. There are always lots of people shopping in the town center on Saturdays. Get off at the bus stop after the hospital. We showed our tickets to the driver when we got on the bus. Have you got a key for the front door? Our bedrooms are upstairs and the kitchen and living room are downstairs. The walking tour includes all the famous sights of Edinburgh from the castle to the hill called Arthur's Seat. They spent an hour in the museum, and then moved on to see the famous palace. I left at 7:45 this morning and took the 8 o'clock bus. The museum opened in 1920, over a century ago. I visit my grandparents weekly. I go to see them after school on Fridays. Our English teacher gives us tests monthly. The teacher spoke to each student separately about their homework. We booked rooms for our holiday in Scotland. The business sells holidays in Greece through its website. Our house is opposite the park, so we have a nice view of the trees. Turn right at the crossroads into Castle Street. Drivers should always stop their cars when the traffic lights are red. Skateboarding is exciting, but it's dangerous to do on a busy street. The hotel has an indoor swimming pool where you can swim in any season. We watch films at the outdoor cinema in the park in summer. The park is a brilliant place for a picnic. The residents of the island make their money from tourism when people come for summer holidays. Andy's planning to go sightseeing in Rome. First, he's going to visit the Colosseum. TV is not such a popular form of entertainment as it was in the past. Some parts of Edinburgh Castle are about 900 years old. They booked a room at a small guest house in Switzerland. The hotel was very close to the sea, so we didn't use its swimming pool. We're going to see a famous play by Shakespeare next week. I was about to leave the house when the phone rang. The flight to Aberdeen from London takes 1 hour and 40 minutes. The passengers waited for 3 hours to board the plane. Leave immediately or you'll miss your bus. She enjoyed her 2-day stay in the mountain village. The bus went past the park on the way to the museum. I tried to buy one ticket online and bought two by mistake. He climbed over the rocks and found the cave. We walked through the forest on our way home. Please close the garden gate when you leave. Oliver ran away from the bad man who made children work for him. The children rode their bikes along the road. Paul was scared when the bear moved towards him. Let's go out for a walk and enjoy the sunshine. What present do you want for your birthday? Do you like books or games? That's great news. I'm glad you've passed your exams. George Washington was the first president of the USA. There are many bridges across the Thames in London. We crossed a bridge over the Metoba on our trip to Matsumoto in Japan. The explorers walked through the forests around the Amazon. Ed works for an organization that protects the environment. Did you see the news on the BBC? William Wallace and the army of Scots fought against the English in the 13th century. The government doesn't spend enough money on hospitals. The band picked up their instruments and started to play. Beethoven learned to play the piano when he was a young child. My friend plays the guitar in our band and I play the drums. Simon plays the saxophone in the school orchestra. The waiter brought our desserts to the table. Is Ariana Grande your favorite female singer? The newspaper article contrasts the theater play with the film of the same name. I love football, but I also play badminton. Although the concert tickets were expensive, we really wanted to see the band. Megan spends half an hour on the running machine at the gym every day. The basketball fans ran onto the court to meet the players at the end of the game. I love spicy food like Indian curry. The shop sells a variety of fruit and vegetables. We saw an orangutan at the zoo, as well as some gorillas. The bird's nest was on the rocks high up on the side of the mountain. How many olives are growing on that branch? He lay back on the pillows and read his book in bed. I'm tired. I'm going to rest on the sofa and listen to music. We collected some sticks to make a fire. My bed isn't very comfortable. It needs a new mattress. We need 2 pounds of flour for this recipe. The organization protects sea turtles by looking after their nests on Greek beaches. Gorillas and orangutans are endangered animals, so we need to protect them. My dad likes collecting stamps from different countries. Sam's favorite hobby is reading, so he spends a lot of time at the library. Have you read my new blog about the travels of Heracles? Did you know that snowboarding is a sport in the Winter Olympics? Lots of people go sailing or windsurfing on the lake at weekends. My uncle keeps all his birthday cards in this box. Do you like reading comic books like Superman or Wonder Woman? Leo's always had a passion for football. The internet has made a difference to the way people communicate. I can't send a text with my phone because the screen is broken. My mum listens to the news on the radio every morning. The TV remote control isn't working because it needs new batteries. The sports center provides everything you need to play tennis. The school needs some new equipment, like computers and tablets. Carol has lived here for years, so she knows nearly everyone in the community. They play the same songs every day on this radio station, so it's a bit boring. We asked the DJ to play our favorite Justin Bieber song. James grew up on a farm, but now he's moved to the city. You can buy a variety of street food, like hamburgers and popcorn, at the festival. I bought some fresh strawberries from a stall outside the train station. Which football team won the last World Cup? George got a silver medal when he finished second in the swimming race. The Chinese women's volleyball team won a gold medal at the Asian Games in 2018. Jack learned to read books in Braille because he can't see. It's the best hotel in town and it isn't cheap. Dad works in a factory that makes clothes for a famous company. I tried to learn Japanese, but it was too difficult for me. Steve makes money by selling his old clothes and other things on the internet. We usually have to switch off our devices, like mobile phones, in the classroom. Irene has a business making clothes for children. Sometimes I play board games like Monopoly Trademark with my family. This summer, we're going camping in a forest near a beach. Alice plays chess as a hobby with her friends. Tim goes cycling around the park on his new bike. Janet is good at drawing and painting pictures of birds. I'm not a very sporty person, but I enjoy dancing. Ben put up his tent next to ours on the campsite. I have only 2 pieces left on the chessboard, so I think you're winning. I put some sheets of paper in the printer. Carol often sends emails from her smartphone. Put on your helmet before you start skateboarding. This comic book made me laugh out loud. It's really funny. If you have a rest, you'll feel better. Donna is very competitive. She's trying to win another gold medal. Did you like the film? Absolutely. It was fantastic. You're right about Max. He's very competitive. Natalie was nervous about going on stage to sing. We're taking part in the school sports day. There was an exhibition of Van Gogh paintings in the museum. My parents went to a public meeting about the new road. Who's the new actor who's going to play James Bond? Margaret is a famous ballet dancer. We saw a great performance of a play by Aristophanes. Next year, Gina wants to go to Iceland. My sister has all the Ed Sheeran CDs. Sonia likes playing classical music on the piano. We danced a lot to disco music at the party. I couldn't hear the TV because my brother was making so much noise on his drums. We're doing a hip-hop dance for the school show. She didn't have enough money for a piano, so she bought a keyboard. John often listens to music on his MP3 player on the school bus. My grandma saw Maria Callas performing at the opera. Georgina loves dancing to her favorite pop songs. Marinos began to play a beautiful tune on his violin. Listening to the radio is a good way to hear music when you're traveling. At the beginning of the story, Harry goes to a new school. My computer isn't working. Can you fix it for me? The actors left the theater quickly after the performance. I've got tickets for the concert to see the band live. Personally, I don't like hip-hop very much. My dad's really into rock music from the 1970s. The band sounded completely different when we saw them live. Our teacher is involved in planning the school sports competition. I'm not crazy about gaming because I can't sleep well if I play at night. Jim is very keen on football and he goes to watch matches every Saturday. Dad runs in the park every morning, so he's quite fit. The children listened carefully to the storyteller on the radio. It was so exciting when the musicians came on stage and began playing their instruments. Ed Sheeran became a songwriter when he was a high school student. I've just bought Franz Ferdinand's new album. It has some great songs. During the concert, Terry recorded the band's songs on his smartphone. Steve was worried about doing his first solo performance in front of so many people. Mum and Dad went to see Sting in concert on his European tour. The dreamy sounds of Vivaldi's music filled the room. This music makes me think of images of summer. We walked up the path right to the top of Ben Nevis. If I throw a ball, my dog will bring it back. My parents weren't convinced that playing the drums at home was a good idea. My dad strongly disagreed with my suggestion to go to the music festival. We're having a school concert at the end of the term. I like the words of this song, but I hate the sound of the singer's voice. I'm not in favor of the government's decision to build a new road around the town. Mark is against the idea of a camping holiday. He prefers to stay at a hotel. I've just had a 2-hour swimming session, so I'm very tired. Jerry spends his free time at the skate park with his friends after school. I didn't know you could play the guitar so well. You're a real pro. Rick goes to Tai Chi classes to relax his mind after work. I can't go out much this week because I need to focus on studying for my exams. It was so quiet that the only sound I heard was my own breathing. If you do some stretching after running, your legs won't hurt the next day. A good mattress will help you to sleep in a comfortable position. Kiki lost her balance and fell on a rock when she was walking up the mountain. Dina takes a walk in the park at lunchtime to slow down and rest from her busy job. After her illness, Liz got her strength back with a few minutes exercise every day. Mary walks at a speed of 6 kilometers per hour around the park. Marios was very tired, but he pushed himself to finish the marathon. I enjoy cycling, so I practice spin at the gym. High-intensity interval training is a great way to build your strength in a short time at the gym. It's important to get enough rest and sleep as well as exercise to stay healthy. We've walked 16 kilometers in total today. The doctor listened to the child's heart beating. One benefit of swimming is that you don't need any equipment. Going to spin classes will help build your physical strength. Grandpa likes doing puzzles like crosswords for mental exercise. I always get stressed about taking exams. Simon has the ability to play the piano and sing. When we laugh, we feel good because laughing makes our brains produce endorphins. Our coach shouted ready, steady, go, and we all began to run. Sakis goes for a long run around the park every day to keep fit. I enjoy doing individual sports like tennis or swimming. The cultural center does a lot of good for sick children. Betty is a fast runner. I'm sure she'll win this race. Simone and her sister have many musical abilities. They can both play different instruments and also sing well. Mrs. Brown can dance and sing at the same time. We've arranged to have a meeting next week. We've got a meeting in the community hall on Saturday. Tony felt lonely because he didn't know anyone at his new school. Karen had a quick chat on the phone with her friend. Our coach encouraged me to train for the national swimming team. Molly is learning new painting skills in her art class. Louise is unhappy because her friend didn't call her. Theo's family gave him a lot of support to get into art school. Can you name 3 countries you'd like to visit? I'd like to go to Iceland, India, and Portugal. The car advertisement has a popular song that makes it easy to remember. The sign on the shop door said open 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. I bought these shoes at 50% off in the winter sale. So I saved quite a lot. I don't go to that shop because it's expensive. Plus, it doesn't have many clothes for teenagers. Sometimes Mandy buys clothes at lower prices online. Who is your favorite basketball player? Mine is Giannis Antetokounmpo. Anita is training hard to win her next tennis match. David ran with the ball and kicked it to the other side of the pitch. I don't like swimming underwater without my goggles because the water hurts my eyes. Could you lend me a pen because I forgot to bring one? Andrea plays in the school hockey team. Remember to bring your skates to play ice hockey. These shoes aren't my size. They're too big for me. The shop is selling skates at half the original price. I couldn't phone you because the number I had was incorrect. My American cousins are all crazy about baseball, but I prefer football. Children in India like playing cricket in the park. Grandpa hit the golf ball slowly and it went right into the 18th hole. The rugby player threw the ball across the pitch to another team member. Kelly hit the ball hard with the baseball bat. Sebastian lifted his club and hit the golf ball hard towards the first hole. Clive hit the ball too hard and broke his racket. David put on his helmet and went down the snowy hill on his snowboard. One rule in chess is that the king can only move one square at a time. I would rather go for a run than play golf. An American football match looks more like rugby than British football. Surfing is a popular water sport in Hawaii. Petros goes skiing with his parents in Austria in winter. Kate was so happy when her daughter came first in the skiing competition. Well done. You're the winner of this dance competition. We plan to go climbing in the Swiss Alps next summer. You should wear a life jacket when you go sailing. Young children aren't allowed to watch scary films in the cinema. There's no obligation to go climbing if you don't want to. The sports center provides rackets, so it isn't necessary to buy one. There's a special part of the park where skateboarders can skateboard safely. The Star Wars films are for children aged 10 and over. Some children were riding their scooters in the park. In the 10 km fun run there are some drink stations where you can have some water. The town residents are doing a fun run to get money for a new cultural center. Luckily, Owen was wearing his helmet when he went riding because he fell off his horse. It's dangerous to cross the busy street here. We've got badminton practice in the sports hall this afternoon. If you want to take part in the race, write your personal details on the entry form. There's no need to have special clothes for the fun run. Just wear a t-shirt and comfortable shorts or trousers. His plan isn't logical. He can't climb Everest in 2 days. You run very fast, so you're the most likely person to win the race. The climbers were tired when they got to the top of the mountain. We can use ordinal numbers like 25th to describe the position that runners finish in a race. The cinema tickets cost £5 each. There are 100 pence in a British pound. Have you registered for the fun run yet? Let's go together. On our camping holiday, my friends and I played table tennis every day. Dancing to the music makes Zumba classes more fun than the usual aerobics. Sylvia enjoys doing Zumba because there are no losers or winners, it's just for fun. I enjoy going for walks near the lake to be close to nature. Helen helped to organize the dance competition. The teacher stated that the school needed new gym equipment. The advert states clearly that the dance classes are for teenagers. We discussed all the relevant points about organizing the sports event, including the place, time, activities, and costs. Did you receive an email from George about the fair? I came in third in the race this time, so that's a great improvement. Last time I was 13th. We voted for 2 classmates to represent us on the student council. Secondly, dancing is good exercise. Thirdly, students of all ages can take part. He was carrying a heavy school bag on his back. You can write on your smartphone by using your finger on the screen. His neck hurt from working on the computer for hours. I ate too much cake and now my stomach hurts. There was a big spider climbing up the inside of our tent. The monkey was swinging from tree to tree, using its tail to hold onto the branches. Spider monkeys live in the trees in South America. John broke his leg when he was playing basketball. I cut my finger when I was making sandwiches. I came home from school early because I felt sick. Don't eat too quickly or you'll get a stomachache. Maya's got a cold, so she doesn't want to go out. Mum was worried and called the doctor because I had a temperature. I took an aspirin to stop my headache. Are you going to the end of term party? I think it will be fun. The dancer fell off the stage and hurt her arm. I hit my head on the side of the pool when I dived in. Jason hurt his leg badly when he fell off his horse. I fell while I was running to catch the ball. He has had a pain in his back for weeks. When I broke my arm, it was the worst pain I've ever had. When our team lost 6-0, it was a complete disaster for us. Gregory broke 2 bones in his arm while he was playing rugby. Snakes don't have noses, so they smell things with their tongues. The residents made a request for better street lights in their area. Our teacher gave us permission to leave the room when we finished our test. Thousands of runners took part in the London Marathon. The sign at the lake says that fishing isn't allowed there. Don't forget to bring your swimsuits for the beach. He wrote an interesting article about the health benefits of exercise. In his first paragraph, Ian set the scene by stating where the main character was and how he was feeling. We watched the cyclists racing round the track in the velodrome. There was a bit of drama at the beach today when we saw a shark in the sea. You must cycle round the track 10 times to finish the race. When was the last time the Greek national team won the European Football Championship? I had a seat next to the window on the train. Barbara was leading by a few meters from the other runners at the start of the race. They've completed 4 laps and they have to cycle another 2. We were watching TV when, suddenly, we heard a noise outside. I thought the fun run would be easy. I was wrong, though. She's a great artist. She paints brilliantly. The live bands at the concert were absolutely awesome. Laura became a successful artist at an early age and people around the world buy her paintings. Anastasia is a very good swimmer and she enjoys swimming in the sea every day. The food at Luigi's is incredible. I love their pasta dishes. Amazingly, our team won the basketball game. I thought we were losers. The spider monkey is climbing to the top of the tree. A photographer took Alan and Jill's wedding photos. Rocks might fall on your head when you climb to the top of Mount Olympus, so wear a helmet. We saw all the famous sights on our visit to Rome. The men tied the ropes on the quay to stop the boat moving. We camped in the middle of the forest for the night. Please ride safely when you go out on your skateboard. The videographer took a video of the climbers arriving at the top of the mountain. Mount Everest is 8,848 meters high. The swimmer pulled himself out of the pool. My dad never went to university because he started working when he was 16. The vet gave Lena some medicine for her sick cat. I have to go to the dentist because my tooth hurts. The school cleaner washes the desks and floors in our school after we go home. The mechanic quickly found out what was wrong with Dana's car. The guide told us some interesting facts about ancient Sparta. The zoo has a veterinary dentist to take care of the animals' teeth. The fire across the countryside was a disaster for the wildlife there. So many animals died or lost their homes. I love art, especially drawing people. If you clean your teeth every day, you'll protect them from dental problems. She has a terrible pain in her leg and she thinks it's broken. We pay a window cleaner to clean the outside of our windows once a month. Ellen is doing a training course to become a teacher. You have to be very brave or crazy to obseil down the outside of Europe's highest building. Photography is fun, but it's a hard way to earn money. The overland train journey across Europe took them 5 days. The farmer put his vegetables on the truck and took them to the market. The passengers were waiting for the plane when they heard the announcement. Don't put up your tents too close to the river. Ron couldn't drive to work because his car broke down. Maureen is exploring the Amazon jungle to find unusual plants. The tour guide took us on a camel ride across the hot desert sand. I had to get off my bicycle and push it up the steep hill. It was difficult for vehicles to travel along the mountain road in the snow. We put all our furniture into the lorry to move to our new home. Don't panic when you see the exam questions, just do your best. My favorite season is summer, when the weather is warm. If you do a sport, you will feel better physically. Swimming is the sport I enjoy most. The dentist's job is the one I would enjoy least. Rosemary studied hard at university to become an engineer for a company that makes cars. The journalist wrote a long article about the scientist's life. Tanya is a nurse in the children's hospital. She enjoys helping people. The new school will open after the painters finish painting the classrooms. The pilot welcomed all the passengers when they sat down on the plane. Michelle described her lost bike to the police officers and they found it after 2 days. The receptionist gave me the key for my hotel room. Nicola designed the new office block. The children were playing with the trains on their model railway. Our washing machine is quite old, but it still washes clothes well. The woman in the office gives tourists information about the city. Leslie is a pilot and she often flies a plane across the Atlantic. Our school uniform is a white shirt with blue trousers or a blue skirt. What's Joe's occupation? He's a teacher. The teacher said my presentation about traveling was very interesting. Office work doesn't interest me. I'd rather become a vet and help animals. We're not allowed to make personal phone calls in our workplace. Taxi drivers in London have to know all the streets very well. There will be a change in the weather from tomorrow. It's going to get colder. The sound of the bell signaled the end of the lesson. We've got a maths exam on Friday. Oh, I mean next Friday. We waited for half an hour before the waiter took our order. Alvy hasn't taken any time off since he started his new job. He really needs a break. Rosie did some easy maths to work out how much flour she needed to make biscuits. Alice studies physics every day because she wants to do engineering at university. We had to remember the names of all the rivers and lakes in the country for our geography test. Our chemistry teacher showed us an interesting experiment with salt and water in the science lab. Last week's history lesson was about ancient Rome. Today we learned about the life of bees in our biology class. Dad is taking a course in IT to improve his computer skills. Tessa wants to become an actor, so she's going to take a course in drama. Grandma usually puts sunflower seeds in salads. The American Civil War was from 1861 to 1865, when the United States of the North fought against the South. Table tennis is a simple sport that is easy to play. The archaeologists found some human bones when they were digging on the site. Spiros failed his driving test twice. Then he passed the third time. Sonia ran fast and won the race. The sun was shining brightly when we arrived at the beach. The children laughed happily while they were playing the game in the park. You'll feel better if you eat healthily and stop having so many sweets. The boy cried unhappily when he broke his toy. If you ask Joe politely, he will lend you his bike. Sharon has a lovely voice. She sings beautifully. Jennifer walked out of the room angrily when her mother told her to stop chatting on Instagram. The birds ate hungrily when we gave them some bread. The fans shouted loudly when the teams came onto the pitch. What is your new teacher like? I can't go out now because I have to write an essay about ways of studying. Ken is taking a gap year to earn some money before he starts university. Ryan does voluntary work at the Children's Hospital. When you leave school, it's difficult to get a job without any work experience. Mark has a part-time job in a supermarket. He works 4 hours per day. When we moved to another town, I missed my friends. If you spend 5 minutes writing an outline with your main ideas, you can organize your essay better. Some people say money doesn't always bring happiness. Rich people can often feel sad. Open the app on your phone to see a map of the city. The farmer gets up early to start work at sunrise. They took photos of the beautiful colors of the sky at sunset. Veronica enjoys drawing maps, so she wants to do cartography as a job. George is uncomfortable about leaving home to study at university. They should advertise their tour business on the internet. Did you enjoy your ride along the cycle path by the sea? If people use cars less, it could make our cities greener. The bus was late because there was so much traffic. You can't drink the water from the river because it is polluted. There's a new pavement in our street now, so we don't have to walk on the road. The bridge is too narrow for 2 cars to cross at the same time, so there are traffic lights at both ends. It's cheap to use public transport in my town, but you have to wait a long time for a bus. People could stop driving in the city if we had a better public transport system. Which subway station is nearest to the city center? I hope our flight to Frankfurt is on time so we don't miss our connection to New York. You don't have to drive because there's a regular bus service between here and the subway station. We had lunch at a local cafe in the village square. Cars are not allowed to go on the cycle paths, so it's safe to ride your bike there. The government announced a new bicycle sharing scheme to encourage people to leave their cars at home. She doesn't drive her car to the city center because there aren't many parking places there. In the UK, a lot of trees change their colors from green to brown and yellow in autumn. There's a walking trail around the side of the lake. A bridge connects the subway station with the parking area. The city air became cleaner after the metro opened. The town won an award for having the most green spaces in the country. They were late home because of the storm. More importantly, they got back safely. The river was 20 meters wide, but we crossed it. The street was so busy that Dora couldn't find anywhere to park her car. Lewis Hamilton is a well-known racing driver. You can take a coach trip to Olympia for a few days to see the ancient stadium. The tram from the airport to the city center is a bit slow. You can take the tram and then the subway to go right across the city by rail. I heard the news report about the flight delays. He works as a reporter for Channel 6 News. We must show our passports at the airport. The driver stopped to put some petrol in his car. Allison took her test twice before she passed and got her driving license. Gregory rarely drives to work because it's cheaper to take the subway. The ship was delayed because of the stormy weather. They were lucky to find a petrol station open in a village after driving so many miles. The train departs at 9 and arrives in London at 11. Somebody stole Katya's bag when she was on the metro. The ticket inspector told 2 passengers to get off the bus because they didn't have tickets. Americans have a big family dinner for Thanksgiving at the end of November, but Canadians celebrate this in October. Mark doesn't like fish, so he isn't coming to the sushi bar with us. Which platform does the train to Edinburgh leave from? The new airport is a recent development. It opened a few months ago. You'll have to check in at the airport 2 hours before the flight. The train is always full when people are going to work in the morning. Yvonne sometimes feels sick when she goes on long bus journeys. The hotel was fantastic. I recommend it for families with young children. All the flight departures from Boston were late because of bad weather. We got to the station at 5 to 9 and got on the 9 o'clock train. We can stop for a snack at the services on the road to Delphi. I bought a single ticket for the bus to the airport. It's cheaper to buy a return ticket on the train than to pay for only one way. Very few people live on the continent of Antarctica. Did you find out what caused the flight delay? Was it the weather? When the pilot took a quick break, the co-pilot was in control of the plane. When the ship moved near the rocks, the captain told everyone to put on their life jackets. Would you like to sail across the Atlantic in a small boat? We're going to catch a bus home after the cinema. Be careful when you cross the road. I'm shopping right now, but I'll call you when I get back home. We got off the bus outside the school. Sue got on the plane at Heathrow Airport. The taxi will be here to pick us up in half an hour. Sandy goes to the drama club at the community center on Thursdays. Don't forget to take your sunglasses and a hat when you go out in the sun. You should wear a scarf to keep your neck warm. It's very cold tonight. Don't sit on the edge of the boat while we're sailing. Vasilis was one of the best mountain bikers in the country. The police motorcyclists rode after the thieves and stopped them at the crossroads. Take an extra pen and pencil when you go for the exam. The film was so boring that I fell asleep before the end. She took some cash out of her purse to buy bus tickets. The campers were carrying large backpacks with their tents and clothes. What time do you usually wake up in the morning? We felt disappointed that we had to cancel our holiday. There are many different ideas about why dinosaurs disappeared as a species. The treasure hunter found some coins in a cave. Part of the Roman wall was found after the excavation of the field. You must wear a helmet when you're working on a building site. Paleontologists are trying to discover what happened to the dinosaurs. The discovery of the bones under the ice gave important information about the people who used to live there. Erica wants to travel to every continent on Earth. Televisions didn't exist before the 20th century. Polar bears live on the ice in the Arctic Circle. John dug a hole to plant some seeds and then covered them with earth. You look tired. Have a good sleep and you'll be as right as rain in the morning. The explorers experienced colder temperatures than they had ever expected when they tried to cross Antarctica. Desert temperatures can go from extreme heat in daytime to extreme cold at night. After the death of Agamemnon, one of his killers, Aegistheus, became king of Mycenae. The river Evros runs down a valley into the Aegean Sea. The frog jumped up to catch a fly. It's strange to have snow in May in the UK. The castle tower fell down when it was hit by lightning. It was scary going by plane to Crete during a thunderstorm. The lightning strike caused the tower to fall down. In the jungle, the air was hot and humid. Mediterranean countries have a warm climate. The storm only lasted for an hour, but a lot of trees were damaged by the wind. I didn't believe the story about fish falling from the sky. The tornado destroyed all the houses in the town. Look. I can spin the ball on one finger. Eddie's legs felt weak and tired after the climb. The weather pattern seems to be changing. Heavy rain is now more common than before. He mentioned his visit to London in his email. According to our teacher, it rains a lot in Scotland. The player ran across the rugby field and scored a try. We should check the weather forecast before we go hiking. Her dress is black with green and red spots. Bob's mum reminded him to check the weather forecast before sailing. Take your raincoat because there might be a storm this afternoon. The house was in terrible condition after the tornado. There are 5 buttons on the front of the coat. Ted is still trying to find his missing cat. We need to replace the broken window. The drivers went slowly through the fog because they couldn't see the road very well. The city has lots of museums and other places to visit on a rainy day. It was a sunny morning when we went out, but it began to rain later. It's dangerous to drive on icy roads. It was so windy at the seaside that the beach umbrellas blew away. The snowy hills looked beautiful from the distance. The climbers got lost because they couldn't find the path on the foggy hill. The captain fought hard to get the ship across the stormy sea and into the port. Cloudy weather makes some people feel sad. I didn't enjoy our trip to Egypt because the weather was boiling hot. Please switch on the electric fire. It's freezing in here. The kite blew across the sky, and then came down in a tree. My hat blew away off the boat and into the sea. It snowed a lot last week and the children made a snowman in the park. Jane likes dancing to reggae music by Bob Marley. In some cities, there are special roads and traffic lights for cyclists, which is a great idea. I've almost finished my homework. I'm on the last exercise. They had an enjoyable day out at the park. Heavy snow is common in Sweden in winter. Alex does seasonal work, picking fruit on a farm in summer. Some of the farm buildings were burnt in the wildfire that spread all over the area this summer. There was a flash of lightning and then we heard the sound of thunder. Farmers in many countries in Africa have problems because of long droughts. The hurricane moved across the Atlantic and destroyed many homes in the West Indies. Spring is my favorite season, when the fields are full of flowers. The flood in the town was so deep that our home was filled with water. Many people believe that pollution is causing climate change and making the world's temperature warmer. We couldn't find the path because the fog was so thick. The farm was destroyed by fire, so the family had to find a new home. Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone. The Titanic sank when it was on its first voyage across the Atlantic Ocean. The snow was falling so heavily that the road was covered in a few minutes. Dublin is the capital city of Ireland. He went to Central Park on his visit to the Big Apple. They went on a guided walk to see the famous sights of Rome. She bought some spices in the Turkish bazaar. The travel agent gave us tickets for a cruise on the River Seine. It took me hours to solve the crossword puzzle. Terry removed the fish from the net and put it back into the sea. Some big fish could be unhealthy to eat because they swallow microplastics in the sea. The doctor took a blood sample from Jim when he went into hospital. Let's talk and try to find a solution to our money problems. The path was covered in litter, like empty cans and plastic bags. We're having a litter pick on Sunday to clean up the beach. The bins were full of rubbish. We had a wonderful holiday in Peru and I'd love to go there again. Listening to classical music makes me feel calm. There are foxes in the woods behind my house. They stopped for a picnic under a tree in the forest. Ian always has more energy after he goes for a walk and does some forest bathing. People can't breathe underwater. Ken is feeling anxious about finishing his work on time. Linda is very stressed about taking her driving test. Early in the morning, the only sound in our street is birdsong. I'm staying at home today to focus on my project for school. After finishing her difficult project, Leah took a few days off work to relax. I'm sorry, but we have no more details at the present time. We visited all the sites in the city, including the new museum. His letter included a summary of all his past work experience. The numbers on the map correspond to the distances between the towns. Our school begins at 8:30 a.m. We get home from school at 3:45 p.m. I'm so tired and I haven't got enough energy to walk any further. Dad is in a bad mood because he's got a headache. It wasn't easy to ride our bikes up the hill. Turkey is a country to the east of Greece. Thessaloniki is a city in the north of Greece. Some birds fly to warmer countries in the south for winter. The rain was coming across the sea from the west. It's better to use your own shopping bag instead of plastic bags from the supermarket. The octopus was caught in the fisherman's net. There's a square table in the kitchen. Shoe boxes are usually made of cardboard. We collected the rubbish in the park and put it in the bins. Our pet fish live in a large rectangular tank. When it's very hot, you'll feel cooler wearing cotton clothes. We have a medium-sized flat, which is just big enough for 3 people. Our neighbor has an unfriendly dog that barks at anyone walking by. Meg wore a pair of silver earrings that matched her necklace. We saw 2 small wooden boats on the sea. There's a round clock at the top of the tower. Puppies and kittens always look so cute when they're playing. The bank is in an ugly old building in the center of the city. Our maths teacher wrote some examples on the whiteboard. Although bears look friendly and cute, they're wild animals that kill to protect themselves. What happened to you? You look like a frightened rabbit. He won't climb a tree because he's scared of heights. A beach picnic is a nice idea, but I hate getting sand in my food. We were scared to go surfing when we saw the sharks. Farmers shouldn't cut down rainforests to grow more coffee. The children are looking forward to going zip-lining above the trees in the park. The best way to save on food miles is to eat things that grow in the local area. We order things from a company that uses packaging made from recycled materials. We can clean glass jars and reuse them to keep things in. Helen puts her lunch in a plastic container to take to work. All the vegetables in the shop were covered with plastic. Cars are banned from some streets in the city center so you can walk safely there. Air pollution is a serious problem in most cities. We should all recycle paper, glass, and metal. A beautiful butterfly flew onto one of the flowers in the garden. Dolphins are very clever and they communicate with each other using sounds. Whales are the biggest mammals on the planet. Katie put cream on her skin to stop insects from biting her in the forest. At the zoo, we saw crocodiles, snakes, and other reptiles. The valley was full of red and yellow wildflowers. The farmer was planting seeds in his field to grow tomatoes. Jack filled the bird feeder with seeds and nuts. Maria grows small plants in a window box outside her bedroom window. I don't have a garden, but I have some house plants growing in my flat. You can't drive cars in the national park to protect the wild animals and plants. There are interesting wildlife documentaries on this TV channel every evening. The size of the polar bear amazed us when we saw it close to us in the zoo. I already knew the story from the book, so the film bored me. Don't excite the dog too much as you are leaving because he'll want to go with you. The strange noises frightened me and I couldn't sleep. The climb up the hill tired us, so we stopped for a long rest at the top. Gorillas are large, strong animals which don't eat meat. There was a huge tree in our garden and we cut it down to have more light. When the temperature falls below 0 degrees Celsius, water turns into ice. Please summarize your main ideas at the end of the essay. We made a class questionnaire to see what most people do to help the environment. Glass jars are reusable because you can clean them and keep other things in them. It's a shame to see so much food waste when many people are hungry. Henry has a large portion of salad with his lunch. Cars and trucks are a major cause of air pollution all over the world. In your introduction, you should explain the topic you are writing about. We always turn off the water and electricity at home before we go on holiday. Remember to turn off the tap after you wash your hands. In your conclusion, write what you think should happen next. Maria used up all the milk, so we won't have any for breakfast tomorrow. We went hiking in the Grand Canyon National Park. The hikers stopped for a break when they got to the top of the hill. In some villages, people still use donkeys and mules as a form of transport. We went trekking for a week in the French countryside. Whitewater rafting on the Alpheus River in Greece is so exciting. Chris goes hiking in the mountains around Athens at weekends. The fruit is in the bottom of the fridge. He trekked through the jungle for days. Archaeologists found the remains of the first inhabited part of the island next to the sea. We had a wonderful holiday in Peru and I'd love to go there again. Listening to classical music makes me feel calm. There are foxes in the woods behind my house. They stopped for a picnic under a tree in the forest. Ian always has more energy after he goes for a walk and does some forest bathing. People can't breathe underwater. Ken is feeling anxious about finishing his work on time. Linda is very stressed about taking her driving test. Early in the morning, the only sound in our street is birdsong. I'm staying at home today to focus on my project for school. After finishing her difficult project, Leah took a few days off work to relax. I'm sorry, but we have no more details at the present time. We visited all the sites in the city, including the new museum. His letter included a summary of all his past work experience. The numbers on the map correspond to the distances between the towns. Our school begins at 8:30 a.m. We get home from school at 3:45 p.m. I'm so tired and I haven't got enough energy to walk any further. Dad is in a bad mood because he's got a headache. It wasn't easy to ride our bikes up the hill. Turkey is a country to the east of Greece. Thessaloniki is a city in the north of Greece. Some birds fly to warmer countries in the south for winter. The rain was coming across the sea from the west. It's better to use your own shopping bag instead of plastic bags from the supermarket. The octopus was caught in the fisherman's net. There's a square table in the kitchen. Shoe boxes are usually made of cardboard. We collected the rubbish in the park and put it in the bins. Our pet fish live in a large rectangular tank. When it's very hot, you'll feel cooler wearing cotton clothes. We have a medium-sized flat, which is just big enough for 3 people. Our neighbor has an unfriendly dog that barks at anyone walking by. Meg wore a pair of silver earrings that matched her necklace. We saw 2 small wooden boats on the sea. There's a round clock at the top of the tower. Puppies and kittens always look so cute when they're playing. The bank is in an ugly old building in the center of the city. Our maths teacher wrote some examples on the whiteboard. Although bears look friendly and cute, they're wild animals that kill to protect themselves. What happened to you? You look like a frightened rabbit. He won't climb a tree because he's scared of heights. A beach picnic is a nice idea, but I hate getting sand in my food. We were scared to go surfing when we saw the sharks. Farmers shouldn't cut down rainforests to grow more coffee. The children are looking forward to going zip-lining above the trees in the park. The best way to save on food miles is to eat things that grow in the local area. We order things from a company that uses packaging made from recycled materials. We can clean glass jars and reuse them to keep things in. Helen puts her lunch in a plastic container to take to work. All the vegetables in the shop were covered with plastic. Cars are banned from some streets in the city center so you can walk safely there. Air pollution is a serious problem in most cities. We should all recycle paper, glass, and metal. A beautiful butterfly flew onto one of the flowers in the garden. Dolphins are very clever and they communicate with each other using sounds. Whales are the biggest mammals on the planet. Katie put cream on her skin to stop insects from biting her in the forest. At the zoo, we saw crocodiles, snakes, and other reptiles. The valley was full of red and yellow wildflowers. The farmer was planting seeds in his field to grow tomatoes. Jack filled the bird feeder with seeds and nuts. Maria grows small plants in a window box outside her bedroom window. I don't have a garden, but I have some house plants growing in my flat. You can't drive cars in the national park to protect the wild animals and plants. There are interesting wildlife documentaries on this TV channel every evening. The size of the polar bear amazed us when we saw it close to us in the zoo. I already knew the story from the book, so the film bored me. Don't excite the dog too much as you are leaving, because he'll want to go with you. The strange noises frightened me and I couldn't sleep. The climb up the hill tired us, so we stopped for a long rest at the top. Gorillas are large, strong animals which don't eat meat. There was a huge tree in our garden and we cut it down to have more light. When the temperature falls below 0 degrees Celsius, water turns into ice. Please summarize your main ideas at the end of the essay. We made a class questionnaire to see what most people do to help the environment. Glass jars are reusable because you can clean them and keep other things in them. It's a shame to see so much food waste when many people are hungry. Henry has a large portion of salad with his lunch. Cars and trucks are a major cause of air pollution all over the world. In your introduction, you should explain the topic you are writing about. We always turn off the water and electricity at home before we go on holiday. Remember to turn off the tap after you wash your hands. In your conclusion, write what you think should happen next. Maria used up all the milk, so we won't have any for breakfast tomorrow. We went hiking in the Grand Canyon National Park. The hikers stopped for a break when they got to the top of the hill. In some villages, people still use donkeys and mules as a form of transport. We went trekking for a week in the French countryside. Whitewater rafting on the Alpheus River in Greece is so exciting. Chris goes hiking in the mountains around Athens at weekends. The fruit is in the bottom of the fridge. He trekked through the jungle for days. Archaeologists found the remains of the first inhabited part of the island next to the sea. The island economy depends on income from tourism. Our holiday accommodation was a horrible room without a bathroom, so we weren't happy. The small group of eco-huts were built with locally sourced recycled materials. When the rain got too heavy, the boys packed up their tents and went to stay in a youth hostel for the rest of the week. They stayed in a log cabin in the mountains for the weekend. We usually spend a few weeks in summer at our holiday home in Cornwall. They put up their tent as soon as they found a suitable campsite. They drank from the pristine waters of the mountain spring. Would you like to spend a holiday on a tropical island? In the cloud forest in Costa Rica, we couldn't see the other end of the bridge owing to the fog. I had never seen an elephant for real, so it was an amazing sight to see one at the nature reserve. Many large European cities are cosmopolitan places with people from all over the world. We left the city and headed into the countryside to see the archaeological site. You can't check in at the hotel before midday. I found a cheap room at a budget hotel near the station. They took a taxi to downtown Boston. We put up our tents and began to explore the island. We've got loads of time before the boat comes. Let's go to the cafe. Her clothes are always trendy. Local people and tourists can enjoy tapas at the cafes in the town plaza. The architect designed a beautiful modern home for us. This sofa is reasonably priced at €300. The stalls were full of fresh fruit and vegetables for people to buy. The story of Mowgli is about a child who was lost in the jungle in India and was raised by animals. Solar power is a sustainable form of energy as compared to fossil fuels, which are running out. Environmentally friendly material, made from recycled clothes, is now used by some clothing companies. You can swim here in the sea and look at the beautiful coral reef. After the heavy rain, our garden was like a swamp. The dry forests of Madagascar are home to many rare species of animals, such as lemurs. The tour guide on our safari warned us not to feed the animals. If you climb up to the observation platform, you will get an amazing view of the rainforest canopy. The climbers used ropes to pull themselves up the steep cliff. The boat disappeared in the distance across the misty lake. A light haze covered the sea in the morning. The streets were decorated with brightly colored lights. Nora captured a shot of a toucan as it flew into its nest with a lizard in its mouth. I recorded the sound of a tiny hummingbird as it flew above a flower. The air was filled with the scent of orchids. The jungle was filled with terrifyingly loud sounds. Athens is a go-to destination for visitors to Greece. This book consists of 10 chapters and 20 illustrations. Look how many olives are growing on that branch. After the rain, the grass was covered with droplets of water. There's a wide variety of plants and trees in the rainforest. Mia took us to a fancy restaurant on her birthday. Water pollution in the lake is very bad for the wildlife, so the plants and animals are dying. Eating too much junk food can harm your health and make you overweight. The sustainability of wind turbines as a source of energy is uncertain. If you don't like beach holidays, you could take a city break in Amsterdam. We went on a school excursion to London for 2 days. We drove through several mountain villages on our road trip. Our hotel breakfast was delivered by room service. Majorca is a very popular resort for young people. The travel agent offered us tickets for a cruise on the River Seine. You can go on a day trip on a boat to some of the islands near the coast. The cost of our package tour included the coach trips, hotel room, and meals. She made her hotel booking online a few months before the trip. I asked the receptionist if I could have breakfast in my hotel room. The restaurant is so popular that you can't get in without making a reservation. The tour guide on the day trip answered all our queries about Delphi. She called the restaurant and placed an order for a takeaway. I hope you enjoy your stay in our town. Those seats are reserved for visitors. It's considered polite to tip taxi drivers in New York. When I got to my hotel room, I unpacked my suitcase and put on my swimsuit ready for the beach. As I was unfamiliar with the language, it was helpful to have a tour guide in Moscow. The currency used in Australia is the Australian dollar. The receptionist listened patiently to our comments about the room. The weather turned cold as the wind blew from the north. Have you tried a ride on the big wheel at the amusement park? It's so exciting. The shiny green beetle flew down and landed on a flower. The first meal I had in Madrid was a huge plate of delicious paella. If we can find a good last-minute hotel deal, we'll take a short city break. We ate lunch on the plane to Spain, so we just had some tapas in the evening. Were you impressed when you saw Buckingham Palace on your tour of London? He was amazed to see his old friend sitting next to him on the plane. The teacher wasn't the slightest bit amused when his students played a trick on him. I got annoyed at the neighbor's car alarm, which kept me awake all night. She felt anxious before her driving test. Tommy was delighted with his presence. Modern appliances are convenient and make life much easier. The children had great fun riding down the zip line in the adventure park. Her parents are concerned because she is not doing well at school. After living in Morocco for years, he got fed up with the hot weather and moved back to the UK. The atmosphere was hot and humid. We didn't reach the top of the mountain because we ran out of time before dark. It's very hot today, so I'll turn on the air conditioning. Making eye contact is important for communication. In the summer, the islands fill with holiday makers. The ferry leaves at 8:15, so I've ordered a wake-up call for 6:45. You won't get lost if you get a sat-nav for your car. This is a useful guidebook for anyone traveling to Crete. It has loads of information about the sites. Students are not permitted to leave the room during the exam. Our teacher gave us permission to leave the room when we finished our test. Surprisingly, the hotel was much better than the reviews we had read. They went backpacking around Wales and stayed at youth hostels. The guide gave us some helpful advice about where to eat out in the city. The road was clearly shown on the map, so we found our way back with ease. Please use your common sense and don't go climbing in a storm. Can you translate this letter into Spanish? The book contains English translations of Italian poetry. The sandstorm prevented them from going any further across the Sahara Desert. The train departs at 9 and arrives in London 2 hours later. All the flight departures from Zurich were late because of bad weather. The passengers waited for 3 hours to board the plane that arrived late. I printed out our boarding passes from the internet so that we didn't waste time at the airport. The Ariana Museum in Geneva is a beautiful example of 19th century architecture. They went climbing in the rocky highlands of the Andes in Bolivia. The Scottish Highlands are a famous mountainous area which attracts many climbers from around the world. He knows every mountain path in this region. It's a bumpy road because the surface is full of holes. It was a smooth flight all the way to Vienna, but the landing was a bit scary due to the snowstorm. Can you drop me off at the station? The tourists get around the island on scooters. The actor rushed to his car to get away from the fans at the airport. They got on the plane last. We put up the tent and got inside. Her parents saw her off at the station when she left for Amsterdam. Let's set off early so we don't get stuck in traffic. They were lucky to escape from the avalanche alive. As they sailed away, many of the ship's passengers waved to the people standing at the harbor. Please help me assemble this cupboard as the instructions don't make sense. Although she doesn't see her grandparents often, they make regular phone calls to catch up. Hot roasted corn is my favorite street food. I sat under the beach umbrella to avoid the heat of the sun. Sri Lanka is known for its tea plantations. The campers put up their tents quickly, and then cooked their food on a barbecue. The trail led to the lake. How are you getting on at your new school? Take your muddy boots off before you come into the house. They're filthy. Most companies now refer to second-class seats as tourist class. The whole holiday was a non-stop party. The picturesque islands in the Mediterranean are great places to take photos. They went on a once-in-a-lifetime cruise in the Caribbean. The view from our room was breathtaking. The idyllic beach was the perfect place to relax. The scenery around the red rocks of Utah is utterly breathtaking. I've never been abroad, but I'd like to travel to other countries when I can afford it. If you think there's no nightlife on the island, you're in for a surprise. The Louvre Museum is well worth a visit. The awesome scenery around Lake Karatsa is not to be missed. The new bridge was officially opened in 2004. The resort was a letdown. In fact, it was terrible. Maria got really scared on the roller coaster because she hates going on such fast rides. You need a catchy tune for the advert so people will remember it. Some of the cafes in the center are overpriced and you'll pay a lot for a soft drink. I thought the film would be funny, but it didn't live up to my expectations. It was silly. A group of kayakers passed our boat on the river. In Formula 1 racing, the drivers wear helmets to protect their heads. She paddled her kayak across the lake against the current. Tom's raft got out of control when he dropped his paddle in the river. He fell into the river when he tried to go down the rapids in his kayak. We tied the kayaks onto the top of the car with long straps. The lively young goats ran across the field after their mother. He never looked after his health and, at the age of 50, he died of a fatal illness. We carried our kayaks down past the headwaters until the river was wide enough to paddle on. He made the classic mistake of putting up his tent in the sun. It got too hot too early. We stepped carefully onto the glacier as the ice was dangerous. They had to portage their boats for a few meters between the canal and the river. Grandma walks 5 miles every day, so she's as fit as a fiddle. Kate set herself a goal of learning Chinese in 2 years so she could go to China. The internet is the most popular way of social networking between people with common interests. My great-grandma was born in 1918, so she became a centenarian in 2018. His great-grandfather is an elderly man but he still lives alone. My mum was well into her 20s when she met my dad. In the West, women have a longer life expectancy than men. Anais couldn't afford a flat near the university, so she had to rent one elsewhere. Unlike Anna, Ben doesn't play any musical instruments. Drinking coffee in moderation won't do you any harm. Money makes the world go round is an old saying. One factor in the collapse of the Minoan civilization is thought to have been a tsunami. When I went to Milan, I learned a lot about Italian art and culture. It rained heavily throughout the day. Life is worth living when you are healthy and happy. The Scandinavian peninsula is the largest in Europe. His purpose in doing the course is to get a good job in teaching. The younger generation don't seem to be interested in the country's history. The sun could provide us with a lot more energy. Our country depends on income from agriculture and tourism. Fried squash is a delicious dish. There was no rain, so the crops in the field died. The research team was made up of students from the biology course. She has a well-balanced diet with plenty of fish, chicken, fruit, and vegetables. Nuts and green vegetables, as well as dairy products, are a good source of calcium. Doing exercise like walking and weightlifting can strengthen your bones. Eating well and exercising contribute to a long life. Many diseases which were deadly in the past can now be cured. The small fishing village lies on the south coast of the island. I prefer eating small tasty homegrown strawberries to the huge tasteless ones from the supermarket. The meal included a salad of leafy green vegetables. The chef's favorite herb is oregano and he uses it in many dishes. Many paintings are kept in dark rooms to prevent the colors from being destroyed. Everyday staples, such as bread, are an important part of European diets. Even half an hour of daily exercise will go a long way to keep you in shape. Studying for so many hours is mentally exhausting. If you take up a sport, you will feel better physically. Oxygen is an element in the air that is essential for our survival. What will humans do when the Earth's resources run out? People can achieve fitness if they exercise and eat the right food. Nick had a heart operation and he stayed in hospital for 2 weeks. Grandpa has recovered from his bad cold and now he feels as fit as a fiddle. She fell off her motorbike, but luckily her injuries weren't serious. Don't worry. The doctor will treat that burn. Apart from a high temperature, she had no other flu symptoms. The doctor gave the patient some medicine. When he broke his leg, he went to hospital as a medical emergency. The judge listened carefully to the arguments before making a decision. After falling off her horse, she had aches and pains for days, but no broken bones. Laura wants to take driving lessons, so she's looking for a good instructor. Yoga poses that involve standing on one leg help develop a good sense of balance. The city air is full of toxins produced by fossil fuels. The police are looking for 2 criminals who have robbed 5 banks in the area. The bank robbers were caught and sent to prison. People in Central Africa have a different lifestyle from those in the south because the weather is much hotter. He was feeling unwell, so he stayed in bed. If you have a headache, try taking a pill. If you've got the flu, you should stay in bed. He lived there for a decade from 2010 to 2020. Is there any more tea in the pot? He signed up for weekly yoga sessions at the gym. I haven't seen George lately. The last time we spoke was a year ago. Ever since he caught a cold, he's been feeling under the weather. I've put on some weight since I stopped jogging every day. The man is over 100 kilograms. He's overweight. I want to stop biting my nails, but I can't break this bad habit. Let's run another kilometer and burn some more calories. An apple has fewer calories than a bar of chocolate. The average amount of calories a man should consume is 2,500 a day. Nowadays, we can keep in touch with family all over the world on our computers. People working in huge factories or stores with no windows often suffer from sick building syndrome due to lack of fresh air. I've had an annoying cough all day, but no other cold symptoms. He was studying for hours until his tiredness prevented him from doing any more. She's just washed her hair, so it's still a bit damp. The lake is too polluted to swim in. The article was written to raise people's awareness about the dangers of sharing personal information online. The quality of homegrown vegetables is much better than the ones from the supermarket. The lighting in the shopping center was very bright. Mr. Davies has been in poor health for years. There are many benefits to healthy living, longevity being one of them. Chips are a lot less healthy in comparison to baked potatoes. Most of my friends hate garlic, whereas I really like the taste of it. Erica enjoys water sports and hiking. In contrast, her sister prefers indoor sports. Eating out can be enjoyable sometimes. On the other hand, home-cooked food is usually cheaper and healthier. The sound of children's laughter came from the playground. The children skipped along the street on their way home from school. Every spring, she sneezes because she is allergic to flowers. He took out a tissue and wiped the tears from his face. Because of climate change, sea levels are rising. He recovered fairly quickly from his illness. The Football World Cup is a major championship that all countries want to win. If you travel to certain countries, you should take pills so you don't get malaria. She got bitten by mosquitoes while she was sleeping in the tent. If you consume plenty of vegetables, your health will improve. He has terrible tooth decay because he eats sweets and doesn't brush his teeth. In the lesson today we will focus on color in nature, said the biology teacher. Andy lifts weights twice a week at the gym and he has become very strong. Anna had the flu last week. Fortunately, she's on the mend now. His heart operation gave him a new lease of life. The lost climbers were on their last legs by the time the rescue team found them. She's been studying so much that she needs to take some time out to rest. I'm tired. I'll take a break to recharge my batteries. Have you regained your health after the illness you had last year? The explorers walked through the jungle all day and were exhausted by the evening. She wrote a light-hearted email to her friend with all her good news. He asked for a realistic salary that was appropriate for an employee with his qualifications. If you buy takeaway coffee every day, it will soon add up. You should start exercising. Otherwise, your health will suffer. His first book was published in 1998. We arrived at the airport in time to hear the announcement that our flight was cancelled. Hot tea with lemon and honey is my mum's remedy for a cold. Wash your hands before you eat or you might get ill. Prevention is better than cure. If you wear a color you like, it could increase your confidence at the interview. The football players warmed up before the match started. Organic food is good for you because it doesn't have dangerous chemicals in it. If you don't speak the language at all, it will be a limiting factor when you move to Germany. Jerry needed a few weeks to get back on track at work after his heart operation. Young people can quickly master new computer games. I'm gradually getting used to my new school. Metals expand when they are heated. You will face all kinds of setbacks when you try to start a business. He was given a medal to acknowledge his bravery. The project will be more manageable if we share the work as a team. I rewarded myself with a relaxing bath after the long tiring walk. She successfully sailed the boat back into the harbor. Ben wants to succeed in his university exams. My friend sent me an email, but I haven't responded to her yet. The repetition of the same lyrics again and again in this song makes it a bit annoying. He limited himself to 2 small meals a day while he was on a diet. The new law only applies to students over the age of 16. The next stage in communications is handheld tablets that have a phone, a camera, and internet connection. What style of trousers do you prefer? You can wear casual clothes because it isn't a formal party. We have an interesting class debate about whether it is ethical for humans to eat meat. I need a pair of comfortable hard-wearing winter boots. Trainers are the most practical form of shoes for everyday wear. Climbers and cyclists should wear protective helmets. Jane often buys new clothes because she likes to be fashionable. I hope our friendship lasts forever. Workers in many countries are not paid fairly. The remains of animals were dug up at the site. I've bought some blue paint so that I can decorate my bedroom. Gary had a small tattoo of a dragon on his arm. Early humans made arrows out of wood and stone which they used to hunt with. He hurt his shoulder playing basketball, so he has to rest his arm for a week or 2. She hit her leg and now it's very painful. He did extensive research to check the facts before writing his article. Pollution is a global issue. Several Neolithic tools made of stone were found in the cave. The mummy found in the pyramid is thought to have been an Egyptian prince. Leggings are comfortable to wear when you are at the gym. Vegans don't wear shoes made from animal skins. Many believe it is unethical to kill animals just to make fur coats. The detective analyzed the findings of the murder investigation. The scientist needed a sample of the animal's skin to tell its age. The remains of the dead elephant had begun to decompose over time. European traders used the Silk Road to import goods and materials from Asia. The documentary gave me some insight into the reasons for the war. Dogs and cats became domesticated animals thousands of years ago. She thinks she might be a descendant of Queen Cleopatra. In the past, there were many wild wolves in the forests of Europe. I deliberately bought him a red scarf because I know it's his favorite color. They admired the Swiss alpine scenery from the window of the plane. He captured a photo of a group of roe deer in the mist on Mount Olympus. He was injected with a strong painkiller. If you throw the fruit and vegetable skins into the garden bin, they will break down over time to make new soil. King Henry VII's death in 1509 was due to tuberculosis. The heel of her shoe broke off, so she had it mended. Many homes in the Highlands are made of wood due to the availability of trees for building material. Tracy wore a new outfit to the wedding. The checked pattern on the Scottish blanket was green and red. Grandma wore a floral dress for the summer garden party. The journalist was wearing an eye-catching spotted tie. The clown wore stripy red and blue trousers. I went window shopping with my friends to dream about what clothes we'd buy if we had the money. Before she redecorated the bedroom, she carefully moved all the furniture and covered it with an old sheet. The dress was torn, so I took it back and got a refund. When you buy something, keep your receipt in case you want to return it. Although it's a second-hand coat, it looks completely unworn. I waited ages for the delivery because the books I ordered online weren't in stock. That hat really suits Olga. Our head teacher is very businesslike and responds quickly to queries from parents. There were lots of bargains in the sales as everything was half price. Parker's is having a closing down sale next month. You might find a cheap camera. Anita is working on the designs for her new fashion show. She goes to an exclusive girls' school. The farmer wore boots made of rubber to work in the muddy fields. The painting was done on canvas. All of the products in the village shop come from farms in the area. The company owner makes billions from international sales. Tracy often wears her casual denim jacket. Her top is made of thin nylon. His shirt is a mixture of 20% cotton and 80% polyester. Clothes that are made with natural fibers tend to be cooler. Grandma bought some wool and made me a jumper for winter. Synthetic materials like polyester are hot to wear in summer. We couldn't find a t-shirt in my size as they had all sold out. Dad went to the barber for a haircut. She had her hair neatly cut and styled for her job interview. Your style is so imaginative that you could become a top fashion designer. She shortened her trousers because they were too long. I learned to knit my own jumpers from an early age by watching and copying my grandma. The students were told off for not wearing their school uniforms. Jane dyed her hair a lovely red color. Stephanie knows a lot about diamonds because she's a jeweler. Can you fix the broken bookshelf yourself or do you need my help? Mum is experienced at sewing and she made me a new skirt on her machine. The models looked very uncomfortable wearing tight shoes that were hard to walk in. Carlos took his trousers to a tailor to have them shortened. The class organized a fashion show to raise money for animal welfare. The actor employed a personal stylist who would choose his outfits. I was fascinated to hear how she became a fashion designer. Journalism is an interesting profession for those who enjoy writing about what's been happening. She sent her CV to multiple clothing companies, but she hasn't been given a job yet. We'll get the project done faster if we divide the work between us. The textile industry produces beautiful cloth and material. Do you know the names of many former prime ministers of France? The director asked the actors to replay the scene. The combination of colors and natural fabrics makes this outfit very attractive. She combined her love of music and performing when she joined an orchestra. It seemed appropriate to wear a formal suit to the awards ceremony. Fiona's in a good mood today. Under no circumstances should you wear gray. She likes wearing clothing from the 60s, which she gets at the vintage market. I am so bored with this town. Life here is so dull. High heels are impractical as you can hardly walk in them. Can I pay by credit card? You can usually find an inexpensive hotel room during the quiet season. Do up your coat as it's cold outside. He took up his jeans so they weren't so long. The designer mixed up traditional fabrics with modern styles to create an impressive new winter collection. This red bag will go well with your black jacket. I overslept, so I threw on the first clothes I found and ran out to catch a taxi. It's below zero outside, so wrap up well before you go out. He took in his trousers as they were too big. Let's dress up in our new outfits and go out. Her jeans are so tight that she can't take them off now. Fold your t-shirts and put them in that cupboard. Mum stitched a new set of buttons onto my shirt. This jacket fastens with 3 buttons. The zip broke on his jeans, so now he can't do them up. I love this shirt, but there's a button missing and it doesn't fasten right. In general, she prefers to dress casually in sporty clothes unless it's a special occasion. Tie up your shoelaces properly so that you don't trip over them. The women wore brightly colored saris at the Indian wedding. Essentially, the most expensive clothes and shoes are not necessarily the best quality. Helen lost a lot of hair after her medical treatment, so she wears a hairpiece. Fur clothing has been excluded from this year's fashion event. There were a few problems, but overall the fashion show was a success. The audience clapped for so long after the play that their hands got tired. When she finished her speech, everyone cheered enthusiastically. She doesn't go to a gym, but keeps in shape with a workout DVD in the comfort of her own home. Dad tried out the vintage motorbike before deciding whether to buy it or not. In the mountain village, local weavers sell their handmade rugs and clothes in the market. Her dress was made from silk ikat in Uzbekistan. Local artisans gather at the monthly craft fair to sell their products. If you cut the bark of a pine tree, a sticky liquid called resin will drip out. In the past, books were often bound with a leather cover. The fabric was dyed in natural colors by using pigments from plants. I need some thread to sew these buttons on. The burglar tied up the family and then stole all their things. At the luxury hotel in Tokyo, visitors are greeted by women wearing traditional kimonos. When the strange figure vanished into the mist, I wondered if I'd just imagined it. Olga was raised on a farm where her family raised chickens. Julia makes a living as a teacher. I enjoy painting rather than studying academic subjects like history. Being a working mother is exhausting because you have to go to work as well as look after your family and home. It is very rewarding for teachers when their students pass their exams. Her new job is very stressful. A well-paid job is essential for somebody who needs to support a family. My hair is a mess. I'm going to the hairdresser to have it cut. He is interested in sea creatures and wants to be a marine biologist when he grows up. Tom received the results of his blood tests from the microbiologist. Conservationists are worried about the long-term effects of putting up wind turbines all over the mountains. Basically, parents are a child's first educators who teach them their first life skills. Mark Zuckerberg is the successful entrepreneur who started Facebook. Stephen Hawking, well known for his theories about space, was one of the greatest thinkers of our times. In many places, people bathe in hot springs for their health. I'm sure she'll get used to her new job quickly as she's very adaptable. The Americans built the first space shuttle in the 1970s. The cells in our body are microscopic, so you can't see them just using your eyes. In the past, jeans were worn by workers, but then they crossed over into everyday fashion. These robots have been developed in labs in Japan. A good manager needs to have great leadership skills. Helen's swimming coach was her mentor, who encouraged her to succeed. If you have a university degree, you should be able to find a good job. Olivia stopped at the petrol station because her petrol tank was nearly empty. Human curiosity about living things has led to many discoveries. Star Wars was one of my favorite science fiction films. The wreck of the Victory was discovered in 2008. The Sherlock Holmes stories are full of intrigue and twists in the plots. I enjoy playing the guitar, but I don't think it's worth trying to make a career as a musician. He stood in the bookshop, flipping through the pages of the books as he tried to decide which one to buy. I called the helpline to fix my internet connection, but their advice just confused me even more. She was made redundant when the factory closed. He has a permanent job at the post office and I don't think he will ever leave. This bad weather is temporary, so Grandma will soon be able to go out again. Ronald is a self-employed photographer who makes a living from photographing special events. She's still at college, so she only has a part-time job in a shop. Peter left his badly paid job and got a new one. Farming is hard, manual work which needs a lot of energy. The furniture was made by skilled craftsmen and is very good. Our plane made an emergency landing at another airport when the air traffic controller warned the pilot of dangerous weather conditions at our destination. Beekeepers have to wear protective clothing so they don't get stung while working. She's a nurse and is doing the night shift this week. He's looking for a partner to invest in his business and provide him with the money he needs to start it up. This app allows me to check my bank balance via my smartphone so I don't spend too much. The company produces laptops which cost about £300 and then sells them at £1,000, making a profit of about £700 on each one. The position of chef at the local restaurant is being advertised in this magazine. His salary is paid into his bank account once a month. At most stages of car production lines, humans have been replaced by robots. If we follow our business plan, we should start to make a profit after our first year. Vanessa found a full-time job, working 9 to 5, at a travel agency. Photography is fun, but it's a hard way to earn a living. The shop's online customers complained about waiting so long for their deliveries. He turned his spare room into an office. She gets hours of pleasure from painting landscapes. Their new business plan turned out to be a success. I always pay the phone bill Omicron and time. Despite his lack of experience, his enthusiasm helped him fit in with the rest of the team. Our family income is just enough to pay our monthly bills. There has been a news report on the ridiculously high bonuses that were given to bank bosses during difficult times. I'll ask the boss if I can do some overtime this week to get some extra pay. I apologize for shouting at you yesterday. Jack denied that he had stolen the money, but the police didn't believe him. It was embarrassing when Dad insisted on driving me to university. Rebecca has been promoted from assistant editor to chief editor. The shop made him a job offer, but he didn't accept it as the salary was too low. Sharon lost her temper and shouted angrily at Jack when he broke her new phone. He was always late for work, so he got the sack. She used to be a teacher but got a promotion and is now the principal. The company hasn't taken on any new employees this year. The hotel staff were very friendly. Mary rejected the offer because she was happy with the job she had. The restaurant is under new management, so we have a new menu. He works in the retail industry as a shop manager. The supermarket closed and now we are all out of work. Congratulations. You have won first prize. Stop using your credit card because you are already in debt and owe money to the bank. There is a growing market for goods made under fair working conditions. When the property market crashed, their home was worth only half what they paid for it. There are 3 candidates for this job, and they all have years of experience. She asked the sales assistant to show her the range of makeup available. The photos weren't up to standard, so they didn't appear in the magazine. She runs a successful business and treats her employees fairly. Do you think these clothes are appropriate for my job interview? All the materials the company uses to make clothes are sourced locally. They are one of the biggest computer suppliers in the area. Sarah is self-employed, so her work schedule is quite flexible. The factory workers were under so much pressure to keep their jobs that the atmosphere was very stressful. The university facilities include a library and a sports club. The manager called a meeting to outline the company's plans for development. Thousands of people were employed at the car factory until it closed. Our teacher made the observation that our computer studies projects were very good. Each IT employee can log on to the office network from their workstation. This silent washing machine is a great improvement over older models. Her supervisor was annoyed when she was late for work. After spilling coffee on the floor, he cleaned it up with a mop. The children put some extra things they wanted into the shopping trolley, so their mum wasn't happy when she found out. The restaurant kitchen was shockingly dirty. I ate some fruit earlier, but I haven't had time to have a proper meal today. Some of the children screamed when the earthquake struck. It gave us great satisfaction to complete the trek without any problems. My father was a respected lawyer before he retired. Having a huge number of followers on social media gives people an exaggerated sense of self-importance. I spotted a frog in my back garden last night. The holiday offer was a fake, so they lost their money and had nowhere to go. The Oscar award ceremony was attended by hundreds of Hollywood celebrities. It's also important to listen to the views of people outside your comfortable echo chambers, where everyone agrees with you. Eating potatoes almost every day is the norm in parts of Britain. He felt that he didn't get the job because the manager was biased against employing foreign workers. Many newspapers present only a one-sided view of political issues, so we seldom get the full picture. This article is inaccurate. It says John Lennon was killed in 1970, but he was actually killed in 1980. His primary goal is to get a university degree in law. Working as a volunteer at a summer camp helped broaden her work experience. You could ask the boss for a higher salary. Alternatively, you could start looking for a better job elsewhere. The statue of Zeus at Olympia was one of the 7 wonders of the world. The bionic dog could walk and bark just like a real one. The bird's nest was so far away that I had to use a telescope to see it. Earth is the only inhabited planet in our solar system. If a huge asteroid hits Earth, it will cause massive destruction. The balloon floated in the air and then the wind blew it away. We looked at the comet through the telescope. He cleaned the dust off the furniture with a cloth. The smell of poisonous gas rose from the volcano crater. The moon is a natural satellite in orbit around the Earth. If you don't study harder, you'll end up resetting your exams. Earth is just a small planet in an enormous universe. With powerful telescopes, scientists can now observe other galaxies in space. Janet is great at maths and physics, so she's studying engineering at university. The construction of the Parthenon was organized by Pericles. Because she had some trouble with her computer, she had to reinstall all the software. Telescopes were invented in the 17th century. I think technological innovations will make life easier in the future. Raising baby pandas in a zoo is an incredible achievement because it is very hard to do. The rules of this game are so complicated. I can't understand them. We observed the movements of the cat as it climbed the tree. The space probe needed a sun shield as it had to orbit Mercury. Quantum theory is one of the pillars of modern physics. Humans are the most destructive animals in all creation. I wonder if there is any life on exoplanets in other solar systems. She searched for information about her ancestors on the internet. I've been watching the sky for hours, but I haven't seen the asteroid so far. Your weight confirms that you have eaten too much during the holidays. I think you have a good chance of getting the job, but don't hold your breath as there are so many applicants. The snow on the mountains was a wonderful sight. The nearest galaxy to ours is over 2 million light-years away. Does life exist on Mars? There are so many components in this smartphone that I have no idea how it works. In the past, the only source of heat was fire. The teacher asked us to solve the maths exercises without using a calculator. I must find the charger cable for my smartphone. The battery is very low. It's a good idea to back up files every day on an external hard drive in case anything goes wrong with your laptop. Please use your headphones to listen to music late at night. The security guard watched the monitors to see who was entering the building. This device is used to back up the data on your computer. He stopped the car, but the engine was still running. Ken was flying his remote-controlled plane in the park. This touch-screen phone doesn't have any buttons. He almost crashed his drone into the sea after taking a video of the kayak. The school's wireless connection was a bit slow, so we had to wait for the information to upload. When you're away, you can control your home's central heating, using smart technology. If I can connect to the internet, I'll send you some photos. I sometimes listen to podcasts from British radio stations to hear different English accents. He never posts personal details on social networking sites. The reporter recorded the interview on camera. Always update your virus protection so your computer is safe. Gina uploaded her essay for her teacher to correct online. I want to sleep now. Please switch off the lights. Jake rested his head on the pillow and went to sleep. According to the activity tracker, we've cycled 30 kilometers today. Dad's always telling me to turn my music down, but I like it loud. Don't turn the volume up so loud, we won't be able to hear ourselves talking. The latest forecast warns of heavy rain and stormy weather. The plane couldn't take off because of the storm over the airport. I'm looking forward to seeing my relatives from Canada. Our house is really cold because the central heating isn't switched on. Sarah spent 5 years at university to become a qualified architect. The storm caused power cuts throughout the city and the streets were in darkness. She worked out the total accurately by using a calculator. After an earthquake, dogs are often used to find people in buildings that have fallen down. An astronaut's spacesuit is made of strong but light material. The plane landed safely at the airport despite the storm. The aircraft that took us to London was an Airbus. Oil and water are both liquids. The satellite took some wonderful images of the Earth from space. My phone doesn't have enough memory to download any more apps. Smartwatches are basically wearable computers. The first thing she does every morning is to switch on the coffee maker for breakfast. Don't wash the cups and plates by hand. Just put them into the dishwasher. A camera is a feature on most smartphones nowadays. She receives a notification on her phone every time a text message arrives. Our hotel room had its own security alarm. The car was running out of petrol, so we stopped at a service station. The city buses have diesel engines. There aren't many charging points for electric cars in our town. Whether wind farms really help the environment depends on the production process and where they are installed. The invention of the plane meant people could travel easily to foreign countries. It feels like you're in another world when you wear this VR headset to play a video game. I couldn't believe it when I first saw a driverless bus going around the town. The doorbell rang while I was in the shower. We got the morning bullet train to Tokyo, which was fast but really expensive. The air was filled with the lovely smell of orange blossom. The small shops in the town center compete for business. She wants to win, so she's a very competitive cyclist. There was a loud explosion at the power station and a fire broke out. Petrol is a highly explosive liquid. So don't use devices like mobile phones near it. The cherry blossoms are one of Japan's greatest attractions. His grandparents were quite poor, but they were also inventive and found ways to make their own clothes and furniture. He was inspired by Albert Einstein's work and he decided to become a physicist. Computers first caught his attention in primary school. I think your idea is good, but I have an alternative solution that's better. Luckily, I had backed up my work before my computer crashed. You can log into this website with a password. You can plug your smartphone into the PC. Mum set up my new laptop for me so I can use it now. Let's switch the TV on and watch the news. Remember to back up all your work in case there's a power cut that makes the computer shut down. He can get access to his bank account online because he has internet banking. Debbie has a large network of contacts on social media. Liam is a technician in the company's IT department. Plug this appliance into the power supply in the wall over there. There are few written records of the history of this period. Hungarian inventor Maria Telkes created the first completely solar-powered house. Hypatia was the first female astronomer and her study of maths and astronomy became well known in ancient Greece. She's got a degree in maths. Moreover, she's studying for a master's in astrophysics. The nurse observed an improvement in the patient's condition. His depression is due to too much work and lack of sleep. Sharks don't attack humans often. Nevertheless, many people think shark attacks happen every day. Research is being carried out into sleep patterns. Advances in medical science mean that many diseases which were deadly in the past can be cured today. There were no rooms available at the hotel. There was an exhibition of El Greco paintings in the museum. Regarding space travel for the general public, I think it will be too expensive for most people. Our teacher writes different comments on each individual student's homework. This magazine has an informative article on space travel. Anna is taking an active part in the fair and this afternoon she's demonstrating her new invention. Are your parents satisfied with your exam results? You only need a lightweight jacket in the summer. For online lessons, we use an app that was easy to install and is so user-friendly. The program has a search function. To my mind, space travel for everyone is the most exciting idea of this century. The robotics fair made a very good impression as it was so well organized. The company's IT department takes care of any problems with the server. You can find information on almost everything you want on the World Wide Web. Just check the source is reliable. They can send you the information via email. We need 2 video game consoles to play against each other on PlayStation. You can download the book in electronic form. Satellites provide signals for worldwide telecommunications. A disease can be transmitted through the air, for example when people sneeze. Our internet connection is faster now that we have fiber optic cables in the neighborhood. This motorbike has a top speed of 220 kilometers per hour. She's always worked hard and now she's really going places in the business world. Their home and all of their possessions were destroyed in the fire. Millie became an award-winning author of children's books. My grandma gave me a lovely pendant on a silver chain. Sally learned to do programming on her IT course. Program, V, programmer, N. Dimitris paid for his university education with a student grant. There were plenty of forward-thinking young students on the robotics course. Although Grandpa is 62, he says he still feels like a 16-year-old youngster. Our class is taking part in the science fair. I'd rather see a real comedy than watch people arguing about politics on the news. What time will the meeting take place? Only 10 contestants in this competition will continue to the next round. She built her own website by writing lines of computer code. I never saw the people that lived in the house, but I often heard strange noises from within. Tony's main aim is to find a better paid job. My brother is so artistic and has musical talent, but my strengths are in STEM subjects and I want to do space research. People who design VR games show a lot of creativity. His ambition has made him a leading businessman. He replaced the main components inside the computer, including the circuit board. An Oscar is considered the highest award for an actor. The school prize-giving ceremony took place on Friday. Her field is archaeology and at the moment she is doing research in Greece. The stickers the teacher gave out motivated the young pupils to try for better marks. There was an observation workshop at the exhibition where people could learn to use telescopes better. The headquarters of NASA is located in Washington. What does your dad's job involve? The fortunate patient had a successful operation. What was your motivation for becoming an actor? He lost his entire savings in the business deal and now has nothing. She wore a lot of gold jewelry to show she was rich. I want to be an actor and hope to achieve my dream one day. Thank you for letting me use your computer. I'm very grateful. He's always had a passion for football. Dawn is ambitious and she wants to be the manager of this company. The idea of the party excited the children so much they couldn't sleep. The film is about how the lives of ordinary people were changed suddenly. His normal daily routine involves getting up early for swimming practice before work. His failure to get into music school was a great disappointment. If you are bored, you need a challenge like learning a new language. The organization stresses the need to educate girls and boys equally in all countries. Graduating from university gave her a feeling of self-belief. Patrick is determined to become a doctor. How can you concentrate on your homework if you're watching TV? If you want to learn another language, you will have to make an effort and study regularly. Our physics teacher has a good knowledge of space research and can answer all our questions. Spain has a big tourist industry. His father has a physical disability and cannot walk. He sent a CV to the police force hoping to get an interview. She made an application for a job at the factory. Susie is determined to follow her heart and become a musician. The tour leader at CERN told us some interesting facts about the research they do there. Ensure that you follow a healthy lifestyle so that you live a long life. They went on a 15-kilometer trek around the mountain paths. His goal is to win the competition one day. This is the most up-to-date information on the subject. The company has a high security fence around its headquarters. The accident caused a traffic jam on the road and it took hours to get to work. The students sat in the lecture hall, waiting for their teacher to begin the presentation. The class held a debate on whether space research is worth the cost it involves. When she grows up, she aims to become a professional singer. Helena didn't give up and in the end she was able to walk again after her terrible accident. Elephants show more intelligence than many animals and they always remember where to find water. Our course involved several teamwork activities where we helped each other find solutions. We'll get the work done more quickly if we split the jobs between us. The tutor clearly set out the aims of the course during her presentation. I'm not sure if these targets are achievable. They seem unrealistic. Bright colors can influence our mood and make us feel happy. At my first sewing lesson I made a pair of trousers. Engineers use special techniques to make buildings stronger because there are so many earthquakes in Japan. The inventor's inspiration comes from books on space travel. I'm not sure that's the right thing to do. I have some doubts. The accident was entirely my fault. Her willingness to learn is amazing. He's determined to go on the expedition, so it's a waste of time trying to stop him. The tennis match was cancelled because of the rain. Her monthly salary is paid directly into her bank account. Account holders should provide a contact email address and phone number for security. Her honesty in her job application showed she had nothing to hide. He locked the doors and windows to secure the building. It wouldn't be ethical to steal the company's money. His website was taken over by hackers who discovered the password. Students can take advantage of the sports facilities at the college. He was given a second chance to complete the experiment. Be well prepared and smartly dressed to make a good impression at your interview. Losing weight has made a difference to Carol's life and she now feels much happier. Elvis Presley's music set the world on fire in the
50s.
It changed the music industry. The company has such a bad track record of treating their workers unfairly. Moving to another company now will make or break her career. People wanted her to resign after the scandal but she managed to weather the storm. The runner has set his sights on the gold medal, which is why he is training so hard. The company has a good reputation for making quality goods at reasonable prices. My target is to save enough money for a laptop. Archelon is an organization which was set up to help the conservation of sea turtles in Greece. Bridget has always been a passionate supporter of animal rights. The predictable storyline is one of the film's failings. Teachers use test results as a measure of students' progress. He is a photographer by profession. He didn't deserve to win the talent show. The other performers were much better. I can't see properly without my glasses. The justification for the price rise is the increased cost of production. At the end of your composition, sum up your main ideas. The new router has effectively increased the speed of my internet connection. It took hard work and determination to run the marathon. The location of Atlantis has never been uncovered. In the last paragraph of your essay, you should summarize your main ideas in a few words. You'll have to learn to manage your time better so you can finish your assignments before the deadline. The application form was a bit tricky to fill in as it asked for so many details. Sophia wisely saves up some of her pocket money every month so she has enough to buy things she needs. You can buy second-hand clothes here at cheap prices. His new song was an immediate success, becoming a hit within a week. Living under too much stress can have long-term effects on your health. The colorful descriptions in the travel show tempted her to book an expensive cruise. Children often feel pressure to do what their friends do. Alexia regrets not going to university because she can't find a well-paid job now. Our budget was small so we went on a short camping holiday. Teresa got 56 votes so she's our new class president. The children were playing with the trains on their model railway. The whole family got together for the New Year celebration. Elephants are in danger of becoming extinct. A look of happiness was on the child's face as she opened her birthday present. The power of the sun can be used to create electricity. Anna felt great sadness as she flew home after her wonderful holiday. She uses lavender from the garden to keep the clothes in her wardrobe smelling nice. This scarf is made from pure wool. Living in our quiet village contrasts with life in the center of London. The house has old wooden window frames which need painting. We sat on the balcony and watched the fireworks display in the distance. On our visit to northern Scotland, we stayed awake all night to watch the colorful aurora borealis in the sky. Not eating properly when you are young can have an impact on your health when you get older. This painting reminds me of my grandparents' house. Since tourism has increased on the island, there have been cultural changes in the local lifestyle. The writer came from a poor background, but managed to become successful. Have another good look at your homework before you hand it in. When you mix the primary colors, blue and yellow, you get green. These plants will grow better if they get more sunshine. He wore an eye-catching bright green shirt. I'm not going to the gym today as I don't feel very energetic. She was really enthusiastic about her trip to Peru. I love this painting of bright yellow sunflowers growing in a field. His painting showed the beauty of the countryside. The police put up signs to caution drivers about the floods. Her parents warned her not to walk home alone at night. The pilot waited on board the plane to welcome the passengers. Please don't panic and keep calm, said the flight attendant to the passengers. Red represents anger in some cultures. To be a successful athlete, you must have confidence in your abilities. The news report showed the seriousness of the terrible storm. Wearing dark colors can suggest the idea of sadness. Of course I trust Julie. She's my best friend. My dad always told me not to accept anything from strangers. It had been raining all day, which made him feel blue as he couldn't go out. I felt depressed after the film because it had a sad ending. I am trying to reduce the amount of sugar I eat every day. He ate some fruit to calm the feeling of hunger on his journey. We rarely go to restaurants because they can be expensive. Renata was sad at the loss of her new mobile phone. The doctor advised me to eat more fresh fruit. The salesperson tricked Tim into buying the old car by saying it was in perfect condition. He's nervous about giving a speech in front of the class. This dog is aggressive, so don't go near it or it might hurt you. The ship had a blue and white flag to show that it was Greek. When she saw the accident, she immediately called the police. There's a possibility of rain tonight, but it's not for sure. Are you aware of the fact that films can cost millions of dollars to make? From the sound of her voice, she appeared to be worried. The woman used her wealth to make the world a better place. They played a song which was famously sung by David Bowie. The snow was so heavy that he couldn't see the road ahead. It was obvious that we were going in the wrong direction, so we turned back. They went to the city by metro to avoid the busy roads. The police stopped the cars to alert drivers to the danger of floods ahead. I congratulated Maria on passing her driving test. His advice will not affect my decision. Do you think some colors have an effect on your mood? The tennis player reacted slowly and didn't manage to hit the ball. Parents should give their children love and care. Susan is a caring person and likes babysitting the children. She has a lot of experience and is confident that she can get the job. He was so embarrassed when he spilled coffee on his boss's laptop. Emma's face went red with embarrassment when her mum read her diary. There is a lot of enthusiasm for the project and many students want to take part. An artist needs to have a good imagination as well as talent. She is an imaginative author whose novels are brilliant. He felt great loneliness on his first week at college when he knew nobody. Students might feel a bit lonely in their first weeks at university. He felt a sense of pride at seeing his paintings in the exhibition. She felt proud of herself when she won the tennis tournament. She had the sense to realize that it was too dangerous to continue driving in the fog. It isn't sensible to go hiking in a snowstorm. The stress of looking for a job keeps him awake at night. Most students get stressed before exams. The original owners of our house were a family who moved to Australia. Shouting at your teacher was very rude. You should apologize to her. John will do whatever we want to do, he's very easygoing, you know. What's wrong? You look so miserable. They've been close friends since they were very young and they share all their secrets. Barbara is the oldest of 4 children, so she helps look after her younger siblings. My relations with my wife's family have got better since our son was born. I discovered that we have some distant family members in Canada. Their parents were my grandfather's cousins. After Mum and Dad's divorce, Dad got married to Serena, who already had 2 sons. So now I have 2 stepbrothers. Bob's sister is married to Tom, so that's his brother-in-law. Harry is very generous and pays his workers well. Dan gets on quite well with his mother-in-law and he respects the way she brought up his wife. At the weekend, I help out at the local animal shelter. Flour is a powder used in baking bread and cakes. The detective who was investigating the disappearance of the old lady found a clue in her diary. The narrow path led to the top of the hill. As the rain flooded the streets, the water level rose to 1.5 meters. The sun came up and the temperature rose to 30 degrees. The plot in this film is about a father looking for his lost daughter. We couldn't go to the match, so we listened to the commentary of it on the radio. She couldn't sleep because of her neighbors continually playing loud music at night. The biologist is studying the gorilla's behavior. I'm too busy to talk on the phone right now, so I'll call you later. It's sensible to use public transport instead of cars, but the buses and metro are so crowded. My sister is more outgoing than I am, she loves leading group activities, but I'm quite shy. Excuse me, do you have this t-shirt in blue? On rainy days, I enjoy playing board games with friends or doing a jigsaw puzzle alone. Shakespeare's place of birth was a town called Stratford. George isn't adventurous enough to go camping. He's afraid of insects. They made preparations for their expedition to Antarctica. Our friendship has developed over the years and now we're best friends. Our local dramatic society is putting on a play next week. I don't understand why my friends are mad about sushi. I hate it. The fans cheered loudly when the band went on stage. Grandpa retired at 65 and he now relaxes at home. Terry is tired, so he's very quiet and not as talkative as usual today. I learned this poem by heart when I was in primary school. I get on well with Mike. I haven't known him long, though. The shop has a wide range of souvenirs to choose from. We were pretty tired after the long walk. Have you been to that new restaurant on the high street? He spent his childhood in the country, but when he was 16 his family moved to London. There are signs everywhere at the airport warning you not to leave your bags unattended. Ken hangs out with his friends at the mall every Saturday. Eva has a lot in common with her sister. Steve plays his guitar badly all the time and it really gets on my nerves. Billy moved to Canada, but he keeps in touch with his friends by email. I'm dying to paint my room orange, but my mum won't let me. He's a natural at swimming and spends all summer in the sea. Stephen fell out with his friends when he discovered they had told him lies. Katie saw red and started shouting angrily. When the doctor gives you the green light, you can start doing sports again. This is a difficult problem to solve. It's not just black and white. Can you give me a straightforward explanation of what this text means? The children were as good as gold at dinner time and ate their meal quietly. Tina has been very naughty. She's hidden her brother's tablet. The fans were all well behaved at the basketball game. Ben showed his true colors when he recovered from 2 sets down to win the match. She has a very calm and generous personality. My brother has no sense of humor. He never thinks my tricks are funny. Why did you take your little brother's toy away? It was unkind of you. I love to go hiking and kayaking in my spare time. There's such a similarity between these two people that they must be twins. The graphic novel was about a serious issue, but showed it in an amusing way through pictures and dialogue. He ended his email with "See you soon. Take care. I've always valued my mother's advice. If you move to another country, you have to accept that the culture may be different to yours." The police officer was kind and understanding when our car was stolen. We shouldn't judge a person's character from the clothes they wear. Ken kept his word and gave me back the money he'd borrowed as soon as he got paid. You should respect other people's wishes. If you want to stay friends with him, try to be a better listener and don't just talk about yourself all the time. He treats his dog well, and cooks chicken and steak for its meals. So far, we've had positive feedback from our customers. During the camping weekend, the group developed a true sense of togetherness. Stella feels she'd like to work fewer hours to spend more quality time with her family. When I feel down, I can always rely on support from my friends. With her friends' encouragement, Ellie applied for a better job. He's always willing to help his friends when they need it most. Fred wasn't keen on my idea of sleeping in a tent, so we decided to compromise and stay in a caravan on a campsite. When Eddie's parents are at work, it's his responsibility to prepare dinner. The teacher admitted that he had given us the wrong test. The teenage years are an important stage of a person's emotional growth. The leaflet gave basic details about the castle, so I downloaded additional information about it from the internet. Destroying the Amazon rainforest is a potential disaster for the whole world. This computer game is very challenging, but I'm not going to give up. You can express your point of view after he finishes his presentation. I still disagree with his decision, although I understood his reasoning. He challenged her view that it's healthy to be a vegan. John felt annoyed when someone posted an offensive comment about him online. Before signing the contract to rent the house, she read it carefully to check the details. He accidentally sent the email to the wrong person. After work, they often meet at a cafe to exchange thoughts about their day. The restaurant is currently closed for repairs and will open again next month. The president will make a speech on TV tonight. Many tourists visit Greece to see the famous ruins of its ancient civilization. I've just read a historical novel about the French Revolution in the 18th century. London Bridge is the most popular site in London. The souvenir shop sold bowls, mugs and other handmade pottery. She was wearing a silk shirt. The company trades in goods from China. What's the shortest route to York from Liverpool? Originally, this building was a factory before it was turned into flats. The Gobi Desert stretches for over 1,000 kilometers between Mongolia and China. Generally, I don't often travel by plane, but I enjoy it when I get the chance. Only a small section of the road is suitable for bicycles. Did you pass on my message to Dora? My grandfather was a sugar trader all his life. The farmers took their animals to sell at the trading post. The stolen goods were returned to Mr. Edwards. This coat is made of thick, warm fabric. A famous historian is going to present a TV documentary about ancient Rome. My mum uses a lot of spices in her cooking. When it's very hot, you should wear clothes made of cotton. The thieves used gunpowder to open the doors in the bank. They've had a lasting friendship since they met at university. We watched the soldiers marching in the military parade. The shop assistants handed out these leaflets which give details of prices and special offers. Italy is situated in the south of the continent of Europe. He enjoys reading South American literature. The map showed the physical features of the land, like the hills and rivers. Andy is one of the best cellists in the country at the moment. The ancient statue was found under the castle ruins. The summer activity project for school children is run in collaboration with local volunteers. We watched the fireworks in the sky from our balcony on New Year's Eve. Napoleon's army was finally defeated by the Russians. Alan was a ship's captain in the British Navy. He joined the Air Force to become a pilot in a fighter plane. The best exhibit in this museum is the dinosaur skeleton. A team of archaeologists uncovered the streets of the ancient city below the museum. The police are investigating the theft of the painting from the museum. The ancient market is one of the city's most famous historic places. The body of the animal was preserved in the ice. Sadly, the historic art college and library were destroyed by fire. The Romans invaded France in 121 BCE. Dozens of pyramids were built in different parts of ancient Egypt. The Battle of Marathon took place in 490 BCE. One of the most famous ancient temples of Apollo is situated at Delphi. The fortress at the top of the hill was built during the Middle Ages. When we were cooking on the barbecue, the wooden fence caught fire. Robots have already replaced people in many factories. We visited some medieval castles on our tour of Western France. It's an article about the importance of technology in modern civilization. Julius Caesar was a powerful Roman emperor. There are many interesting artifacts at the new museum. The path is narrow, so people can only go along it one at a time. When the rich man died, he was buried in the family tomb. We are living in an era of change. Philip became a member of the British royal family when he married Queen Elizabeth II. The Mona Lisa is priceless and it's impossible to say how much it would be worth. The heavy rain resulted in traffic problems. In the book, the children had an adventure and found the treasure. My colleagues usually arrive at work at 9 a.m. and leave at 5 p.m. Black ash covered the sun when the volcano erupted. The hot lava poured down towards the village when the volcano erupted. People had to leave their homes when the volcano erupted. We've made arrangements to meet tonight. The volcanic eruption of Vesuvius in 79 CE completely destroyed the city of Pompeii. Are you absolutely sure? They heard a terrifying scream in the middle of the night and were very shocked. The River Thames flows through southern England. Swimming is an effective way of keeping fit. The Colosseum in Rome is a famous monument. There is a 10% discount on these shoes. He bought a loaf of sliced bread to make sandwiches. There's a statue of Lord Nelson in Trafalgar Square in London. Traditional pottery making methods have been passed down for centuries on the island. That building dates back to 1922. Many interesting things were dug up during the excavation. I have never been to Zurich, but I'll ask around and see if anyone can recommend a hotel there. Dozens of houses were burnt down in the fire last summer. Neanderthals died out thousands of years ago. An analysis of the bone structure showed that the mummy was a teenager. The child has an analytical mind and wants to know how everything works. I can't stand doing the same repetitive tasks every day. I need to be challenged. If you have proven experience as a researcher, I'm sure you'll get the job. We were all convinced by the conclusive evidence that the vase did, in fact, date back to 1200 BCE. The conclusion of my report is that the school curriculum should include Chinese as a foreign language. Can you identify the people in this old photo? As a film director, he is very proud of his craft and wants all his work to be perfect. They have removed the painting from the museum. The experienced photographer had an exhibition of her images. He was slightly annoyed that he didn't have more time to see all of the museum. I felt so disappointed that the archaeological site was closed when we went to see it. Dad looked utterly ridiculous in the Thanksgiving turkey costume. You look absolutely freezing. Would you like some hot soup? It gets terribly hot here in summer. Sometimes it's over 40 OC. That pie is enormous. Who's going to eat it all? I bet the phone will ring as soon as I get in the shower. The app crashes every single time I try to open it on the laptop. The highlight of the year was our school trip to the Natural History Museum. I couldn't believe my eyes when I opened the door and saw her. A craftsman made these handmade chairs. He related his memories of the climbing trip. An unbelievable number of fans attended the concert at the stadium. The divers found the treasure at the bottom of the sea. We felt lucky to be alive when the boulder rolled down the mountain and landed in front of us. Queen Victoria's priceless diamond crown, made in 1870, is on display in the Tower of London. The strange symbols on the ancient disc look almost like emojis. Her school uniform includes a small emblem with an image of an open book. As a result of globalization, many of the goods we buy are made very cheaply by low-paid workers in the world's poorest countries. This app allows you to upload photos instantaneously to several websites without wasting time. The exam was relatively easy compared with the practice exercises we did in class. The olive tree is a symbol of peace. Take the circular route around the city to avoid driving through the center. The country's economy suffered when the hotels and restaurants had to close. The explorer Christopher Columbus sailed to the coast of America. The shipwreck happened in a storm off the coast of Sicily. The villagers rang the warning bell when they saw the fire. Above the palace gate, the royal coat of arms was carved in stone. The road was in a terrible condition after the earthquake. The old bridge was made of copper which was green in places from corrosion. Bronze is a brownish metal made from copper and tin alloy. Alistair believes he saw the ghost of a Roman soldier in the castle. His photo collection includes images of rare insects and plants that are only found in South America. When he couldn't find his money, he realized he had been pickpocketed. Jason was not amused to see graffiti painted on the wall of his new home. We walked along the pavement and then stopped at the curb before we crossed the road. The cells in the prison are locked so the prisoners cannot escape. The guard watched the prisoners carefully in the yard. Illegal activities like hunting of wild animals should be stopped. The prisoner escaped by digging a tunnel through the prison floor. The tropical beach looked like paradise, but it was impossible to swim among the sharks and poisonous jellyfish there. London has a diverse population from many different cultures. He owns 4 acres of land and plans to build a home there. The biodiverse waters of the lake are being threatened by pollution. The judge decided that her death was accidental. Several inmates were planning to trick the guards and escape. In a makeshift boat made from tree branches, he was able to sail out to sea. We found shelter in a cave when it started to pour with rain. The area is so far from any towns, so it has remained wild and untouched by human activity. Be nice to your fellow students, Fred. The Robertsons moved house when they realized that developers were about to build houses in the beautiful countryside next to their home. The area was declared as a national park to protect the local flora and fauna. Plants such as cacti will flourish in a dry climate. Her great-grandfather's actual date of birth was undocumented as all the public records had been destroyed in the war. The hotel was a bit too isolated for us as the nearest town was 5 miles away. There are frequent ferries from the mainland to several Aegean islands. The area has been uninhabited for years since the fire. Given the absence of trees after the forest fires, it's not surprising that the area gets flooded. Big cats, such as tigers, are carnivorous animals, not vegetarian. Looking after the environment is something all of humanity should be concerned with. We wrote letters about our lives and put them in a time capsule to be opened in 50 years from now. Australia was once used as a penal colony where the British sent their worst criminals. We should try not to upset the delicate balance of nature. The robbery was carried out by 2 masked men. Burglars stole our TV and all the money we had in the house. Somebody broke in and stole my laptop. The thief grabbed the gold necklaces and ran out of the jewelry shop. There are security cameras in many shops to stop people from shoplifting. These books are property of the public library. He was found guilty and sent to prison for 4 years. I didn't steal the money. I'm innocent. A group of the football fans became quite violent and began causing trouble when their team lost. How many vandals were arrested after the football game? He went to prison for committing murder. The criminal was punished and sent to prison for 2 years. In court, the judge asked the witness to give evidence. The sentence she received for theft was 4 years in prison. I'll be in trouble if I don't hand in my homework on time. All the electronic equipment in the house was stolen during the burglary. There was a lot of vandalism after the football game. The murderer was sentenced to life imprisonment. Solving a case takes patience and hard work. To trap the robbers, 2 detectives pretended to be members of the bank staff. Vandals smashed shop windows in the high street last night. The actor was told to do 3 months community service when he was found guilty of drinking and driving. The witness recognized him as the man who had robbed the bank. After a long search, the young detective found the weapon in the closet. The victims of the train accident were taken to hospital. The jury found her guilty. The police officer demanded to see his driving license. The security guard caught the shoplifter putting a dress into her bag. She was fined for not stopping at the traffic lights. He was stopped by police for speeding along the country road. Burglary and car theft are the most common crimes in our neighborhood. The owner of that shop has a terrible attitude towards his customers. He thinks they're all thieves. It is difficult to know how to deal with young offenders. Support workers help prisoners during their rehabilitation into the community. What qualifications do you need for this job? John is rather shy and prefers not to participate in class discussions. The customers and staff were terrified when the man came into the shop holding a gun. When he broke the law, he was tried and sent to prison. Many believe it's possible to rehabilitate young offenders rather than send them to prison. The security guard warned the youths not to hang around outside the bank. Trials can last for days or even weeks. Police officers have to be tough to deal with criminals. Fareed went to the police station to report that his laptop had been stolen. The fox ran away from the hunters. It is against the law for people under 18 to drive. Stop. You're under arrest, the police officer told the man. The man had a criminal record, so he didn't get the teaching job. The company is under investigation for selling goods illegally. The vandals were let off with a warning, but were told to obey the law in the future. He was caught texting on his mobile phone while driving and he had to pay a fine. The police dog handlers brought their dogs onto the train to search for the criminals. Earthquakes are classified according to strength and type. The fact that he is unemployed doesn't justify his criminal behavior. The support group for young offenders is held at the community center once a week. Some employees were made redundant to make the business more cost-effective. I must give away some clothes to free up space in the cupboards. The lack of police officers in the city puts the residents at risk. Traditionally, football was a male sport, but nowadays women's football is played professionally in many countries. What are the pros and cons of giving criminals longer prison sentences? Community service is a much better option. Firstly, it gives offenders a second chance. Secondly, the community also benefits from the offender's service. He was such a good student at school. However, as an adult, he decided to turn to a life of crime. The judge gave her a fine. Furthermore, he sentenced her to 6 months of community service. What would you do in this strange situation? People who go to work in other countries have to be culturally sensitive to understand and fit in with the local community. Observing nonverbal communication, for example expressions, can tell you a lot about people's attitudes. New York is a multicultural city which attracts people from all over the world. When I asked her if she was happy, she nodded. It would seem disrespectful to put your feet up on the boss's desk during a meeting. The range of clothes on sale varies according to the season. Although we are friends, our musical tastes differ hugely. I always know that Mum is annoyed when she crosses her arms. The family has had to face difficult circumstances during the financial crisis. Dogs and cats make good pets because they interact well with people. Despite being over 85, Grandma has an open mind about trying out new foods. I had no idea how to serve the food, so I took the lead from Huang. Cooking lamb outside at Easter is a Greek custom that goes back many centuries. The jury were uncertain about whether or not the man was guilty. They looked up at the mysterious green lights in the sky. The beach has black sand due to the volcanic rock formations of the island. The landscape in much of Australia is dry and treeless. They're considering buying a new house. Archaeologists are still researching the mystery of when the strange pyramids were built. Most of the continents were mapped during the 18th century. He estimated that 1,000 people had visited the island that month. How many species of animals are there? The powerful telescope shows unexplored parts of the universe. Plastic is a man-made material. The tower on top of the castle has become crooked because of earthquakes. The researcher is studying the effect colors have on the way we feel. She gave us a good explanation for why she didn't accept the job. Initially, I couldn't understand the instructions for the camera. Then I found some helpful videos online. Oranges contain a lot of vitamin C. The toys in the cupboard were neatly arranged in boxes. We walked through the pine trees to the top of the mountain. Tall trees surround the park and the playground. The children hid behind the trunk of the tree so their friends couldn't find them. The service at the restaurant was too slow. What's more, the food was tasteless. The majority of students passed the exam, but a few didn't. He is doing research to prove his theory about the environmental cost of wind farms. We heard a curious noise outside and went to see what it was. Can you describe his appearance? Well, he's tall and thin and has brown hair. Maria only buys this particular type of toothpaste. Don't miss this unique opportunity to meet your favorite star. Gravity was the force that the first plane designers had to worry about. It was odd that Anna hadn't turned up, so I called to check she was okay. The judge dismissed the case because of lack of evidence. When not in use, your gun should be pointed downwards. The path curved between the rocks to the top of the mountain. The hikers were all dressed similarly in waterproof clothing and boots. Do you believe that Emily doesn't like ice cream? The tomatoes were planted uniformly in straight rows. Sadly, many animals and plants are likely to die because humans are destroying the environment. The purpose of our research is to study how environmental changes affect wildlife. I won't take my camera on the hike because it will just weigh me down. After the huge pine trees were cut down, saplings were planted to grow in their place. The strong wind bent the branches of the trees. She looked upwards and saw the birds flying over the trees. Sorry I dropped your plate. I didn't do it on purpose. You have to read the whole article in order to understand what happened. Glasgow used to be famous for shipbuilding on the River Clyde. The Apaches are a Native American tribe who used to be famous as warriors. Ian cut down the tall trees around his garden to make it brighter. We often play football in the nearby park, which is only 5 minutes walk from our house. This island has 2,000 inhabitants. The two sisters look virtually the same. After most of the city was destroyed by the earthquake, many buildings were rebuilt. The forest could easily be set on fire in summer. Therefore, you're not allowed to light a campfire. I'll only tell you what I bought Penny for her birthday if you can keep a secret. I asked him what was wrong, but he remained silent. It took force to push the car out of the garage when it broke down. We left India just in time to miss the seasonal heavy rains. Paul's graduation was the most important event of his life. The severe weather forced the climbers to return to base. The neighbor's cat is a frequent visitor to our garden. Their walking trip was cancelled because of the overnight snowfall. The icy road was the probable cause of the accident. The villagers abandoned their homes when the fire got dangerously near. The locals disagreed with the building of a factory near their village. Dolphins are highly intelligent creatures. He wants to travel to every corner of the world. His phone is either lost or has been stolen. Whatever the case, he hasn't got it now. I know for certain that the money was in my bag. I put it there myself. The kitten destroyed a whole roll of toilet paper in the bathroom. Our bathroom floor was flooded because of a blocked pipe. Apparently, the scientist has proved that aliens exist. I fully agree that we should use less electricity in order to save the environment. I read a fascinating book about the Northern Lights. I couldn't put it down. We watched the plane until it disappeared into the clouds. Is the mystery of the Loch Ness Monster still unsolved? The distance between my home and school is 100 meters. She calmly packed her suitcase and left the house without looking back. They selected the best person for the job. Can you recognize different kinds of fish? The problem is serious and we need to find a solution very soon. We don't have enough data to make a prediction. Our hotel room had its own fire alarm. I woke up last night when the car alarm went off outside. He shaped the burger mix into small round balls, which he put into the oven. The plant twisted itself up the side of the old house. The statue was sculpted from a huge piece of rock. Patterns on the surface of the moon used to make people think the moon had a face. There's someone at the door. I wonder who it is. In the Louvre Museum, you can see the sculpture of the Venus de Milo. We laughed a lot at the clowns in the circus. Some of the world's most famous artists were not well known during their own lifetime. She solved the mystery of the strange sounds at night when she saw the fox in her garden. The reporter would not name his source, so nobody believed his story. Solar energy is a reliable source of power wherever the weather is usually sunny. The police couldn't prove he had stolen the money. There isn't enough evidence that Atlantis ever existed. From her cheerful tone of voice, I drew the conclusion that she had some good news. The office is located in the city center. The lion was chasing the antelope across the plain. Many of the world's greatest archaeological sites are located in Greece. The tiny lizard crawled down the wall and disappeared under the rocks. Jaguars have a larger head and shorter tail than leopards, but they look quite similar. On the mountain, we saw some red deer eating the trees nearby. Dad said he carved his name on his old wooden desk at school. Cats and dogs have been domestic animals for thousands of years, and they are very good pets. There were carvings of flowers on the wooden bowls. It was a great museum and I would definitely visit it again. There were many objects from the Bronze Age in the museum. The plumber took his tools out of the box to repair the water pipe. The gift was symbolic of his friendship towards her. Many endangered animals are protected by law so that they don't become extinct. I suppose we could book our flights a bit later and still find a good deal. Concerts with famous bands always attract a lot of fans. Her book is based on a true story. The hashtag skater is currently popular with teenagers. J.K. Rowling wrote the best-selling Harry Potter books. Harry lives in a remote area and the nearest house is 2 miles away. The submarine went deep into the sea where researchers could study the fish. Run a marathon? Who, me? You've got to be kidding. Humans can't breathe underwater without special equipment. I haven't spoken to him for a long while. I'm into clothes and I want to study fashion and design. The archaeologist was very surprised when she came across a gold necklace. I want to find out more about my ancestors and how they lived. You can rely on Liana because she is always helpful. Don't worry, I'll look into the problem. I didn't use a dictionary. I worked out the meaning of the word from the sentence. I came across this amazing old book by chance in my grandpa's house. The investigator found pieces of cloth and hair at the scene of the crime. There has been a rise in the value of houses in the area since the new train station opened. If you commit a serious crime and get caught, you will go to prison. He was ridiculed because he was afraid of thunder. The cost of the hotel room is ridiculous. You'd need to be a millionaire to stay there. This weather app is unreliable as it's often wrong. It poured with rain all day, so we stayed at home. Take an umbrella with you. It's raining cats and dogs out there. His explanation was totally ridiculous, so nobody believed him. I'm not sure if Grandpa was telling the truth about being on an Amazon expedition. I told him about the incident and he said I should apologize. The citizens asked the mayor to look into the problem. They cover the wood with a special substance to protect it from the sun. In some areas of Australia, you can't swim because there are dangerous jellyfish in the sea. What an unusual story, remarked Wayne. Use the glue to stick the broken pieces together. After reading the police report, he concluded that the man had stolen the money. Come on, don't keep us in suspense. What happened? She read the letter silently and then began to cry. I felt deeply hurt by her cruel words. We waited enthusiastically for the band to go on stage. The atmosphere in this old castle is weird, and I'm scared. We had an extraordinary experience last night when we saw 3 strange lights in the sky. She stared at George because his hair was funny. You can imagine our astonishment when Mum said she had won €1 million. I heard a bizarre story about a man who was taken to a spaceship by aliens. She heard a strange noise in the middle of the night and she was terrified. After repairing the broken pipe, the plumber packed up his tools and left. The new sofa was too big to go through the doorway into the room, so they had to take it back to the shop. I wanted to become an actor, but then one day I realized I wasn't talented enough. I could see the figure of an old man at the end of the street. Let's discuss the first draft of the report and see if it needs any changes. Did you see anything out of the ordinary? He eats an incredible amount of food every day. I don't know how he can be so thin. His behavior was inexplicable. I don't know why he did that. The most thrilling moment of my life was when I bought my first car. Little Bobby was thrilled to get a toy spaceship for his birthday. Sophia teared up when she saw her baby grandson for the first time. She shed tears of happiness when she saw the puppy. The boy was crying and there were tears rolling down his cheeks. He looked tearful after hearing the sad story. My brother said, "Keep your peepers off my sweets." Craig coped with the difficult journey across the Atlantic by listening to music and reading. The film about children in danger made her feel quite emotional. Doctors should feel some empathy with their patients. She often cries in front of her parents as a way of manipulation to get what she wants. He was overwhelmed with emotion at the beautiful view. It was a relief to hear that they were safe. Exercising or doing a sport might help you deal with stress. There was an unpleasant smell of burning food coming from the kitchen. Her skin felt irritated by the insect bite. I felt totally helpless when I saw my ring falling into the sea. We used some perfumed spray to neutralize the smell of the old carpets. It angers me when someone is rude to me. It took her a few weeks to gain the trust of her new colleagues. Though her children are adults, Jackie still cares about their well-being and phones them regularly. He asked for his parents' forgiveness when he arrived home late. The player went into a rage when he lost the match. Greek and Roman statues are among the most beautiful exhibits in the Louvre Museum. Jamie is researching the development of early humans for his degree in anthropology. My ancestors from my grandfather's family lived in France until the 16th century. The weather can influence our mood and make us feel happy or depressed. A famous historian is going to present his book about ancient Troy. Buckingham Palace is the residence of the British royal family. The Roman Emperor Hadrian greatly admired the ancient Greek civilization. The Ming dynasty ruled China for almost 3 centuries. The end of the empire was inescapable from the moment the war began. If you don't follow the king's orders, you'll have to face the consequences of your actions. The development of road networks in Britain was connected with the Roman invasion. If you take a long view, think of your studies as an investment for your future work opportunities. Complex electronic equipment is used to find the age of archaeological discoveries. Each individual has a right to their own opinions. There are 2 versions of the history book, one for teenagers and one for young children. We are constantly discovering more about the human genome and how our body works. Medical science has evolved rapidly through the use of technology. He spent his entire life looking for the lost city of Atlantis. 2 years' experience is a minimum requirement for the job. She works in the field of microbiology and studies blood samples. I expected to enjoy the book. On the contrary, I found the plot rather predictable. The book Jane Eyre was written in the context of 19th century England. I'm fed up with hearing the old cliché time flies. Alex can sometimes make silly comments. Just ignore him. The company closed due to a series of unfortunate circumstances. Historians are still analyzing the probable causes of the end of the Minoan civilization. Some historians still question the theories about how the pyramids of Giza were built. Her perception of learning has changed since she took the course. There's so much fake news around on social media that people don't know what to believe. Friendship is a complex phenomenon, which is not fully understood. Regardless of where we live, we are all affected by the weather. After completing his studies in IT, he specialized in gaming development. The election process operates differently in each country. The new government promises to improve the country's economic situation. The meeting laid the foundation for peace between the 2 countries. The politician was asked to justify the amount he had spent on decorating his home. The elections are taking place at this very moment. The existence of the unknown Amazonian tribe was discovered by an explorer. In the past, many people dismissed the idea that the Earth is round. It would be foolish to travel in the snowstorm. At the end of the stressful project, she enjoyed a few days' indulgence at a holiday resort. The painting looks like a Picasso, but it's just a worthless copy. Her fascination with nature has led her to become an explorer. The Aztec temple ruins are all that remain of a vanished civilization. I don't believe this article. It seems like a load of bunk. The health advice given on some websites is misguided and could be dangerous. The projection of 3D videos at the archaeological site is going to enhance the visitor's experience. Knowledge of the language is essential if you want to interact with the locals. The consequences of COVID-19 have had an impact on most people's lives. Access to natural resources has been a source of conflict between nations for centuries. Most of the country's wealth belongs to the upper class. The rich family used their wealth to build a new cultural center. She invested her savings in commercial property. Working on a building site involves hard labor. The researchers' findings present a challenge to existing beliefs. The content of the 2 websites was identical, so one was clearly copied from the other. Fake news is a matter for public concern. I can relate to his problem because I've been in a similar situation. The brave prince put on his armor to go into battle. Modern aristocrats use titles like Duke, Earl, and Baron. The castle was built during medieval times in 1256. Charlie has a big collection of medieval swords. The Roman soldiers marched forward holding up their shields in front of them. Waterloo is a battlefield in Belgium, where Napoleon was defeated. The German archaeologist, Heinrich Schliemann, explored the ancient site of Knossos in Crete. The warriors fought with swords and shields. The museum exhibits include metal cooking pots and plates from the Bronze Age. The Roman Empire stretched across most of Europe. The French Revolution took place from 1789 to 1799. The last Incan emperor was killed in 1533 by the Spanish after the Incan Civil War. The political parties have begun their campaigns to win the election. When he joined the army, he learned to hold a firearm to shoot at a target. Robin Hood lifted his bow and shot an arrow at the deer. The Tower of London is a famous monument. After the new political measures were announced, the students held a demonstration outside the government offices. After long discussions between the king and the rebels' leader, the rebellion came to an end. Dinosaurs lived on Earth in prehistoric times. Graffiti is a type of contemporary art. Queen Cleopatra ruled the Kingdom of Egypt. Queen Elizabeth II became the head of the British monarchy in 1952. The emperor's family lived in the imperial palace. The U.S. presidential elections are held every 4 years. History is full of violent battles between different countries. Guards stand outside the royal palace at all times of day. The old emperor's successor was his 9-year-old nephew. She researched her family history and made a genealogical chart showing her ancestors. Dad found his grandfather's birth certificate in the public archives at the town hall. He claims to be a descendant of Julius Caesar, but nobody takes him seriously. The younger generation have grown up using technology that their ancestors never imagined possible. Only members of the aristocracy were invited to the royal wedding. Members of the ruling class were put in prison after the rebellion. Farm laborers picked the fruit crops in autumn. There were busts of Roman emperors inside the palace entrance. Groups of young people frequently gather in the park. We are researching the lifestyle of nomadic tribes in Central Africa. Smartphone technology is becoming more and more sophisticated. As this country's economy depends on agriculture, the development of farming is important. The Aztec civilization developed advanced agricultural techniques. The book is about the Spanish invasion of the Americas. The old houses were demolished when the new road was built through the town. Digging for small objects on an archaeological site is a slow process. I can't access the website without a password. The palace is surrounded by a high wall, which is guarded 24/7. The wall was constructed during the rule of Emperor Hadrian. Owning wild animals isn't legal. Only a small minority of students eat in the college canteen. She's having a one-to-one session with her yoga teacher. I listen to podcasts on my headphones when I'm out for a walk. We'll achieve more if we work collaboratively. They heard the sound of the tornado howling outside. Mum is forever telling my friends anecdotes about my childhood. It's so embarrassing. There's a snake just in front of you. Keep still. My sister can be rather annoying at times. The company has had the same website content for 20 years, so it looks a bit behind the times. I'm staying with my parents for the time being, but I plan to leave home when I get a job. It's high time I got a new laptop. This one is too slow to work on. They're bound to discover where the king was buried. It's only a matter of time. Take your time and check your work carefully before you hand it in. He quickly descended the stairs to the ground floor. She read a mass of information about Easter Island before writing her conclusions. Overcrowding is a major problem in many capital cities. They elected the current president 2 years ago. Visiting the museum is free for children, whereas adults need to pay to enter. Many people speak of the good old days when they talk about the past. Conversely, I see history as a story of progress. He had some extra tuition before his final exams. The new sound system was installed in the theater last week. Hundreds of people have subscribed to her YouTube channel. It is vital to show your passport when you cross the border. They managed to build homes using the basic resources they had, like stone and wood. The local government has run out of funding for children's play areas. Have you got a sufficient amount of time to complete the study? The advertisement is primarily aimed at families with young children. You can borrow books from the library or download e-books as an alternative solution. I decided to invest my savings in property and bought 2 apartments in the city. This is an accurate news report of the demonstration as it really happened. The college students would benefit from new sports facilities. On balance, I prefer face-to-face lessons to online ones. The band are on tour to get publicity for their new album. In his talk, the archaeologist highlights the importance of his latest find. Are you in favor of spending money on museums? Many tourists come to Peru to see the famous ancient ruins of Machu Picchu. Penguins inhabit Antarctica, whereas it's too cold for humans to survive long there. I developed an interest in astronomy when I got my first telescope. Literacy levels are low in poorer countries where there is little education. We divided the work fairly between us to finish the project more quickly. In the starry night sky, we observed some constellations. Bags, rugs, and other handmade goods are sold in the market. She shaped the vase from soft clay. The archaeologist found the writing carved on a large stone tablet. Several fruit farms are located in the fertile valley. This app is an amazing innovation that uses AI to enhance photos. Archaeologists identified the building as part of an ancient settlement. I bought a bag of soil to plant some strawberries. Olive trees thrive in a warm, dry climate. The city lies on a wide plain surrounded by hills. The country's economy is becoming more stable and new businesses are starting up. Remember to take a good supply of water with you when you go hiking. What caused the fall of the British Empire? Helen jumped for joy when she heard she got the scholarship. Smoking has many harmful effects. I find it very irritating when people speak loudly on their mobile phones. It upsets her when she thinks of her grandmother's illness. You can't take it for granted that he will agree, you have to ask him first. He was furious with me because I was so late. My roommate never cleans up his mess and it's driving me crazy. She is extremely intelligent, probably the most intelligent woman I know. It really annoys me when people interrupt me. He was punished for his terrible behavior. The flowers in the garden were a beautiful sight. The electricity was cut off and we got stuck in the lift for an hour. My sister hasn't called or texted me all day, I wonder where she is. I couldn't concentrate because some children were playing noisily outside. He's such an awful boss, nobody in the office likes him. The bus was so packed that there wasn't even any standing room. I pushed my way onto the crowded train. You seemed distracted in the meeting. Is everything okay? He wasn't seriously ill, he just had a cold. He looked again more closely at what he had written. The exam results came as an unpleasant surprise, I was very disappointed. The weather was very unpredictable, so we didn't know what clothes to pack. Don't turn the TV off. It doesn't bother me. Our flight was delayed because of the weather conditions. The conditions in the public hospital are tolerable, but can definitely be improved. To understand his behavior, you have to examine it in the context of his family. What do you want to be when you grow up? She's very reliable, so if she said she would do it, you can be sure she will do it. They have turned off the electricity supply in our building. Unfortunately, there is no public transport in this village. You have to walk or use a private car. I managed to work continuously, without interruption, for 10 hours. I don't know what he wants, but he's been bugging me all day. Our lives have changed a lot in the past decade. There has been a lot of research recently into people's shopping habits. The human brain is divided into 2 halves, the left and the right. I received a phone call from your office. She suffers from a heart condition. People with misophonia often react negatively to everyday noises. In extreme cases, the disease can cause very serious problems. A child's emotional development is as important as their physical development. I asked John where he'd been, but he didn't respond. I was so tired that I couldn't stop yawning. You should always chew your food thoroughly before you swallow it. Don't just suffer in silence. Let me know if there is a problem. One of the benefits of owning a pet is that it makes you feel happier. I tried to prevent him from leaving, but he insisted. He cut the branches from the stem. She had no other option but to leave her job. The story he told does not correspond with my memory of the events. I couldn't locate the source of the problem. The purpose of the project is to collect information about students' preferences. Taking an exam is quite a stressful situation. Water is essential for human beings, we can't live without it. She has a lot of good qualities, she's intelligent, organized, and punctual. Doctors can cure most diseases nowadays. I sometimes find it hard to express my emotions. To my amazement, my parents didn't give me any presents for my birthday. Most people feel a lot of anxiety about exams. He's in despair because he's lost all of his money. He blushed with embarrassment when his son called his teacher a cow. Our team's frustration was obvious when the other team scored again. He suffered terrible feelings of guilt over leaving his family. Sharing happy moments with your family is one of life's greatest joys. It was such a relief to see that Grandma was well again. I have a lot of sympathy for him as his life is definitely not easy. He screamed in agony when the doctor touched his leg. I was on the edge of my seat at the end of the match when the score was still 1-1. That kid at school really gets under my skin. I was lost for words when I heard the bad news and couldn't speak. It is with great regret that we have to announce the death of a great artist. Every time someone criticizes him, he gets aggressive and shouts. I tried to keep calm and say nothing while he was shouting. I hope it won't sound arrogant if I say I'm one of the best actors of my generation. He's very bad-tempered in the mornings, especially if he hasn't had any coffee. Even when nobody wanted to speak to him, she remained his loyal friend. I know she's only 12, but you can definitely trust her, she's very mature for her age. It was a bit mean not to invite her best friend's brother. She's very stubborn and won't listen to anything you say. Be careful how you speak to him, he's very sensitive to criticism. Stop being so childish, you're a grown woman now. I'm very optimistic about my chances of winning. I was shocked when I saw I weighed 100 kilos. The student apologized for his lateness. The commentary on the football match was terrible. The plot is very simple, he falls in love and then out of love. This is just a temporary solution until we can repair the staircase properly. I think I dropped off at some point. I don't remember the end of the film. I didn't take part in the game, because I wasn't feeling so well. They didn't obtain very clear results in their experiment. I listened to music while going through the MRI scanner. Let's measure the shelves to see if they will fit. Inability to sleep is a signal that something is wrong with your health. She did a calculation of how much it would all cost. The witness identified the suspect as Moira Lair. The neighbors witnessed the attack. The victim said he was going to try to forget the kidnapping and go on with his life. The head teacher warned the students that their punishment would be very severe. Please don't mention anything about our trip, they don't know about it. Will you water the flowers in the garden while I'm away? You shouldn't load different colored clothes into the washing machine. My last class of the day is mathematics. Concentration on the day of the exam is as important as studying for it. Andrew's health is poor, but he'll soon be out and about. The school is known for its high academic standards. To ensure good results, you should only use fresh ingredients. If you fail your exam, you can resit it next year. We had been waiting for 2 hours when she finally turned up at midnight. I tried to cheer him up, but he just kept staring out of the window. One of the biggest problems in the city center is the lack of parking spaces. When they lost their 4th game in a row, the team's confidence was shaken. I overheard him saying that he didn't like me at all. She was ashamed to admit that it was all her fault. He was far from home and was feeling very lonely. I hate doing household jobs, such as vacuuming and washing the dishes. The examiner was very kind and professional, but I was still very nervous. She had to extend her working hours so as to finish the job in time. You should try to use appropriate linking words in your writing. There was a wide range of opinions about the topic in our class. She read a lot of novels to improve her English. You should chop the carrots into small pieces. Learning a new language can be a long, complicated process. Neuroscience teaches us that our brains continue to change even when we are older. Until recently, he was unemployed, but he's now found a very good job. I haven't been feeling very well lately, I think I should see a doctor. She is the author of 3 very successful novels. I ordered a hamburger and some salad. Anna always beats me at chess, I don't know why I keep playing. I went off tarot when I realized how mean she was. I was furious, but I took a couple of deep breaths and tried to calm down. Chill out, Mom. We still have lots of time. When we met we hit it off immediately. 2 years later, we're still best friends. He fell out with his sister years ago and they haven't spoken to each other since then. I got into an argument with my friends over football. His boss's rude behavior was starting to get him down. I waited for over an hour, but she stood me up. The clues led the detective to a small house outside the village. Teachers are responsible for the students in their class. I decided to focus on my work and forget about everything else. The young child burst into tears when he lost the ball. What he says never makes any sense, I can never understand him. He switched on the light and got out of bed. The old man recalled the village as it had been 60 years ago. It took me hours to figure out how to edit images on the computer. They are conducting a survey to find out how people spend their free time. My parents constantly complain about the time I come home. Scientists are still unable to predict with accuracy when earthquakes will occur. We learn a lot of chemical formulae in school. He received a reward for helping find a lost dog. Is there any proof that music can make us feel sad? The tone of the article was very optimistic. You need to fill in this application form for a new passport. We usually use more formal language when we write than when we speak. I like his open and direct manner. It makes me trust him more. Bye all and take care. Contracted forms such as I'd should not normally be used in writing. She had a very chatty style, which was easy to read. The abbreviation EU stands for European Union. The film is not appropriate for young children, as it contains a lot of violence. I recommend that you discuss the matter with your doctor. I am very grateful for everything you have done for me. Teachers are not allowed to give students assistance in exams. There is a small church on top of the hill. I'm going to the library. Would you like to come along? Personally, I think vocabulary is more important than grammar. I intend to study at least 3 hours a day. Her parents gave up on her when she failed her exams for the 4th time. Congratulations on passing your final exams. I'm going to sign off now as I have a class in 5 minutes. Goodbye now and all the best to your mother. I was incredibly late and even if I ran, I would still miss the bus. After much reflection, he made the decision to quit his job. Many people suffer from mental illness at some point in their lives. His resilience helped him find a new job. I don't know how you manage to cope with 2 jobs and a young child. Positivity is necessary when making plans. I tried to explain to him, but he ignored me. Instead of being sorry for what had happened, she picked herself up and started over again. It's important to keep going, even if you don't see the point. I need to analyze the data before I make a decision. She has built a network of personal friends that can help her with her new company. Her efforts were rewarded with the first prize. I tried to look on the bright side, thinking that at least I had a job. The teacher treated all her students in the same way. We had some technical issues with the new software. My new swimsuit fits like a glove. His new hairstyle made a dramatic change to his appearance. This painting was the artist's first creation. You can wear casual clothes because it isn't a formal meeting. We usually have a family meet up with our cousins once a month. She made a formal complaint about the service at the restaurant. The constant traffic noise kept them awake all night. Critics gave the film very bad reviews. Most of the reviewers recommend the book. Our guide narrated the history of the building and its artworks. What gave you motivation to become an artist? There are some innovative machines in this shop. The economic crisis has impacted most people's lives. The festival celebrations combined age-old traditions with modern music and dance. Each performer in the talent show tried to imitate a singer they admired. A startling number of artists died in poverty. They suffered the heartbreak of seeing their home burn down. The parcel was tied with a red ribbon. She joined a band to combine her love of music with performing. They have spent vast amounts of money on refurbishing their home. The extent to which some people will go to make money is startling. The mass media tend to sensationalize the everyday lives of celebrities. Despite her injuries, she managed to withstand her suffering. Mandy has got a broken ankle and she's walking with crutches. The phrase "to be or not to be" is a quote from a play by Shakespeare. Climbing in freezing conditions imposed challenges on the climbers. He shows amazing creativity and paints beautiful portraits. The jewelry was crafted from seashells. A source of financial support is crucial for any artist while they are creating new works. Fame comes with the price of having your personal life made public. Shyness was a personality trait he had learned to overcome. John's decision to wear that hat was a real fashion statement. The makeup artist completely transformed the actor's appearance. The wall was a canvas for graffiti artists. It was arguably the ugliest painting I had ever seen. As he got older, Andrew took a back seat and left his daughter to run the family business. It seems a huge waste of a good camera to use it for nothing but self-portraiture. He endured 2 years of working in the factory before he found another job. They broke up after a blazing argument. Nora refused to take second place to her brothers and became more successful than them in business. The TV series was an iconic success, which changed the course of the author's career. He believes that having a high salary is secondary to job satisfaction. His charismatic presentations make his lessons most enjoyable for his students. The ancient king's remains were found in a tomb discovered by archaeologists. There was an awe-inspiring view of the pyramids from the hotel room. Harry was moved when I told him the story of my grandparents as immigrants. We wandered around the village to get to know our surroundings. We're now suffering the legacy of waste left by the mass production of clothes in the last decades. An excessive amount of stress can cause health issues. His heart sank when he saw the electricity bill. The premise for the exhibition was to publicize his artwork. It was soon apparent that my parcel had got lost in the post. In British schools, there's usually no separation between male and female students. Both have the same education. J.K. Rowling and Robert Galbraith are one and the same author. Rowling writes her detective novels as Galbraith. The band's live performance was quite a spectacular show. Rembrandt was essentially known for painting portraits. He felt trapped in his boring job and wanted to become an artist instead. We watched a moving documentary about a family of wolves. When they were poor, they owned only a few essential possessions. She considered having a photo exhibition, but changed her mind when she realized the costs involved. The plot was a reflection of the author's own childhood. As sales dropped, the clothing factory has decreased its output. In this self-portrait, the artist made himself look much more attractive than he actually was. The color black symbolizes sadness and death in many cultures. The button fell off the cuff of my shirt, so I rolled up both sleeves. He put his jacket hood up to keep his ears warm. The buckle on my bag broke, so I can't fasten it. My winter boots have a soft thick lining. The zip broke on his jeans, so now he can't wear them. She was wearing a watch on her left wrist. Tie your shoelaces properly before you go running. His shoes were so old that they had holes in the solace. The model walked down the catwalk wearing a strange-looking suit. The heel of her sandal came off, making it difficult to walk home. It was so cold that I wore a vest under my jumper. The necklace was made from pink coral beads. The little girl had a red bow in her hair. Traditional Scottish fabric usually has a checked pattern. I took a thin waterproof jacket, just in case it might rain. Gemma wore a flowery dress for the summer beach party. Are you seriously going to wear those ragged old shorts to go camping again? Jim wore a fitted shirt and formal trousers. I put on a loose cotton t-shirt to keep cool in the sun. She wore a floaty top with her jeans. He likes browsing for bargains in the antiques market. Remember to cut off the price tag before you wrap the gift. The owners have accepted his bid for the house. Keep your receipt in case there's a problem with your purchase. My purchases included a few books. The shoes were the wrong size, so I sent them back and got a refund. You can use your debit card to pay for purchases in most shops. Remember to take your loyalty card when you go to the furniture shop. Buying a new bed will earn a lot of points. I had to wait a few minutes while the online shop processed my debit card details. Bill's bank account is automatically credited with his salary at the end of each month. She puts aside a little money every month in her savings account. The heel of her shoe broke off, so she had it mended. The phone company sent us an invoice which required immediate payment. Liz knitted little woolen jackets for her grandchildren. After working hard for years, Sandy was promoted to head teacher. The shop didn't have the shoes I wanted in stock, so I ordered a pair to collect next week. Nobody is forcing you to spend so much on designer clothes. There are plenty of cheaper options. She confessed to her part in the crime to clear her conscience. We were hungry, so we headed towards the nearest restaurant. Most consumers are unaware of where the goods they buy are produced. Solar power is a more sustainable form of energy than some fossil fuels. He was unsure about whether to take the factory job. For ethical reasons, she refuses to eat meat. Julian denied that he had stolen the files, but somebody found them in his backpack. She never regretted leaving her secure job to travel the world. He defended his decision to close the company when the costs kept rising. Her complaints at the restaurant were completely justified. I was uncertain about giving the company my debit card details. His unemployment had changed the structure of his daily life. A good night's sleep is beneficial to health. It was so frustrating that the local shops closed at midday. Seeing your own creations on display in an exhibition is a rewarding experience. It is pointless getting a huge mortgage from the bank. You'll never be able to repay it. The child's toy was so poorly made that it broke within a day. Cars are the most inefficient way to travel in the city center. They must find more eco-friendly ways to produce energy without destroying the countryside. We are being very cautious about cooking outdoors in summer. We don't want to start a wildfire. Organic cotton is quite a common fabric these days. Many people speculate about whether we will find life on other planets in the future. These trousers are too long for me, so I'll have to alter them to make them fit. I assume everyone is coming to the party, but I'll check. The elections are the trending topic this week on Twitter. The shop claims to have the widest range of goods in the country, but that sounds doubtful. The film was so bad that it was a complete box office failure. He felt too warm as he was wearing a waistcoat on top of his shirt. I can't simply leave my job at the drop of a hat. I'll need to think it over first. Why not set up a shop where people can exchange second-hand clothing instead of buying more? If you want to get into university, you'll have to pull your socks up and study more. The minute Frank gets his pay, it burns a hole in his pocket and he has nothing left the next day. Your comment about him getting a promotion because his father is the manager was below the belt. It's time to roll our sleeves up and get on with the project. I'm glad you got promoted, but don't get too big for your boots. Keep your hair on. I didn't spend all your money at the shops. When the sales began, the shop assistants were unable to cope with the number of customers. It's a rather expensive area for us, so we're just window shopping. We won't buy anything. There was a wave of panic buying at petrol stations when the rise in fuel costs was announced. Black is back on trend this season. Stella is quite fashion conscious and always wears shoes and accessories to match her clothes. All the costumes for the dance performance have been tailor-made so each one is unique. We stopped for a snack at a self-service restaurant. These shirts cost very little to make, so the company has a huge profit margin of 70%. We have very large windows, so we got curtains made to measure. The day started out well, but turned out badly when he failed the audition. We complimented the chef on the delicious meal. At first, his parents disapproved of him becoming a musician. So many people have become addicted to watching TV series and they waste so much time on them. After a moment's hesitation, she began to speak. Nobody had told him about the dress code for the party, so he was the only person wearing a formal suit. The government is looking into higher fines in order to enforce the law against using a phone while driving. Researchers are still experimenting to find a cure for the virus. They don't go out often, but they enjoy an occasional trip to the theater. After breaking the club rules, he was excluded from playing in the match. If you use your credit card too often, you'll end up spending more than you earn. The film was a disappointment as the acting was appalling. One factor affecting the running costs of electric cars is the affordability of electricity. Opponents of the government had organized the demonstration. Have you persuaded your parents to buy tickets for the concert? At some point in their evolution, dolphins return to the sea. Her income is very low, so she just manages to pay all her utility bills. Wastewater from our city is processed to clean it before being released into the sea. When the local residents complained about the destruction of the forest, the developers accused them of standing in the way of progress. He became rich by exploiting all the people who worked for him. He impressed me with his detailed knowledge of Greek history. Parents are responsible for the welfare of their children. You can start learning to juggle by throwing a small ball from one hand to the other. It isn't very easy to keep your balance on a unicycle. It had been months since I moved to the new school, but I still didn't feel I belonged there. Some birds refuse to sing if you keep them in a cage. The target audience for the new TV show is young people who enjoy sports. They performed a very funny comedy act. The acrobats performed at a great height under the big top. Astronauts work in a weightless environment when they are in space. The singer looked so real nobody could believe it was just a hologram. You need a much more powerful processor if you want to use video editing software. The teacher used a combination of methods to help us understand the vocabulary. He remembers his time as a student with great nostalgia. The film is based on actual people and events. The course provides instruction in basic computer skills. It's an intensive course, with 6 hours of lessons every day. Our school drama club is putting on Romeo and Juliet. She danced salsa to show off the skills she had acquired in her dancing class. I held my breath when the acrobat lost his balance on the tightrope. You need to take training seriously if you want to play professionally. Our first priority is the safety of the people who work here. The audience went silent as the curtain rose. Going backstage to meet the actors was the best part of the evening for me. The film documented all the events that led to the disaster. The police managed to gain access through the bathroom window. The thieves abandoned the stolen car and escaped. The new law has banned smoking in all public places. The practice of keeping animals in cages should be banned. I love everything about my job, apart from the early start in the morning. Nothing can excuse cruelty to animals. The church is a typical example of 12th century architecture. Our teacher is very strict about homework, It must always be done on time. There has been a lot of debate on the government's new plan. I tried to reassure him that the problem could easily be solved. The makeup artist completely changed the actor's look for the show. Our best defender was injured and we had to play without him today. In spite of the delay, we are still on target to finish the job by next week. A penalty in the last minute of the game gave Arsenal a win over Chelsea. He ran across the pitch and scored. A referee must have excellent knowledge of all the rules of the game. The goalkeeper managed to save at the last minute. Ronaldo only took 2 shots in the whole game. The boxer knocked his opponent down in the first 5 minutes. The young runner was half a mile in the lead for almost the whole race. She has completed 6 laps and has 2 more to go. It's much more dangerous to run in the streets than on a racetrack. She had a comfortable victory against her opponent. I ran my first marathon in just under 4 hours. I knew I had to keep running, but I couldn't find the strength to go any further. She won the first round, but there are 2 more to go. He reached the semi-final but lost and so was eliminated from the competition. The captain of the winning team held the trophy in the air while the crowds cheered. We won the semi-final and we're now through to the final. I'd like to thank you on behalf of the whole team. You can go to the party as long as you promise to be back by midnight. I thought he was single, but apparently he's married with 2 children. I regret speaking to her that way. I shouldn't have been rude. I want to be there at 6 and that means leaving the house at 5. I can't go on working 12 hours a day. I need to find a better job. After her first book was published, she went on to write another 2 novels. He broke his ankle at football practice. The thief grabbed hold of my bag and ran off. The house was built on a cliff overlooking the ocean. The Samaria Gorge Omicron and the island of Crete is the longest in Europe. I accidentally locked myself out of the house. I slipped and fell to the ground. They put their children at risk by letting them wait inside the car. We've lost one of the bolts and now the door won't close. Unlike my sister, I actually hate football. The program aims to educate our youth on the safe use of social media. He was slightly upset that they lost the game. Altogether, they paid £97 for that meal. This house is no longer on sale. We've decided to keep it. Pollution is still a major problem in the Greater London region. She quickly bounced the ball against the wall. Euro Disney is a big amusement park just outside Paris. He tried to justify his decision but couldn't think of any good reasons. There is a range of tourist attractions in the area, which is why it's so popular. It'll be quite a challenge to finish the report by tomorrow, but I think I can do it. The match will take place on Sunday, with a 7 p.m. kickoff. Wear strong boots if you want to go hiking in the forest. There was some confusion about what we should do next. On my birthday, I did an escape room with my friends. It took us 2 hours to get out. That's weird, I was sure I left my phone on my desk, but it isn't there. Before I'd even finished the joke, everyone burst out laughing. Please slow down, there's no way I can keep up with you if you walk so fast. Be careful. You've just knocked over the lamp. He doesn't really need a car at all. He just bought this expensive sports car to show off to the neighbors. After her appearance on TV, the young singer's career really took off. The girl fell over and cut her knee badly. Let's have another look at your data. I think you're onto something. The show will appeal mostly to younger audiences. I'm definitely not as good as you. In fact, I don't even come close to your level. Taking regular exercise will make a big difference to your health. My dad doesn't know the first thing about computers. Liszt holds an important place in the history of the piano. The economic situation forced us to sell our house. They sent the children on a treasure hunt and the winner got a big chocolate egg. They tried to tempt her to accept the job by offering her a huge salary. You could use your tablet or, alternatively, your phone. Consider the input data carefully before you start working on the task. If you buy 3 shirts, you'll get a 15% discount. Shall we go to the early screening at 7 or the late one at 9? I have a season ticket for all my team's games this year. A vast audience watched the awards ceremony on TV. The questions were very open, so the interviewee was able to express herself quite freely. A significant number of employees are unhappy. Many respondents refuse to answer the last question. I don't really want to invest any money in this company, I don't trust them. Their new advertising campaign is very successful, everyone is talking about their products. The statistics show that the majority of people are not interested in TV. Use a heading at the top of each section to tell the reader what it is about. The police have the authority to arrest people that break the law. Her expression remained neutral, so we had no idea what she was thinking. They asked her to stay on as leader of the hockey team for another year. You are by far the most intelligent person I have met. She was busy with other commitments and therefore could not attend the event. Scientists have developed AI systems that will enable machines to understand and use human language. She took over as manager of the company last year. I attended an international conference on language teaching. Robotics is becoming a popular science in the 21st century. She is currently writing a new book. Menial work is not very well paid. A lot of warming up is necessary before you practice parkour. The people rebelled against the government when more economic scandals were uncovered. The cobra is a deadly snake. The android looked like a 20-year-old man. In the past, it wasn't unusual to see maids working in people's houses. The butler announced that dinner was served. The art teacher tried to encourage the children's creativity. The police described the killer as an evil man. Illegal downloading is killing the music industry. The news of the flood was reported in the press. The actor announced at a press conference that she would do one last film. Most politicians have speeches carefully written to include sound bites so their message will be remembered. The first time I sang in public was a memorable experience. TV and radio used to be the most popular media till the internet took over. The videos online were carefully designed to spread disinformation denying the country's social problems. Check your facts carefully because there's so much false information around on social media. The advertisement gives the misleading impression that the sugary breakfast cereal is a healthy choice. News of the celebrity couple's separation spread quickly. She deliberately switches off her phone at night so it won't distract her from sleeping. The statement she made to the police was a complete fiction. The climber broke his arm when he fell into a crevasse on the mountain. She overtook all the other cyclists and won the race. Following its instincts, the cat caught the bird and brought it into the house. Screaming loudly wasn't a helpful or rational reaction to seeing the snake in the woods. It's fascinating to observe children's cognitive development as they come to understand the world around them. People tend to waste a lot of time chatting on social media. It can be difficult to remain calm and think logically when you're under too much pressure. He's seeing a psychologist to overcome his fear of speaking in public. There's no logic in your decision to leave your job. She skim reads the headlines to catch up with the news. Have you come to a decision about what career you'd like to follow? Situated near the mountain streams, the village has an unlimited water supply. The restaurant had advertising leaflets distributed to attract more customers. He shared the photos on several social media platforms. The French Revolution was intended to democratize the country, ending the rule of the royal family. The construction of a new road will have implications for the residents on the outskirts of town. Children need a proper diet that ensures good nutrition to grow well. The timing of the incident reinforced his belief that the fire had been started deliberately. The referee's decision showed an unfair bias towards the home team. Children should be encouraged to develop both artistic and intellectual skills. The estate agent was very persuasive, so we were convinced that the house was a bargain. He has suffered from psychological problems since the accident. There is so much misinformation around about environmental issues. In all likelihood, Driverless buses will soon be a common sight in our cities. Living in poverty is a source of unhappiness for many people. She goes jogging regularly, at least 3 times a week. Her books are now distributed widely in several languages. In the podcast, she explains her theory in depth. This blogger stands out from the rest as he appears to back up his ideas with facts. Local groups are putting pressure on the council to create safe play areas for children. I found some videos giving guidance on how to fix the software error. She studied journalism and made a successful career writing for a major newspaper. The film was a human interest story about a man's search for his natural mother. The program was interrupted to present breaking news about the earthquake. It is important to keep informed about current affairs so you know what is happening in the world. The news report gave a complete political analysis of the possible outcomes of the election. After the editor's inspection, the magazine was published online. The police have received information about the case from an anonymous caller. The government press release outlines their financial plans for the next year. The emergency services made an in-depth assessment of the storm damage. The report came from an official government source. The news is broadcast every evening at 10 p.m. A few listeners called in during the live TV program to give information about the missing person. The magazine had a circulation of over 100,000. The discussion panel consisted of representatives from each political party. Her YouTube channel has attracted thousands of subscribers. I'd never tell Marcus any secrets as he isn't trustworthy. A group of environmental activists prevented the loggers from destroying the forest. The opposition's campaign was aimed at attracting votes from the younger members of the electorate. The party's election manifesto includes a promise to increase the minimum wage. We've written to our local councillor about the traffic problem. The statement was made by a U.S. diplomat in Saudi Arabia. The council held a press conference to present the plans for the proposed new bridge. In the 1950s, there was a high level of immigration to Australia from Europe when people came in search of better lives. The government faced opposition from environmental groups who didn't want wind turbines to be built in a conservation area. The voters were completely misled by the government's false promises to cut taxes. The country was ruled by a cruel dictator. The Prime Minister's sudden interest in the environment is nothing but pre-election propaganda. The President proposed some changes to the Constitution to suit his own political plans. The government refused to accept the result of the region's referendum on independence. The politician's statement angered everybody, even her own party members. When the shop sent me a second faulty tablet, I returned it and demanded a refund. Thousands of protesters took part in the demonstration. We watched the Prime Minister make his speech about unemployment on TV. News spreads faster online than it does with conventional newspapers. The band's fan base consists mainly of teenagers. Do you think they will generate enough support to win the election? The blog post aimed to generate engagement in the band's new album. Participants tweeted their photos directly from the demonstration. I need to study in a place where nothing can distract me. The story made the front page of most major newspapers. The news of their divorce was mentioned by a gossip columnist in a popular newspaper. A diplomat's job involves negotiating with leaders of other countries. My article was published in the school magazine. She writes a column on book reviews for a national newspaper. The politician was accused of hiding information from the public before the election. Jamie was elected as our class president. He lied to his manager and said he was ill to cover his absence from work. He inquired at the hotel reception about his missing key. News of the fire went viral within minutes on Twitter. The boss threatened to fire her if she made any more mistakes at work. The meteorologist admitted that they had not forecast the weather correctly. I didn't want to be the one to break the bad news to him about the accident. By the time I met up with Harry for lunch, his trip to Bali was already old news. That's news to me that they're getting a divorce. I didn't even know they were married. The announcement of his promotion came as welcome news. The Transport Workers Union has objected to the proposed change in working hours. The plane had run out of fuel, so the pilot crash-landed in a field. The chat show has been postponed to 6:30 because of the emergency news broadcast. Diane didn't enjoy that film because the ending didn't make sense. The Romans came up with the brilliant idea of building roads straight across England. He's a little shy, which makes it hard for him to get his ideas across. Mandy had a word with her son's teacher to discuss his progress. Dealing with immigration issues calls for action from governments worldwide. She spoke to her employees to clear up any doubts about the future of the company. We only discussed the matter briefly. Through some misunderstanding, the parcel was delivered to the wrong address. The story was so depressing because it had a sad ending. Jenny is cycling around the world to raise money to fight child poverty. Unfortunately, the updated app doesn't work on my phone. Did you consciously decide to tell him, or was it a slip? He undoubtedly had good reasons for refusing the job offer. Emails and instant messaging have become integral parts of everyday communication. We must cut down on our consumption of the Earth's resources. Video chats are a fast and effective form of communication. Working online from home can cause people to feel isolated from the real world. Socializing with friends is important for our mental health. There has been an alarming increase in unemployment in recent years. He always suffers from nerves in job interviews. I managed to hand in my class assignment on time. Let me recap the main points of our discussion before we make a decision. We could write to our counselor about the problem. Alternatively, we could go to the press. I'm sure he was lying from the way he avoided eye contact. He stopped regularly to take sips of water on his long walk. The dessert we had was a feast for the senses. Animals generally have a better sense of smell than humans. I've stopped having pastries in the afternoon. They're quite fattening. Even in zoos, lions have a complex social hierarchy. The researcher is doing experiments to find out how different sounds affect people. We carried out a study into how people react to different colors. The journalist revealed the celebrity's family history. I value your opinion on music, which is why I'm asking you to listen to my song. The Eiffel Tower is a symbol of France's national heritage. Babies need to eat healthy food. Similarly, it's important they sleep many hours. He wore a red and black patterned t-shirt. The shop had beautiful pottery on sale, but my favorite piece was a blue vase. The findings of the survey show that most children do not like heavily spiced foods. The research may prove that there is some form of life on nearby planets. Scientists have made significant progress in understanding the human body. There is a wide range of dishes on the menu to suit all tastes. Advances in technology have dramatically changed teaching practices. As children grow, they learn to develop the skills required in adulthood. Photographers can utilize computer programs to alter colors and shapes in images. The human mind reacts to sensory information, including sight, smell, sound, touch and taste. It's difficult to fully understand the workings of the human brain. The heart and the brain are the most important of all human organs. Too much stress can lead to health issues. The farmers struggled to survive through the exceptionally cold winter. Entrance to the palace gardens is restricted to weekends only. The students conducted a number of experiments in the science lab. Police are carrying out a large-scale search to find the suspect. We are investigating how the power of smell helps us choose food that is safe to eat. The steamed rice had a light fluffy texture. Students at this university come from a diverse range of backgrounds. Anita is deaf, so her family use sign language to talk with her. My ambition is to visit as many countries as possible around the globe. The age of participants in the experiment ranged from 20 to 55. The cultures of the different tribes in the Amazon basin have some similarities. Technology plays an important role in the post-industrial age. The participants in the study had to taste various types of food without seeing them. Having perfect vision, he can read small print without glasses even at a distance. She wore a pretty floral top. We cycled with ease along the straight road. The weather is noticeably cooler than last week. Despite its low price, my new laptop outperforms any other computer I've used. In each region, there are different variations of traditional dishes. The jars were arranged on the shelves according to their size. Although Shireen grew up in London, she still speaks Farsi with her Iranian relatives. Living and working in North Thailand, Kim learned to speak Lao. His tears reflected how upset and tired he was. The experiment demonstrates the effects of sleep. The police did a thorough search of the area. One function of the human nose is to detect smell. The school library is solely for the use of students and staff. She extended her study to include more detailed results. The group aims to raise people's awareness of cultural differences in the community. The results have to be viewed from a cultural perspective. If you want to do something worthwhile in your free time, why not learn another language? The UK's car industry declined as companies chose to manufacture vehicles abroad. Cookery skills are essential to becoming a chef. Would you kindly assist me to complete this application form? Wear smart clothes for your interview to make a good impression. I misunderstood his phone message and went to the wrong address. How many local residents participated in the survey? The country's economy has declined due to a decrease in tourism. Mario can't express himself well in English. There's a large warning sign to make drivers aware of the pedestrian crossing ahead. The company communicates solely through the internet and no longer sends letters by post. The doctor detected a slight improvement in her patient's health. The biologist is attempting to interpret the sounds made by dolphins and whales. Paula is color blind and can't see the difference between red and green. This app can identify any plant you want. Take a photo of the plant and click on Info. After reading the findings, we concluded that the experiment had been a success. People from different cultures perceive their surroundings differently. Dogs sense when someone is approaching long before a human notices anything. Ivan was furious when he saw the damage to his new car. We were overwhelmed by the generosity of the villagers. She was eager to meet her online friend face to face. He was ecstatic about going to the concert. He had a surprisingly emotional reaction when he saw the old photo and realized it was his grandfather. He is a bit jealous of the attention that his parents give his baby brother. How old was Beethoven when he composed his first symphony? He felt tense and couldn't sleep the night before his job interview. He feels silly and is reluctant to ask anyone for help. She wrote me a long, chatty email with her news. Why are you so moody today? Did something go wrong at school? She studied hard, so she's optimistic about her exam results. He has an outgoing personality and is never shy. He is pessimistic about the future of the planet and says people will destroy it. She is a self-confident person and enjoys giving presentations in class. Jack's still very sensitive about his breakup with Kim, so don't mention her. Her unconventional lifestyle involves living in different countries for a few months. When Sue wasn't as chatty as usual, I picked up on the fact that something was wrong. Everyone can see I'm upset. I can't hide my emotions when I'm stressed. Please sign into the class webinar at 9:30. There were 4 tiny parrots' eggs in the nest. The results of the research were published in the Science Journal. I'm quite hungry, so I'll stop work for lunch in a bit. The teacher was exhausted after a whole day of online lessons. Sam looked concerned when he heard the bad news. The teacher looked irritated when the students arrived late. I was convinced that she was right. Everyone looked astonished when I told them I was moving to Argentina. Aunt Tracy seemed delighted to see me. Irene was appreciative of her family's support during her university course. The downside of studying abroad was that she missed her family. My parents' reaction to my decision to leave home was quite positive. Listening to music helps me concentrate on my work. Diana took part in a talent show and she won first prize. Julio is quite self-confident and found it easy to adapt to his new school. The new assistant adopted the bad habit of arriving late for work. He took some time to adapt to his new job, but on the whole, he's enjoying it. I don't have much leisure time now because I'm studying for my exams. Miguel bought a new video camera to take up vlogging. I'm not into sports, but I enjoy long walks in the park. He's a passionate supporter of human rights. Moving house depends on where he finds a job. I've got so many Instagram contacts that I can't keep up with all of them. He lost touch with his old friends after college. Let's catch up soon and I'll tell you all about my new job. They are currently giving talks in Japan. We had some hummus as a dip with carrots. The band did a final rehearsal on Friday. Have you read my article in this month's issue of the school magazine? It gave Mark great satisfaction to taste his first homemade pizza. I have some doubts about whether to trust Tom. He's not very reliable. Our weekend camping plans are dependent on the weather. He was doubtful about his chances of winning the competition. She wrote to complain because she was so dissatisfied with the service at the hotel. The sauce is a bit tasteless, so I'll add some spice. The bus driver was responsible for the accident as he didn't stop at the red light. Tim's careless about his diet. I really think he ought to start eating more healthily. The film about the president's life received a lot of criticism. She was over the moon when she heard that her team won. I'm in two minds about whether to have a party at home as I don't fancy cleaning up afterwards. I'm sick of hearing bad news. Let's get out and have fun. You need to be on the ball and focus on the questions during your interview. Having to get up so early is a pain in the neck. For sensible advice, I rely on Ken, who is very down to earth. He enjoys the sourness of homemade lemonade. Though I enjoyed the book, I disliked the film intensely. Strong coffee affects the senses and it may prevent sleep at night. I told you not to dye your hair. Your natural color looks much nicer. I observed the bird as it made its nest. This fruit is too bitter to eat. Too many salty snacks, like potato crisps, are bad for your health. I had prepared my research well. Nevertheless, the results were disappointing. Write the name of the recipient at the top of the letter. Visitors to rural France often have problems understanding the colloquial language, which differs from that spoken in Paris. In recent years, there have been significant developments in medical science. The school choir sang at the local concert. Could you pop in at the bakery and get some bread on the way home? He is very keen on physics and would like to become an engineer. Don't worry, I'll look into the problem. I'll make a pizza for my friends. They're bound to enjoy it. I'm not sure if I can learn to play the piano, but I'll give it a go. Police dogs are trained to react to certain smells and sounds. She couldn't deal with losing her job and felt depressed for a long time. Stop worrying and try to calm down. The good news cheered him up. You need to eat balanced meals containing enough vitamins and protein. The climb was difficult, but they didn't give up and reached the top in the end. She's been practicing yoga for 10 years. Dorothy does meditation every night to clear her mind before going to sleep. Achieving mindfulness is used as a way to relax. I only add a moderate amount of salt to food during cooking. At the end of the course, he packed up and went back to his hometown. Come in and make yourself at home. The company is based in a high-rise office block. They moved out of their tiny flat and into a bungalow surrounded by a large garden. The residential area we live in has wide streets and large gardens in front of the houses. We ordered a load of bricks to build a new garden wall. I booked a chalet in the Alps to stay in during our winter holiday. It isn't easy to find cheap housing in London. Flats near the center are so expensive. Electric cars are so expensive that they aren't affordable for most people. My income has dropped since the business closed and I lost my job. The roof is made from resilient materials to protect the house against all weather conditions. The strong wind and hot dry weather contributed to the wildfire. There is a landfill near here and it often smells terrible because of the rubbish. Scientists warn that we should take measures to protect our communities from the effects of climate change. That car is engineered to run on electricity instead of petrol. Architects have incorporated a solar heating system into the house design. Eventually, my brother decided not to buy the flat. Ensure that you have locked the door when you leave the house. If you study the layers of rock, you can learn a lot about how the land was formed. The walls of this building are made of concrete. This lightweight fabric is designed to stand up to the cold and rain. Energy costs are a major factor to consider when buying a home. Building work on a new shopping mall has begun on the construction site. More police patrols could combat crime in the neighborhood. The rate of homelessness has risen dramatically due to the financial crisis. The SPCA is a non-profit in the UK which raises money for animals in need. Passing the exam is within his capabilities if he studies enough. One drawback of 3D printed houses is that they may only last 50 to 60 years. Are you sure the roof of the building is secure enough to withstand storms? School buildings have become much more humanized in recent years. Hillary gave a brief outline of her new business plan. The project is reliant upon government funding. Although 3D printers can save on transport costs, the most common material they use is plastic, which is harmful for the environment. The country is suffering from a water shortage caused by the lack of rain. When developers began to build houses on the field next to his quiet home, Alan decided it was time to move out. Social housing in the UK is a good option for families on low incomes. The wealthy company owner teamed up with local volunteers to provide free meals for homeless people. 3D printing is completely different from standard building methods. The house was damaged by the earthquake because its foundations were too close to the river. Glass can withstand extreme temperatures of heat or cold without breaking. You can customize your laptop by changing the photo on the screen. The homeless man spent the night sleeping under a road bridge. He lives in a spacious villa in a wealthy neighborhood. He's a member of an exclusive golf club. I booked a room with an ensuite bathroom as I wouldn't like to share one with other hotel guests. The master bedroom has a view of the garden, while the smaller bedrooms face the street. The castle was built around a courtyard, where public events took place. He bought a refurbished old guitar that plays perfectly. We rented a furnished house by the sea for a month. I sold some old furniture on an online auction and made some money. There are rows of traditional terraced houses in most British cities. Our bedroom overlooked the busy street, so it was rather noisy at night. The previous tenant had maintained the flat by painting and decorating it as if it was her own place. The exterior of the house, which faces the street, is in need of repair to the brickwork. The interior of the hotel has been completely refurbished. When we reached the museum, a sign said it was closed for renovation. She drove around for ages, looking for a vacant parking space. If you rent a flat here, it's common to pay a deposit of 1 month's rent in advance. One advantage of being a homeowner is that you can decorate your property to suit your own style. They arranged to let the house to a local couple. Rosie rents a house as she can't get a mortgage to buy one. He arranged the repayment of his car loan over 4 years. The tenants in Matilda's house hadn't paid the rent for 2 months. They applied for permission to build an extension with a new kitchen at the back of their house. The floor plan gave a good idea of how much space they would have for furniture in each office. He renovated the loft of his house to use it as a music studio. At the harbor, we saw a huge crane lifting a yacht out of the sea. We removed the wall between the dining room and the kitchen to change the layout of our home. They shouldn't build a hotel here in the conservation area. It's supposed to be a safe home for plants and wildlife. Although the restaurant decor was quite old-fashioned, the food was excellent. The bright and spacious living room is an attractive feature of the property. We've decorated the room with artificial plants as there isn't enough light for real ones. The wooden chalets were set in a valley near the forest. Living so close to the park is a huge bonus. It's almost like being in the countryside. Solar power is often used to heat water in sunny Mediterranean countries. The estate agent showed us around a few vacant flats before we decided to buy one. Bricklaying has to be done properly to build walls that will stay up. Most of the town's residents live on housing estates about a mile from the center. They're making arrangements to get married. It is my intention to build my own home whenever I can afford it. The old kitchen needed renovating to make it more modern. Living in the crowded city center doesn't appeal to me. I still don't get what you're talking about. Can you please explain it? On the whole, the hotel room was satisfactory, though pretty average. Manual labor is used to install water pipes and electrical wiring in new homes. Getting the keys for her new home gave Greta a great sense of achievement. The house looked so strange that I had a strong desire to laugh. The homes on this estate are overpriced. Normal people can't afford to buy them. I appreciate all your help. I couldn't have done everything by myself. Many local residents are opposed to the new social housing development. The building inspector pointed out where the earthquake had caused cracks in the walls. We were impressed by the friendliness of the local people. An ensuite bedroom would be preferable if it's available. I didn't catch your first name. Could you repeat it? Work is due to begin on the construction site next month. She was on the point of locking the door when she realized she'd left her keys in the house. The earthquake struck just as we were on the verge of going to bed. They were to move into their new home this week, but the building still requires some work. The child looked as if he was about to start crying. Quite honestly, I don't think 3D homes will become popular. Will you please put your stuff away and clean your room? The Environment Minister explained the government's new policy for recycling. He was upset by the comments as they were too close to home. Jackie and her colleagues get on like a house on fire, which makes it a happy work environment. They've been to the island so often that it's become a home from home. At the end of our meal, the restaurant owner gave us dessert on the house. We put in an offer for the flat that was just above the starting price. When he decided to move abroad, he put his house on the market. I'm trying to put aside a little money every month to save up for a holiday. The neighbors have put up a high wall around their garden. His mother put her foot down and wouldn't allow him to go out the night before his exam. She insisted on paying for everyone's meal. I'm sure you'll get the job if you put your mind to it. I can't put up with driving in busy traffic. I prefer to walk or use public transport. It took the builders weeks to lay the foundations for the house. Smartphones have revolutionized mobile phone technology. I threw away the bread, which was covered in fungus. It was almost midday before my brother emerged from his room. Wind and water are renewable energy sources. It's a pity that so many apparently environmentally friendly foods are sold wrapped in plastic which is not biodegradable. The band have reproduced all their old hits on a new album. His broken arm has healed so quickly that he's already playing tennis again. There were massive cracks in the walls after the earthquake. Building inspectors carried out an evaluation of the construction work. When the rain got too heavy, we packed up our tents and found cheap accommodation in a youth hostel for the night. We didn't get much sleep in the youth hostel dormitory because somebody was snoring loudly all night. As a student, she rented a room in a flat and shared the communal kitchen. Please don't disturb me while I'm doing an online lesson. My tutor gave me useful comments in her feedback on my essay. The carpenter made this wooden bookcase. An unexpected difficulty has arisen and I think we should inform our manager. Sam gets unwell with most of his colleagues at the office. Funding for the infrastructure of the community should lead to better roads and facilities. You'll probably feel more productive after a short refreshing break. Developers should take the needs of local people into account. The cultural identity of some people is shown in the way they dress. He had to sign a form to show his acceptance of the club rules. Caroline looks up to her older sister, who has just completed her master's degree in engineering. It's against my principles to lie to my friends. People in the village still live according to traditional family values. I'm very interested in natural history and enjoy taking photos of wildlife. Support and trust are the most important elements of a good relationship. The teacher is quite laid back, so she won't mind if your homework is a day late. Nadine is ambitious and she wants to set up her own construction company. Miguel is a fun-loving person and loves organizing parties. I can't stand people who bully others. My brother is completely obsessed with playing computer games. She lives in a small rural town in the south of France. Don't forget this is a commercial operation and our top priority is to make money. His shirt is identical to mine, we bought them together. The patient made a rapid recovery and was sent home in 2 days. Residents in the area are furious at the decision to build a new mall. Heavy traffic is mainly an urban problem. There used to be a beautiful old house there, but now it's been replaced by a block of flats. She walked at a rapid pace across the street. Schools are suffering from a shortage of teachers. Stars from the world of entertainment usually have thousands of followers on social media. He's prepared to commute long distances if necessary, as he has been jobless for a year. Factories are usually built on the outskirts of cities. Nowadays, the village has around 100 inhabitants. The library houses a large collection of historical documents. I can only devote 1 hour a day to the project. Cities aren't usually as walkable as smaller towns. The bridge is designed for pedestrians only so no cars are allowed. The cost of housing in London is extremely high. The story doesn't move in a linear fashion, it begins with the death of the hero. Since we haven't been able to come up with a solution, I thought we might consider a new approach to the problem. The growth of the company led to many new employees being hired. The house is in a beautiful residential area with a lot of green space. They have reduced the price of these shoes to just €20. We mainly used public transport to get around. They are planning to expand the airport. Modernist cinema can sometimes be difficult to understand. The marketing manager proposed changing the name of the company. Please raise your hand if you want to say something. The virus spread quickly through physical contact. He claimed he was very poor, but we didn't believe him. After traveling around Europe for 2 months, we ended up in Prague. The new director had a more humanistic approach to the treatment of prisoners. We decided to change course as we weren't getting anywhere. The train is always packed with commuters on weekday mornings. It was difficult to make a decision as the situation was continually changing. The hotel looked cold and uninviting, we definitely didn't want to stay there. I've had enough. I demand to see the manager immediately. The house was surrounded by a beautiful old wooden fence. The house is in a gated community, so you'll all be safe. The park is unfenced, so you can go and have a walk there any time you like. I'd prefer to live in a low-rise building rather than a tower block. She made a big profit when she sold her house. They decided to move to the suburbs when they had their first child. His shop is in the most fashionable shopping district. Industrial production has increased by 3% in the last 6 months. They bought a 3-bedroom house on a new housing estate. A first aid kit consists of plasters, dressings, bandages, tweezers and gloves. Cars and pedestrians are not supposed to be in the bike lane. You're not supposed to ride your bike on the pavement. When we came to the crossroads, we didn't know which way to turn. The traffic is moving really slowly because of the roadworks ahead. It's a small town but it's an important railway junction. All cars ought to stop at pedestrian crossings, but they don't always do so. This is a pedestrian zone. You can't ride your bike here. Drivers are more careful when they know there is a speed camera on the road. You need to slow down, the speed limit here is only 30 miles per hour. The hotel has special facilities for disabled people. The room provides an ideal venue for business meetings. The early 20th century was a time of rapid urbanization. We will send you the goods you ordered tomorrow morning. The fence marks the boundary between our garden and theirs. We're going to set off for the station in half an hour. Hopefully, we'll be there by 6, but it depends on the traffic. What evidence do you have that he took the money? It's up to you. I'll do whatever you say. The new skyscraper is going to be the tallest in the world. Seabirds sometimes come inland looking for food. Most apartment dwellers cannot imagine what it's like to live in a house with a garden. After living and working in the USA for 10 years, I applied to become an American citizen. Her constant criticism has begun to annoy me. Noise pollution is at its worst in inner city areas. The members of the European Union agreed to regulate their banks. I suggest we meet on a regular basis from now on. How about every Tuesday? As a town planner, where do you recommend we should build the new hospital? My constant mood swings worried me. One minute I was happy, the next I was in tears. House prices have risen sharply in the last month. After my first week in Madrid, I was feeling very homesick. I'd rather stay at home than go to the party with him. After spending a few years abroad, I returned to my hometown last week. I'm trying to eliminate sugar from my diet. The majority of people don't pay much attention to their diet. Your standard of living doesn't only have to do with how much you get paid, but also how much free time you have. It is the job of the police to prevent crime. The disease mainly affects children. The damage to his amygdala meant that he could no longer feel anything. It is important to keep healthcare workers safe if we want to be safe ourselves. Teachers should be able to interact well with their students. The city center has now been declared a car-free zone. I'm afraid I don't entirely agree with you. I've given up trying to convince her, there's no way she'll change her mind. The teacher had a lot of experience working with young children. Meeting my favorite author was an experience I'll never forget. There is just one parking space left. I need to make some space in my closet for all these new clothes. There's a lot of competition between the two phone companies. She always hands in her homework assignments on time, without fail. They drove silently along the wide avenue. You can drive faster on the highway, but there is still a speed limit. The police officer asked me to hand over my driving license. It isn't always easy to get around if you're in a wheelchair. It's a motor-driven boat, which is why it has no sails. There's no need to yell. I can hear you. The people stepped back to make way for the actor's car. The disease cannot be passed from animals to human beings. In many modern cities, people have to live on top of each other, as housing is limited. I couldn't resist the temptation to eat some more chocolate cake. He lives in the country but also keeps an apartment in the city for weekends, so he has the best of both worlds. There are people from all walks of life in my dance class, from lawyers to builders and hairdressers. His book collection is always on the increase. He must have more than 10,000 books already. I took all your views into consideration, but the final decision was mine. When her new book came out, she became the talk of the town. With all the stress and the noise, I wouldn't survive in the urban jungle. She really went to town on her birthday party. It went on all night. Your work is all over the place. I'm afraid you'll have to do it again. The place looked like a ghost town with dark, empty streets. She used to enjoy life in the fast lane, but now she lives in a quiet village. You can't go in. It's a private room. Traffic density has doubled in the last decade. The scandal led to a new government. Don't rush, we have plenty of time. I go to the library when I need some peace and quiet. We came across Mr. Harry in the park. The speaker engaged the audience fully. Although it was written in 1900, the novel is still relevant today. Humor is one of the key elements of a good lecture. No need to answer. It was only a rhetorical question. I formed the impression that you didn't like what he said. His argument was very persuasive, so we had to agree. I tried to keep my criticism impersonal as I didn't want him to feel bad. Let's hurry up, because we have a lot of work to get through. We've only got a day in Paris, so let's make the most of it and try and see all the sights. I didn't really like her new song. To be honest, I hated it. I decided to be adventurous and tried a completely new approach. If you are under 21, you can get a weekly travel pass for only €5. It's an expensive course, but considering the opportunities that I will have when I complete it, it's a good investment. Internet advertising will open up new markets for our products. Above all, I'd like to emphasize the importance of humor. I work so hard I have no time to socialize. I haven't seen my friends for 2 months. She gave us a brief outline of what had happened. The evidence does not really support your claims. We had a very lively discussion which I thoroughly enjoyed. Can you picture yourself growing old? Dust particles are everywhere but you can't always see them. I've downloaded an app that organizes my emails. Which is the quickest route to the museum? They are measuring the concentration of dust in the atmosphere. Do not exceed the recommended dose. Take a deep breath and fill your lungs with the fresh air of the forest. If the heart rate drops, the monitor will sound an alarm. The exhaust from the old bus in front of us smelled terrible. Electric cars do not produce any dangerous emissions. The patient's respiration is slow and difficult. If we keep going at this slow rate, it will take hours to finish the work. It is normal for your heart rate to increase during exercise. He suffers from high blood pressure and has to take pills to control it. Your mobile phone uses GPS to show your position on an online map. You can use any device to visit the site, but it looks best on a computer. The test showed there was poison in his bloodstream. Smoking can cause cardiovascular disease. They are trying to minimize their costs as the company is having trouble. Drive carefully and don't expose yourself to unnecessary risks. She's an emerging artist from Spain. You may not have heard of her yet. The doctor needed a sample of blood. They discovered the bacteria that caused the illness in the water. The storm caused terrible destruction in the area. The police monitored the suspect's phone calls. Many drones have cameras so you can take photos from above. The driver lost control of the car and slammed into a tree. The asteroid flew within 200,000 miles of the Earth. Don't worry, redirection to our new web address is automatic. It takes the Earth a year to orbit the Sun. The scientists calculated the impact of the asteroid hitting our planet. The police recorded every move the suspect made. I can give you a general outline, but I don't yet know the precise details of what happened. There are thousands of planetary systems in our galaxy. When the bullies attacked her brother, she leapt to his defense. The pilot avoided the collision by changing course at the last minute. As a result of the new measures, crime in inner-city areas has decreased by 10%. The soldiers were wearing brown military uniforms. The staff were all very kind and eager to help us. The car has remote control central locking. Just press this button and all the doors will automatically lock. Thousands of lives will be saved when the aid arrives in the country. The prisoner was very ill so they decided to set him free for humanitarian reasons. They sent him abroad on a very difficult assignment. Unfortunately, there were only 2 survivors of the plane crash. The heavy rain has caused floods all over the country. Most products are transported by road across the country. The mayor's support is vital to the success of the project. Unfortunately, poachers are still killing elephants and rhinos. They capture wild animals and sell them to zoos. I could sense that he wasn't happy although he said he was. Some astrophysicists believe it is possible that human beings will move to other planets in the near future. Our kitchen is equipped with all modern appliances. NASA is an acronym for the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. I think I have a rough idea of what you mean, but can you give me more details? The study highlights the need to take measures urgently. I got a fine for parking illegally. I couldn't access my documents because I had forgotten my password. There were 2 attachments in the email he sent us. Did you download the files? I make a backup of all my work files every day. I've got 2 online dictionaries in my bookmarks. I found your site while I was browsing and I thought it was amazing. The screen will display the name of the current user in the top right-hand corner. On a computer you can easily undo something if you change your mind. It's time to upgrade my phone, I've had it for 10 years. You can join our class virtually from the comfort of your home. You should use a good antivirus program that protects you without slowing down your computer. Most homes have broadband internet access these days. We have more than 10,000 names and addresses in our database. I have a powerful desktop at work, but just use a tablet at home. I use a headset to listen to music, so as not to disturb other people. The hard drive on my laptop isn't as big as the one on my desktop. You can't access these files unless you have the password. All the computers in our office are on the same network, so we can easily send large files to each other. You can control your wireless speaker from a distance, using your phone. The use of virtual reality in computer games makes the experience much more engaging. I keep all my files on the cloud so I can access them wherever I am. A hacker can break into your computer and steal all of the information you store there. I don't need your help, I'm perfectly capable of doing it myself. Computers can perform millions of calculations in no time. The teacher led the discussion so that all the students could express their views. If you're really confident in your abilities, you don't try to dominate others. I'm afraid I can't help you, I'm useless with computers. He's not the tallest boy in his class, but he's fairly tall. A number of charities have sent money to help the victims of the earthquake. It's such a shame that you didn't come to the party, we had loads of fun. They discovered his passport was fake and arrested him. He's a liar, so whatever he says, don't be taken in. I looked for more information about the company online, but nothing came up. We'll have to do without coffee today as we've run out. It will take hours to key in all these names by hand. I can't hear you. Can you speak up, please? I need to get hold of her address, do you happen to have it? You should always watch out for cars when you cross the road. He said he could help, but he didn't fool me. I knew he had other plans. The security camera has a motion sensor, so it will turn itself on if anyone moves. The fire alarm will go off automatically if it detects smoke. You shouldn't stare at people on the train. It's rude. I think I felt a drop of rain. Is it raining? It was an exhausting drive, but after 6 hours I was relieved we were finally there. You need to plug your desktop in before you start using it. It's very difficult for small local shops to compete with online stores. When it comes to cooking, I am completely useless. Body language is a form of nonverbal communication. The detective searched the whole building for clues. We can all speculate about the reason why he left, but only he knows the truth. She has a variety of hobbies, including skydiving, roller skating, and hiking. I couldn't understand what she said, so I asked her to rephrase it. He has demonstrated his creative talent in the stories that he's written. We examined every aspect of the problem. We are going to stream the interview live. It's a fantastic plan, the only drawback is its high cost. He is usually rather rude and consequently doesn't have many friends. She is trying to fight her addiction to social media and only uses her phone for an hour a day. I was feeling ill. However, I tried to get on with my work. The weather was terrible. Nevertheless, they went out for a walk. It's the job I always wanted to do. Furthermore, it's very well paid. He enjoys his job and, moreover, he's really good at it. The infographic shows how smartphones have changed our lives in the last 10 years. I've put the presentation on this USB stick. There's no way you can keep on top of all the work you have to do if you don't manage your time better. I can't take on any more commitments. I'm already far too busy. I bought a digital watch that also measures my blood pressure. You've had so many different jobs that I can't keep track of what you're doing. I thought it wouldn't be difficult to meet the deadline, but there was so much work that in the end I missed it. The lecture was very complicated and I found it hard to follow. I wasn't aware that the game had been cancelled. The children are allowed an hour of screen time a day. It's not always easy to find the right balance between work and leisure. The village lies on a hillside in the back of Beyond. He made his own shelter inside this cave. We rented a caravan to stay in at a campsite on the west coast. After we unpack in our rooms, we can meet downstairs in the foyer and decide where to have a meal. As we entered the hotel, the manager greeted us in the lobby. He stopped for the night at a roadside motel. In the poor areas of the city, people live in small overcrowded buildings. They booked a family suite with 2 bedrooms on the top floor of the hotel. My friend and booked a twin room to share as there were no single rooms available. The international conference took place at a well-known upmarket hotel in the city center. He owns a holiday villa overlooking the beach. She enjoyed eating the local cuisine, which included a variety of seafood dishes and homemade pies. We felt pleasantly exhausted after we had trekked 20 miles across the hills. The island's traditional fishing harbor became full of touristic cafes and souvenir shops. They trekked through pine trees in the evergreen forest. It was difficult to find the forest path, which was overgrown with vines. Apart from the main hotel building, there are individual bungalows in the hotel grounds. The island's fortunes are dependent on tourism. Realizing the volcano would destroy their town, they left their homes and resettled on another island. The wooden holiday lodges were situated near the lake. The mountain village is a popular winter resort, attracting skiers and snowboarders. The cost of our trip to Nepal included a homestay with our mountain guide's family. Before making the bread, he put on an apron to avoid getting covered with flour. Mangrove trees are common along the coast and rivers of Thailand. They built a new roof to resist the strong winds. The devastating earthquake left the town in ruins. With its high rainfall and mountainous terrain, Scotland produces most of the UK's hydroelectricity. Thousands of people once travelled across North America to make their fortune from gold mining. The natural forest was replaced with pine trees grown for timber. Travel agents now offer ecotourism options for holidaymakers who want to experience the natural environment. We took photos of the flamingos in the bird sanctuary at the lake. When the dam was built, the end of the valley was transformed into a lake. Many of the villagers make a living by providing accommodation and other facilities for tourists. Self-catering holidays are a good option for families who don't want to eat out every day. They stayed in a luxurious room with a huge private bathroom and an amazing balcony overlooking the lake. They live a simple life in a modest country cottage. She doesn't have room for much furniture as she lives in a studio apartment. After checking out the menu, we opted for a traditional fish dish. I booked to stay for a week's holiday at a bed and breakfast. Our conference fees included full board at the hotel, so we didn't have to worry about eating out. Our guide took us on an outing to an archaeological site. You can have a meal at a roadside inn and stay the night there if you wish. Many of the village homes near the Winter Sports Center are also guest houses. Dave and Louise spent their honeymoon at Lake Como after their wedding in Rome. The doctor advised him to wear sunblock on his face even in winter. Sit in the shade after your swim or you'll get sunburn. We compared hotel tariffs on the booking platform to decide which one had the best price. They hired a car from the company that offered the most economical rates. The shower wasn't working in our hotel room, so the manager gave us an upgrade and moved us into a suite. The 5-day itinerary includes daily outings to different historic sites. There were no vacancies at any of the hotels on the island, so we rented a tent at the campsite. The travel agent promised to arrange our outing after confirming the availability of a tour guide. The holiday rep greeted us at the airport and led us to our coach. The porter will take your luggage to your room, sir. Day by day, my skin is beginning to recover from the sunburn. It'll soon be back to normal again. Could I reserve a twin room with full board for 6 nights, please? The concert was fully booked when I first tried to buy a ticket, so I felt lucky to find a cancellation at the last moment. Our holiday accommodation was in large tents, similar to the homes of the indigenous people of Mongolia. The street sellers roasted maize to make fresh popcorn. He was frustrated at the delay as it meant he might miss his connecting flight. His decision to emigrate came as a shock to all his friends. The hotel was closed for maintenance during the winter. The annual cross-cultural festival brings together bands and dance performances from many nations. My grandfather suffered a loss of memory as he got into his 80s. The village has remained uninhabited ever since it was destroyed by an earthquake. The smell of freshly baked potatoes was most inviting. She resented having to give up her window seat on the plane although she had sat in someone else's place. The building project was called off due to objections from the local community. If you make an effort and show respect to your neighbors, you'll soon fit in with your new community. Adverse weather conditions have held up our delivery services. The restaurant was full, so we lined up at the door to wait for a table. Everyone was so friendly, so it was easy to settle in at her new job. A little exposure to the sun provides a necessary amount of vitamin D. Feeling really sick as a result of sunstroke, I regretted spending the whole day in the hot sun without a hat on. That awful noise from the construction site is driving me up the wall. I hope it stops soon. All of the homes in the area were affected by the power cut, so we were all in the same boat without electricity. It's good to get off the beaten track and discover new places far away from the usual sites. The guest house owners really went the extra mile to make our stay as enjoyable as possible. After watching so many travel documentaries, he was starting to get itchy feet. When we found our way onto the right path, it was smooth sailing all the way back home. Make sure you set off early to avoid any anxiety you may feel about missing your flight. This news channel has the best coverage of political issues. We should consider every aspect of the plan. She wrote a 5-star review evaluating the service at the hotel. The trainee reporter had some inaccuracies in his story as he didn't have the full picture. The review of the resort was informative and amusing. I intend to write to the manager to express my dissatisfaction with the hotel service. The children sat on their sledge and slid down the snowy slope. At the moment, the players are still training as the tournament will officially begin tomorrow. We had to wait in a long queue to pass through customs at the airport. The customs official at the airport insisted we open our suitcases. Both the pilot and the navigator were missing after their plane crashed. The sales clerk in the clothes shop was very helpful. Dog sledders travel long distances across the snow in Arctic regions. Our guide was fluent in Spanish and Portuguese. Sports stars often act as role models for young people. I feel this job would allow me to achieve my full potential and show what I am capable of. She made it her mission in life to help the homeless. The new regulations had an impact on the way businesses worked. She managed to motivate her students to complete the project in 2 days. Her father inspired her to work harder. All you do is criticize, you never say anything positive. The teacher pointed out the many spelling mistakes I had made. The fact that he didn't speak the language was a barrier to communication with the local people. She had to work really hard to live up to her parents' expectations. I really admire my sister for her courage. I try not to let feelings be my guide, I make my decisions based on logic. The trail along the river was covered with snow. Usain Bolt has been a phenomenon in the world of athletics. She lives in a remote village in the middle of the forest. I have 3 younger brothers, I'm the eldest. Could you fetch my bag from the other room, please? Many farmers spray their crops with chemicals to protect them from insects. I know you want a swimming pool, but we just can't afford it. She always excelled in mathematics at school, she got top marks. The government has called for the president to resign. He made a donation towards the building of the new hospital. The 2 athletes competed for the gold medal. Don't attempt to talk me into it. I'm not going to change my mind. She likes ultra-modern furniture, but I have more traditional taste. Most teenagers look up to pop stars. She has a fresh approach that completely breaks the mold. In many cases, women still have to fight for their rights. I thought he wouldn't like my idea, but, to my surprise, he loved it. It took him more than a week to recover from his injury. The doctor said I will probably need surgery on my left knee. I don't know how you manage to cope with 2 jobs and a young child. You need to overcome your fear of flying or you'll never be able to travel far away. I've heard the gossip about his new girlfriend, but I don't believe any of it. I heard a rumor that he was going to quit, but I know it's not true. He split up with his girlfriend last weekend. He brought disgrace on his whole family when he was sent to prison. The accusations that the bank manager had stolen the money caused a scandal. The new drug is a major breakthrough in the fight against cancer. The actor attempted a comeback with a new film after almost 10 years. She decided to follow in her mother's footsteps and become a journalist. As soon as I entered the room, a man appeared out of nowhere and asked how he could help me. As soon as he saw I was available, he seized the opportunity to come and talk to me. The secret of Harry's success is that he always made the right choices. His marriage to the film director certainly opened doors for the young actor. My only claim to fame is that I went to school with the president's daughter. She kept trying to get a part in a film but she never got anywhere. He never became a household name but he was definitely a very good actor. I'm sure you'll become a great film director one day. You're so ambitious. He was determined to find out the truth, no matter how long it took. Fashion didn't have any influence over her, she had her own personal style. A lot of companies use influencers to promote their products instead of traditional advertising. She's a very influential artist, a lot of younger artists follow her example. He looked very young, but in reality he was over 50. It isn't realistic to expect to finish the job in just 2 days. The main sponsor of the festival is the Ministry of Tourism. The festival received $50,000 in sponsorship from banks. She decided to quit smoking for the sake of her health. I'm aiming to finish the job by Friday. I like all sports, but my passion is rugby. A general idea will not do, we have to be concrete and specific. I can help you with your homework if you wash the dishes in exchange. Some celebrities have millions of followers on their social media. I do exercises every morning to build up my strength. I know it's difficult but keep going and you will succeed in the end. The show features 10 contestants from 10 different countries. The presenter announced the winner of the competition. He told me every single detail of what had happened. There was an old bench in the park, but it's been removed. The singer gave me his autograph. The salt is running out, we have to get some. 3 prisoners were caught while they were trying to escape. I skydive every weekend, so I'm not afraid of heights. My friends and I volunteered to help clean up the beaches in our area. She seemed to fall very fast at first but slowed down as soon as she opened her parachute. The key issue here is how much this will cost. Conditions in a space capsule are cramped. NASA is planning to send another spacecraft to the moon. He fought bravely in the war and became a national hero. I first got into music when I was a child. I kind of said I was sorry and then I changed the subject. I fell in love with opera when I first heard Maria Callas. That's a brilliant idea. I agree completely. It's been a difficult week and I'm really looking forward to the weekend. After the excitement of the last few days, I'm feeling a little flat now. I scanned the list quickly for my name but couldn't find it. The magazine published an extract from his latest novel. The little boy was very shy and just hid behind his mother. Adam's got no sense of humor, so don't play jokes on him. You can take your time to work out the solution to the problem. There are some similarities between surfing and windsurfing. He gave a talk on the theme of violence in modern music. We can examine our options now and make final decisions in a follow-up meeting on Friday. I hated his new song. My sister, in contrast, loved it. The 2 men have a lot in common, they're both young, married and work in banks. The reviewer claimed the film was amazing, whereas I thought it was terrible. The winner will receive a cash award of £10,000. I'm too exhausted to do anything, I think I'll just go to bed. I forgot to check in online, so I had to wait for half an hour at the check-in desk. Hurry up. Our plane takes off in 20 minutes. The small island has been a wildlife sanctuary since the 1970s. The car went out of control and crashed into the back of a bus. He has a bad leg. He can't climb all those stairs. The lifeguard managed to rescue the young man from drowning. They are promoting their new products through internet advertising. I love animals and fully support this wildlife conservation program. I thought he wasn't very clever, but he turned out to be brilliant. She's not only a good singer, but also a brilliant performer. My hair was a tangled mess when I woke up this morning. You have to hold the fishing line firmly if you want to catch anything. He thought he would get away with cheating in the exam, but he was caught and punished. He studied very hard in order to live up to his parents' expectations. I think I'm going to stay in tonight to catch up on my reading. She came up with a great idea for promoting the party. I work very hard and I deserve all the money I get. Of course I'm coming to the party. I wouldn't want to miss out on all the fun. He looks down on people who haven't been to college. We started late, so we need to work really fast to make up for lost time. She was very quiet, as she didn't want to draw attention to herself. This new company is already leading the way in space travel. The teacher criticized me so much that I soon lost my passion for music. Fortunately, the teacher saw the funny side of what we had done and didn't punish us. You should be setting a good example for your younger sister instead of behaving like a spoiled child yourself. My parents are coming over for dinner tonight. I think it's time for us to head back home. For most people, it is not easy to break with social conventions. You can start talking when she gives you the prompt. This is a work of fiction, none of the people described are real. I'd like to thank you in advance. Your help really means a lot to me. As soon as I stood up, the cat leaped onto my chair. I submitted my job application last week and am now hoping to be invited for an interview. All his friends called to congratulate him on passing his exam. Alex couldn't believe his ears when Wendy asked him to marry her. He desperately tried to become a model, but he never managed to achieve his ambition. I was bitterly disappointed when I didn't get the job. Suddenly, there was a flash of lightning, so we all headed indoors. I could barely see the trail in the beam of my torch. It had been months since I wrote to him. At long last, he replied. I never thought we'd win, not even in my wildest dreams. I hadn't seen him in years, and then, out of the blue, he turned up on my doorstep. His behavior was terrible and, to make matters worse, he refused to apologize. When she told me the terrible news, I was so stunned that I couldn't speak. I'll pack the suitcases. Meanwhile, you can wash the dishes. It's his fault. I gave him a word of warning, but he decided to ignore it. Good management of time and money is important in business. After days of procrastination, she finally decided to complete the report. You can check your Twitter feed on your phone or on your computer. I've just reached level 7 and completed today's challenge. Vaccines against the new virus are urgently needed. The students were sorted into 3 groups, more advanced, average, and less advanced. I organized the books on the shelf according to their topic. You don't need a new phone, it would be a waste of money. She felt guilty about not going to his party. They have put off the meeting for a week, it will take place next Tuesday. See how much you can find out about the new plan and report back next week. I'm trying to cut down on coffee, so I only have 1 cup a day now. I didn't mean to be rude. I'm sorry. A week later, I finally got round to answering his email. The company expanded its data center to cope with the growing number of products they were handling. The bank was an early adopter of 2-step security login systems. You can store photos and videos in the cloud to save space on your tablet. Artificial intelligence can defeat even the most skilled players at board games, such as chess and Go. He asked his smartphone chatbot for information about the city sites and got some useful information. My passport photo was checked at the airport, using digital face recognition. He uses the text editor on his phone to change the wording of his files in the cloud. The GPS system can detect your location with astounding accuracy. I have a portable phone charger that's very handy to use while traveling. None of the residents had foreseen the amount of damage the storm would do. Many of the emails I receive appear to be sent by bots rather than real people. Automated checkouts are common in UK supermarkets. They have a small workshop where they make clothes to measure, thus avoiding the need for warehousing. Ivana jokes with her workmates to make her factory job seem less repetitive. He has some family photos on his desk to personalize his workspace. Smartphone apps use algorithms to personalize ads for users. The idea of working on a construction site in all weathers doesn't sound so appealing. Healthcare workers have been working under extreme pressure dealing with patients throughout the pandemic. Parents should give their children love and care. More safety tests have to be carried out on driverless vehicles before autonomous transport can be used more widely. A large majority of students were against having online lessons. He negotiated a path through the crowds of commuters to catch the morning train. She uses public transport on her daily commute to work in the city. When driven at a steady speed, the car has astounding fuel efficiency. The pervasive influence of technology makes it harder to keep up with events without using the internet. Using GPS will ensure your location is connected to the information grid. The banking app will alert you to new payments made from your account. He couldn't face the prospect of losing his job. She uses a fake profile on social media because she values her privacy. The costs of buying and maintaining an electric car could outweigh the benefits. She has a great capacity for remembering dates and details of events. The new teacher showed a willingness to adapt her methods to suit her students' needs. Pollution is a universal issue that affects us all. I had to change the format of the document to make it readable. She exported the video saved on her computer to an external hard drive. By selecting an option on the drop-down menu, you'll see what's available on the shop's website. He found the official website confusing and difficult to navigate. In order to update the app, I had to uninstall the previous version. You can cut and paste quotes from the news article to share on Twitter. He was sent to prison after he hacked the politician's email. Swipe the phone screen to view the next photo. You need to refresh the web page to see the changes you have made. I had to scroll down to find the right page in the long PDF. She installed a more expensive card to see the graphics on the screen in better quality. I connected my printer to my laptop's USB port, but it's not coming up. My PC doesn't have enough RAM to run both apps at the same time. She took a screenshot of his offensive comments on social media and sent it to her lawyer. The accountant created a spreadsheet to list the company expenses. I had trouble finding a charger that was compatible with my old camera. The document had been sent in read-only format, so I had to save it under a new name for editing. The generation born after 2000 could be regarded as digital natives, having grown up with technology. I learned to code programs to build online games. The company will launch a new version of the phone in a few months. A good data analyst must know how to use information to help a company make business decisions. Her ambition is to become a video games developer at the end of her programming course. The bank employs information security analysts to prevent hacking attempts. A software engineer has to think out of the box to design and code new programs. They hired a web designer to set up their new company website. The science graduate did her internship at a government research lab. The camera comes with an online tutorial to help you learn to use it. I questioned the supermarket bill when the shop assistant scanned the barcodes on some things twice. This computer has Safari installed as the main search engine, but I'm used to using Google. Playing with toys helps children develop their coordination. Some TV series can be very addictive if you get into the story and watch one episode after another. Young children can become bored quickly with an activity as they have a limited attention span. Towards the end of the month, his bank balance is always very low. This USB port is faulty, so there's no point connecting your USB stick. I had to call a technical advisor to get my computer back online. If Jack promised to help you, you can trust him to keep his word. The boss is looking for people to work overtime, so I'm keeping a low profile since I'm already working too much. I've got so many photos and videos it's hard to keep track of where I've stored them. This flat isn't bad, but I'm keeping an eye out for one somewhere quieter. I'm sure the technical advisor will fix your phone connection soon, so keep your cool. Researchers are using cutting-edge technology to develop new vaccines. You'll soon get used to online shopping. It's not rocket science. Today's communication systems are light years ahead of what we had 20 years ago. With the advice of our new coach, our team is pulling together and running like a well-oiled machine. I love my parents, but I don't think we're on the same wavelength. Since I reorganized my filing system, it's easier to find things. The IT technician has installed new hardware on our office computers. Simply plug in the USB to your laptop and download your photos. He's obsessed with social media and it's interfering with his studies. The office staff have no autonomy and are controlled by company management decisions. After some experimentation, they found the best layout for the desks and equipment in the office. I know little about the mechanics of how computers work, but that's why we have technicians. On the course, we gain theoretical and practical knowledge of IT. The security camera has a sensor which switches it on when it detects movement in the room. He kept an eye on the screen to monitor the progress of the files uploading. She has a wealth of experience in robotics. I need to focus on work without distractions like social media or phone calls. Our maths teacher gave us 2 worksheets with exercises to do for homework. I think your life will be easier if you move with the times and finally get a smartphone. International cooperation is critical for the project to succeed. In the survey, 50% of respondents said they checked their emails and instant messaging several times per day. I'm surprised that Leo is late. He's usually punctual. He feels much healthier since he's established a better sleep pattern. We'll have to budget carefully to be able to afford a holiday. Your paycheck will be in the bank on the last day of the month. His pay is barely enough to cover his monthly outgoings. The camera on my new smartphone didn't quite live up to my expectations. My old one was better. A good night's rest is essential for your own well-being. Erica avoids country walks in springtime as she suffers from hay fever. You should take advice from a qualified nutritionist rather than go on some weird diet you found on the internet. Although I love cats, I suffer from asthma which affects my breathing, so I can't have them indoors. I had my wrist in plaster when I broke it. She had her broken arm in a sling. The level of air pollution is so high in some cities that it's advisable to wear a face mask outside. Drinking coffee in the evening could be the reason for your insomnia, so you'd sleep better if you cut down on it. In some hot countries, it's common to nap for a couple of hours in the afternoon. Eating too quickly is generally bad for your digestion. Lack of rest and sleep may lower your immunity to illness. The patient is doing well and making a rapid recovery. They danced rhythmically to the beat of the music. When Tom suddenly woke up in the kitchen, he realized he'd been sleepwalking. After working on her laptop all day, Daisy's lids were closing, so she went to bed. He couldn't walk after the accident because his back was paralyzed. The snow was becoming progressively heavier as the day passed. Working night shifts disturbed my circadian rhythms, making it hard to sleep properly. The accident lessened his drive to succeed at all costs. Unable to concentrate anymore due to sleepiness, she took a short nap. Sadly, the 80-year-old actress lost her battle against cancer. For me, reading a book is the best aid for a good night's sleep. He wore a sleep tracker on his wrist to make sure he was getting enough sleep. Their inability to see the path made the descent risky. Cats have an inbuilt ability to see in the dark. Her allergy to wheat flour means she has to avoid eating most types of bread. I had a dreadful attack of diarrhea after eating meat that was off. It was so hot on the bus that one passenger fainted. The restaurant closed because so many of its customers suffered from food poisoning on Sunday. My legs were covered in itchy spots where I had touched the plant. When she touched the caterpillar, she got a rash on her arm. He has a scar on his leg from an operation he had years ago. The cut on your finger will need 3 stitches. Her broken toe had swollen up and turned blue. The patient is recovering well after her lung transplant. Although she eats a lot, she stays lean by walking to work. I do regular Pilates workouts to stay toned and fit. You must go to the hospital if you have a severe chest infection. He had an acute pain in his ear and went to see the doctor about it. I've got a mild case of flu, so I'll stay in and rest. Within days, thousands of people were infected with the virus. Unfortunately, some diseases still can't be cured. Don't worry. Broken bones are non-infectious, so I'll come round to visit you. The virus was catching and half the students in the school had it. All medical staff have to wear face masks to avoid catching contagious diseases. People who have had certain childhood diseases are then immune to them. A healthy lifestyle can make you more resistant to illness. Babies are more vulnerable to the illness than older people. Waiting for the bus in the rain, she shivered with cold. Don't scratch your rash or you'll make it worse. If you still have a fever tomorrow, you'd be better off calling the doctor. Laura had a minor fracture in her arm, which healed quickly in a month. He hasn't recovered from the trauma of seeing the accident. The vet gave the kitten a vaccine to protect it against cat flu. He was in agony when he fell and broke a toe. The pandemic known as the Spanish flu began in 1918 and had a devastating effect, killing millions around the world. When she cut her hand in the garden, the doctor gave her an injection to prevent infection. The physiotherapist used various machines on my injured back and helped me to heal it. The surgeon did an excellent job of saving the patient's arm after the accident. The paramedics took the injured passengers and gave them first aid in the ambulance. People with depression usually get a lot of help from trained psychiatrists. I will always associate the year 2019 with the start of the pandemic. I'm allergic to jelly, and any food that contains it makes me sick instantly. Even with one leg, he swims faster than most non-disabled people. The course content is adaptive to suit the needs of different age groups. His foot had to be amputated to prevent the spread of the infection. Dad has a hearing impairment, so he wears a hearing aid. Her mobility improved with physiotherapy and she was able to use her legs again. Shortage of time was our main limitation on the project. Susie was born with cerebral palsy, so she has mobility problems. He needed a wheelchair to move around after both his legs were injured. Both disabled and able-bodied athletes can take part in the Olympic Games. Her ultimate goal is to win a gold medal for swimming. On the application form, he had to summarize the reasons why he wanted the job. He hurt his ankle badly and hopped into the house using his other leg. So you promise you'll never be late again? I'll believe it when I see it. The chances are you'll feel better after a good sleep. There's a good chance she's forgotten about the meeting, so call her. I heard a crack when I fell, so there's a strong probability my ankle is broken. He might get the job, but wouldn't bet on it. He took issue with the referee's decision. My temperature dropped as the painkillers took effect. It seems incredible that he was arrested, but I'll take your word for it. I took note of my coach's suggestions. He took his friend's advice on board and applied for the coaching course. She went swimming every day to build up her strength. They wore face masks to avoid contracting the virus. The doctor has diagnosed me with a throat infection. He was discharged from hospital 4 days after the operation. She had to stop running for months when she sustained a back injury. I fell and twisted my ankle when I was playing tennis. If you feel tired all the time, it's a sign you have a weak immune system. He has an appointment to see a consultant about his knee injury. The doctor's original diagnosis was that I had a bad cold, but it turned out to be a more serious chest infection. The council are having a meeting to address the issue of public transport. Physical exercise is a fundamental requirement of a healthy lifestyle. This old computer software is outdated and needs upgrading. He suffered temporary blindness after his accident, but now his sight is restored. My ophthalmologist recommends that I have laser treatment to correct my sight problems. After he fainted, he regained consciousness within a few seconds. During apartheid, black people and white people were not allowed to travel on the same public transport. It is important to try and stay calm in an emergency. The firefighters rescued 2 families from their burning homes. I'm not expecting you to do it for free, I'll pay you, of course. She is a major critic of wind power, as she believes it is expensive and harmful to the environment. The new law mainly benefits younger families. Most of the people present were locals, but some had come from other areas. We need a skilled worker for this job, not someone with no experience. Let me explain it again, because I think there's been a misunderstanding. I work for a charity that sends vaccines to the developing world. Living on the outskirts of the city, I'm dependent on my car. I couldn't do without it. Developed countries are responsible for the majority of environmental problems. The technology for replacing fossil fuels is highly advanced. The new sports center will benefit the whole community. Next, we need to address the problem of security. Talking to him was meaningless, he wasn't going to change his mind. It's a small island, where most people make a living by fishing. The company has employed a new sales manager. When he realized he couldn't knock down the wall on his own, he hired a professional builder. They hired a top lawyer to represent them in court. The mayor hosted the guests at his home. She comes from a privileged background and cannot even understand the needs of normal people. Locals make up 60% of our staff. Her name brought to mind my French teacher at school. We saw a herd of elephants. The beach was crowded with holidaymakers from all over the country. Our train eventually arrived 2 hours later. I can't prove my theory, but it gives a logical explanation of her actions. The system is very inefficient and wastes valuable time. We got an electrician to repair the cooker. The researcher included questions about the residents' daily habits in the questionnaire. The tax inspector checked all of our accounts. I think you should call the plumber to fix that tap. My financial situation has improved now that I got a new job. Our financial analyst has advised us to invest in solar power. The mechanic said my car would be ready next week. She disconnected the wire from the cooker. The police inspector thought all 3 murders followed a similar pattern. Skilled manual workers are not always paid well enough. It is the manager's responsibility to ensure that the team work well together. They didn't hire him because he didn't have the right qualifications for the job. The crew asked everyone to remain in their seats. You have to have at least 10 years of experience to apply for a senior management position. We reached a deal to sell our company to the corporation. If everyone agrees to work overtime, we'll have finished by the end of the week. Teachers are threatening to go on strike if they are not paid for overtime work. If I can't get a promotion by the end of the year, I'm going to look for another job. They gave him the sack because he was always late. As the boss's assistant, he has to deal with a lot of paperwork every day. The company decided to make 50 people redundant to cut costs. Mina heads the financial department in our company. I'm working the night shift this week, so I sleep in the morning. He should retire, he's 78. She graduated from an American university with a degree in law. All company personnel will be trained in using the new software. She was the best candidate, so, naturally, she got the job. I decided to apply for the job, even though I didn't have much experience. There are two versions of the film, the original and the remake. It isn't an ideal solution, but it will have to do. I know it's a very popular tourist resort, but I still don't like it. Sophisticated computer skills will definitely make you more employable. Black doesn't really suit you, try wearing bright colors. I'm going to the book fair to check out the latest publications. We are going to have a stand at this year's exhibition to show our latest designs. We're going to conduct lengthy interviews to identify the best potential candidates. We're starting a marketing campaign to attract new clients. You should review your application carefully before you send it off. I'm afraid your application was rejected, as there was another candidate with a lot more experience. She's not very keen on jazz. She prefers folk music. The museum shop offers reduced prices for students. All the local hotels are listed on this page. The students elected Sylvia as their representative. One of the treasurer's duties is to keep a record of our expenses. I asked my Latin professor for a reference. He decided to take some time off to look after his children. I never had German lessons. I picked it up when I lived in Berlin. They took her on as a security guard. I have read a lot of books about the war, but this one stands out. The teacher said I had to work on my pronunciation. He was asked to act as our advisor on the project. You can't paint the whole team with the same brush just because the manager is useless. I'm going to pick Maria's brains about which phone to buy. In this job you have to be able to think on your feet. When she asked if I was interested in the job, I jumped at the chance and said yes immediately. We need to get off to a good start this season if we want to win the championship. Knowing my luck, I'll be the only one that doesn't pass the test. My overall impression is positive, but I haven't looked at the details yet. His answer indicated that he understood the situation perfectly. I am very dissatisfied with my new toaster. I think I'm going to return it. You can't rely on him, he changes his mind every day. Please turn on the light. This darkness depresses me. After the operation I was on sick leave for 3 weeks. I sent them my CV along with a one-page cover letter. I prepared a spreadsheet showing all the money we have spent. She supported me in every way she could when I was in trouble. I need to improve the way I behave in interpersonal relationships. I'm sure he will be there already. He's always punctual. She is usually very upbeat, but this time she didn't sound very optimistic. I get along with everyone in the office. We're all friends. We need a coordinator to organize the campaign. She's a very outgoing person and has lots of friends everywhere. The young boxer felt confident he would win the tournament. Counselors are usually just a few years older than the children they're looking after. Please reply at your earliest convenience. I got so carried away with the preparations for the party that I forgot the time. Don't be ridiculous. You can't pay €500 for a pair of shorts. His answer was so vague nobody understood what he meant. They had to work under considerable pressure to complete the project in only a week. He walked in a zigzag, rather than a straight line. You can order these bags direct from the manufacturer. There was some uncertainty as to why he got fired. The new design put the company streets ahead of the competition. We watched the yachts as they sailed out of the marina. The city's skyscrapers are visible from miles away. The carnival floats were decorated with colors as vibrant as the festive atmosphere. New York is a cosmopolitan city where people from many different cultures live. Through rapid urbanization over the past 60 years, the population of Lagos is 10 times the number it was. This urban area needs more greenery for the residents to enjoy. The drawings were done by cave dwellers thousands of years ago. The indoor market was the town's first local enterprise set up as a cooperative. I squeezed the oranges and poured the juice into a bottle. It's common for people in large English towns to grow vegetables on their allotments. There are natural nutrients in the soil which help plants grow. They've had a smaller crop yield this year due to the long drought. We redesigned the kitchen cupboards and there's lots more space now. The building manager oversaw the workers on the construction site. I love going to farmers markets because of all the lovely produce I can find. Governments should make a commitment to environmental sustainability by cutting industrial pollution. There are homeless people sleeping in that abandoned building. Organic fruit and vegetables are sold in the local farmers market. Be careful not to use garden pesticides that can harm pets or children. This groundbreaking research could revolutionize modern farming methods. I suffer from seasickness, so I don't enjoy traveling by ferry. We only had light rain, so our worries about the possibility of floods were unfounded. The reunion party gave me the chance to reconnect with old school friends. The shop is offering massive discounts to sell off its surplus of last year's stock. Jack's selling his converted van. He traveled in it all around South America. Mum is in her greenhouse, watering the tomato plants. Some plants, such as lettuce and tomatoes, can be grown in large quantities using aquaponics. We're growing bamboo plants in our aquarium to absorb the nutrients from the fish waste and clean the water. If there was more greenery in the city center, the oxygen levels would improve. They moved house when they learned the fields opposite their home would become a built-up area. We live in a 4-story block of flats. The city center is full of high-rise office blocks. It was sad to see our old family home being demolished to make way for the new housing estate. Cutting down the forest to build a road will have a disastrous effect on the environment. The town hall clock tower is a well-known landmark that can be seen for miles. The garden had been neglected for months and was overgrown with weeds. Years after the tragic fire, the historic library was restored to its former state and reopened to the public. The original metal railings around the park have been preserved and repainted. In most major cities, there are rundown areas that could be developed into interesting neighborhoods. Most of the city center has become a car-free zone. There are impressive new municipal buildings, including the town hall, next to the waterfront. The former home of the president has now been turned into a museum. That massive new building is a furniture warehouse. Many of the town's small shops have gone out of business since the new retail park opened. There's heavy congestion around the town center because the main road is partly closed for repairs. I'd prefer to live in a neighborhood where the houses are more spread out and everyone has their own garden. Mexico City, which has over 21 million residents, is one of the most densely populated cities in the world. You can dispose of cans, glass bottles and paper at the recycling center. Nobody wants to live near a landfill site because of the ground pollution and the smell. Shopping centers worldwide sell pretty much the same goods from familiar chain stores. From the plane, we could see the sprawling line of high-rise hotels along the coast. The cutting-edge conference center and converted warehouses have contributed to the gentrification of what used to be slums in the city center. The tennis match was put off because of the rain. I had no hot water for a bath until we got the boiler repaired. We booked this hotel because it's got a leisure center with a big pool. My opinion on fame differs from yours in that I don't think fame brings happiness. We live near the supermarket, which makes it handy to pop in whenever we need something. She got full marks for fluency in her French-speaking test. Pollution from the landfill site has contaminated the water supply. This city has 5 million inhabitants. After a long discussion, the management and the workers' union finally reached a compromise on rates of pay. The laws regarding green energy are made by the government, but the planning issues are dealt with at regional level. We're having a night out on the town to celebrate my promotion. I only intended to paint one room, but I went to town and did the whole house. His last film was hilarious, but the sequel is just middle of the road. In such a wealthy city, it's dreadful to see so many poor people living on the streets. Since you're crazy about fashion, this clothes exhibition at the museum should be right up your street. The campaign is aimed at raising the awareness of the man in the street who knows very little about the environment. Sorry I didn't call you sooner, but something came up and I had to go out. The old cinema has been pulled down to build a 4-story car park. When Alcino moved to Spain, his friends offered to put him up until he found a place to rent. Do you think your trip to the Himalayas will ever come off? The union stands for factory workers' rights. The painting was badly damaged by fire, so its restoration was a hard task. Living in the inner city never appealed to her because she was used to country life. The city has been modernized through redevelopment work, including the new tram system. The committee had a stimulating discussion after the presentation. He was utterly exhausted by the end of the hike. We visited the delightful island of Sardinia on our cruise. The availability of housing is not adequate for the number of people in the city. The restaurant specializes in a mouth-watering range of seafood dishes. An outrageous number of accidents happen on this road every week. A terrifying storm began when we were at sea. The tragic plane crash left a number of passengers dead. She restored her shabby old chairs with modern fabrics and they look better than ever before. The castle dates back to ancient Roman times. We managed to get away from the hectic city for a break in the countryside. She is an expert on antiques with extensive experience of restoration work. Their wedding took place on the grounds of a large country hotel. The picture frame was hanging at an angle as a result of the earthquake. Anima is a charity that helps injured wild animals in Greece. The student showed initiative when he did some research alone in the library. It was very thoughtful of you to offer to put us up. Thanks for your valuable contribution to our project. Your advice helped us so much. We formed a support network to combat the problems of youth unemployment. The new design put the company streets ahead of the competition. We watched the yachts as they sailed out of the marina. The city's skyscrapers are visible from miles away. The carnival floats were decorated with colors as vibrant as the festive atmosphere. New York is a cosmopolitan city where people from many different cultures live. Through rapid urbanization over the past 60 years, the population of Lagos is 10 times the number it was. This urban area needs more greenery for the residents to enjoy. The drawings were done by cave dwellers thousands of years ago. The indoor market was the town's first local enterprise set up as a cooperative. I squeezed the oranges and poured the juice into a bottle. It's common for people in large English towns to grow vegetables on their allotments. There are natural nutrients in the soil which help plants grow. They've had a smaller crop yield this year due to the long drought. We redesigned the kitchen cupboards and there's lots more space now. The building manager oversaw the workers on the construction site. I love going to farmers markets because of all the lovely produce I can find. Governments should make a commitment to environmental sustainability by cutting industrial pollution. There are homeless people sleeping in that abandoned building. Organic fruit and vegetables are sold in the local farmers market. Be careful not to use garden pesticides that can harm pets or children. This groundbreaking research could revolutionize modern farming methods. I suffer from seasickness, so I don't enjoy traveling by ferry. We only had light rain, so our worries about the possibility of floods were unfounded. The reunion party gave me the chance to reconnect with old school friends. The shop is offering massive discounts to sell off its surplus of last year's stock. Jack's selling his converted van. He traveled in it all around South America. Mum is in her greenhouse, watering the tomato plants. Some plants, such as lettuce and tomatoes, can be grown in large quantities using aquaponics. We're growing bamboo plants in our aquarium to absorb the nutrients from the fish waste and clean the water. If there was more greenery in the city center, the oxygen levels would improve. They moved house when they learned the fields opposite their home would become a built-up area. We live in a 4-story block of flats. The city center is full of high-rise office blocks. It was sad to see our old family home being demolished to make way for the new housing estate. Cutting down the forest to build a road will have a disastrous effect on the environment. The town hall clock tower is a well-known landmark that can be seen for miles. The garden had been neglected for months and was overgrown with weeds. Years after the tragic fire, the historic library was restored to its former state and reopened to the public. The original metal railings around the park have been preserved and repainted. In most major cities, there are rundown areas that could be developed into interesting neighborhoods. Most of the city center has become a car-free zone. There are impressive new municipal buildings, including the town hall, next to the waterfront. The former home of the president has now been turned into a museum. That massive new building is a furniture warehouse. Many of the town's small shops have gone out of business since the new retail park opened. There's heavy congestion around the town center because the main road is partly closed for repairs. I'd prefer to live in a neighborhood where the houses are more spread out and everyone has their own garden. Mexico City, which has over 21 million residents, is one of the most densely populated cities in the world. You can dispose of cans, glass bottles and paper at the recycling center. Nobody wants to live near a landfill site because of the ground pollution and the smell. Shopping centers worldwide sell pretty much the same goods from familiar chain stores. From the plane, we could see the sprawling line of high-rise hotels along the coast. The cutting-edge conference center and converted warehouses have contributed to the gentrification of what used to be slums in the city center. The tennis match was put off because of the rain. I had no hot water for a bath until we got the boiler repaired. We booked this hotel because it's got a leisure center with a big pool. My opinion on fame differs from yours in that I don't think fame brings happiness. We live near the supermarket, which makes it handy to pop in whenever we need something. She got full marks for fluency in her French-speaking test. Pollution from the landfill site has contaminated the water supply. This city has 5 million inhabitants. After a long discussion, the management and the workers' union finally reached a compromise on rates of pay. The laws regarding green energy are made by the government, but the planning issues are dealt with at regional level. We're having a night out on the town to celebrate my promotion. I only intended to paint one room, but I went to town and did the whole house. His last film was hilarious, but the sequel is just middle of the road. In such a wealthy city, it's dreadful to see so many poor people living on the streets. Since you're crazy about fashion, this clothes exhibition at the museum should be right up your street. The campaign is aimed at raising the awareness of the man in the street who knows very little about the environment. Sorry I didn't call you sooner, but something came up and I had to go out. The old cinema has been pulled down to build a 4-story car park. When Alcino moved to Spain, his friends offered to put him up until he found a place to rent. Do you think your trip to the Himalayas will ever come off? The union stands for factory workers' rights. The painting was badly damaged by fire, so its restoration was a hard task. Living in the inner city never appealed to her because she was used to country life. The city has been modernized through redevelopment work, including the new tram system. The committee had a stimulating discussion after the presentation. He was utterly exhausted by the end of the hike. We visited the delightful island of Sardinia on our cruise. The availability of housing is not adequate for the number of people in the city. The restaurant specializes in a mouth-watering range of seafood dishes. An outrageous number of accidents happen on this road every week. A terrifying storm began when we were at sea. The tragic plane crash left a number of passengers dead. She restored her shabby old chairs with modern fabrics and they look better than ever before. The castle dates back to ancient Roman times. We managed to get away from the hectic city for a break in the countryside. She is an expert on antiques with extensive experience of restoration work. Their wedding took place on the grounds of a large country hotel. The picture frame was hanging at an angle as a result of the earthquake. Anima is a charity that helps injured wild animals in Greece. The student showed initiative when he did some research alone in the library. It was very thoughtful of you to offer to put us up. Thanks for your valuable contribution to our project. Your advice helped us so much. We formed a support network to combat the problems of youth unemployment. The theories of Sigmund Freud have influenced modern psychology. The doctor advised me to slow down and relax. I concentrated on my work and paid no attention to the surroundings. Now that she was sleeping better, her performance at school improved considerably. Neuroscientists are studying the process of forgetting to help people with memory problems. We were lost in the wilderness and didn't know what to do. The accident occurred in the early hours of the morning. They sat on the shore, watching the sparkling waters. The river flows through the valley into the Mediterranean Sea. She lifted the baby gently and held him in her arms. The researchers found an increased incidence of the disease in people over 70. She suffers from depression and cannot sleep at night. We managed to sit through 2 hours of speeches. The only thing we could hear among the trees was birdsong. Her dress was plain but beautiful. About half of the participants in the debate had a chance to speak. She displayed great confidence in her abilities during the interview. The film contains violent scenes and is not suitable for children. I felt lonely and disconnected from the world around me. Cacti are probably the only plants you will see in the desert. We spent the night sitting around the campfire and telling stories. He's a very sociable child and has lots of friends. They work together very efficiently and waste no time. It took me a bit of time to process all this information. We need to build on last year's success and do even better this year. Can you see the little fish swimming in the stream? There was something mysterious going on that no one knew anything about. The EEG test showed there was nothing wrong with his brain. His teacher's praise gave a boost to his self-esteem. Please don't talk to me. I'm in a terrible mood today. His heart was beating in his chest. She raised her eyebrows, pretending to be surprised. I thought he was asleep, but he was watching everything from behind half-closed eyelids. She painted her fingernails red. To protect your teeth and gums, you should brush them twice daily and visit the dentist regularly. Her jaw dropped when she saw how many people were waiting to see her. He stood there and waited, with his hands on his hips. Drinking alcohol can damage your liver. Runners develop powerful leg muscles. He broke 3 of his ribs in the accident. Cycling is the best way to exercise your thighs. He's finding it difficult to cut his toenails now that he's growing older. He wore a wide black belt around his waist. She was wearing bracelets round both of her wrists. He took off his shirt and revealed a tan torso. I think you should tell him everything and get it off your chest. He blinked as he came out into the sunlight. She was covered with bruises after falling off her bike. In most countries, public places are becoming more accessible for people with disabilities. Don't continue taking the pills if you notice a bad reaction. I'm afraid that deep cut will leave a scar. He had a large spot on his nose. She suffered a stroke last year and has not been able to use her legs since. Your wrist is swollen, it must be broken, I'm afraid. Even though I like cats, I can't go near them because I'm allergic. If your symptoms get worse, you should go and see the doctor again. My back really aches after carrying all those boxes. This sweater itches every time I wear it. Be careful not to bump your head on that shelf when you stand up. After the accident, it took 2 months for my arm to heal. I'm not feeling very well, I think I'm going to have a lie down. It was so hot that we started to sweat as soon as we went out. I thought I was going to faint when I was asked to come up on the stage. Your condition can be treated with these pills. He didn't have a bed, he slept on a mattress on the floor. Can you get me some antiseptic cream from the first aid kit? It's an ongoing problem and I don't think it will be solved soon. He's a football commentator on Sky Channel. During the summer, squirrels store up nuts for the winter. Never in a million years did she expect to see him there. The dentist said I needed a filling. The doctor pioneered a new heart surgery technique. The new hospital ward for children which opened today is decorated in bright colors. I'm a member of the local drama society. I haven't got over the flu yet, I'm still quite weak. He was hit on the head and then passed out. He burned out after working 60 hours a week for months. Anna cared for her sick mother day and night. I came down with a bad cold and couldn't go to work. Smoking can damage your throat. The smell was so bad that it made me want to throw up. I go to the gym 3 times a week to keep in shape. I was a little out of breath after my morning run. The doctor asked me to hold my breath and count to 10. He's got a bad cold and he's lost his voice. He coughed to clear his throat. She gave birth to a beautiful baby girl. It will do you good to go out a little more. I have an upset stomach. Maybe it's because I ate so much. You are what you eat, so you'd better watch your diet and stop eating junk food. She must have had a bad cold, because she coughed and sneezed all the time. Make sure you wash your hands thoroughly so you don't get germs on the food. It's a huge cruise ship. There are 10 restaurants on board. If you have a virus, you can pass it on to other people. I walked up and down the aisle to stretch my muscles. You should give only factual information, not your own views. He tried to give an objective report of what had happened. There are not enough showers and changing rooms in our gym. He isn't eligible to join the club because he doesn't live in the area. It is difficult to find affordable housing in the city center. I actually bought this coat last year, but it still looks brand new. I know our washing machines aren't cheap, but they're good value for money as they last for over 10 years. Our computers are high-tech, using the latest components and technology. He always keeps his desk extremely neat. I've had my smartphone for 5 years and it's now hopelessly out of date. I agree it's high quality, but it's still overpriced. That's a very reasonable price to pay for a new computer. This laptop is state-of-the-art, but of course it isn't cheap. The price may look cheap, but bear in mind that it doesn't include everything. The vaccine can protect you against many types of flu. Smallpox killed millions of indigenous people when it arrived in the Americas. The poor farm worker caught anthrax from a cow. You can catch cholera from infected water or food. Many people died of typhoid before the vaccine was invented. Pasteurization kills over 90% of harmful bacteria in milk. Passionate about animals and nature, so I'm going to try and become a veterinarian. The disease is highly infectious, so patients must be isolated. The 2 pictures are virtually identical. There are only very slight differences between them. Bacteria and viruses are microorganisms. This cream can kill off all bacteria. Digested food passes from the stomach into the small intestine. The wildfire has completely destroyed the forest. If we continue destroying the environment, we will have to suffer the consequences. You should protect your skin against the harmful effects of the sun. Climate change is a slow process, but we can already see the weather getting warmer in many parts of the earth. Rich countries should take more measures to reduce carbon emissions. We need to find other solutions as the world is running out of fossil fuels. The plane had to land because it was running out of fuel. I stopped eating meat many years ago, but now I'm going vegan, so no more fish, eggs or cheese for me. Vegans are very interested in green issues. Weight loss can be a sign of health problems. Tropical forests are the natural habitat of many animals that are in danger of extinction. I decided to decline his offer and I am looking for alternatives. We have installed a solar water heater. The accident released a dangerous amount of radioactivity into the atmosphere. Can you put some more coal on the fire? Oil companies are obviously against solar power. I always associate the smell of fresh bread with my grandmother. He was very pessimistic about our plan, but I think it will be a success. There were so many emails to respond to that I was overwhelmed. I did my best to solve the problem, but unfortunately I didn't manage to. It's a very expensive car to run, it consumes a lot of fuel. The arrangement lasts for a year and is renewable for another year. In a few decades, fossil fuels will have run out and we will have no choice but to use renewable energy. Some people think wind power can help solve the energy problem. People must understand the scale of the problem. It isn't limited to our own country. House prices in the city center have increased dramatically. Your share of the cost is 15 euros. These suggestions represent a change in our approach. The country's economy depends on agriculture rather than technology. I've added the latest costs and these are the final figures. We used up all the flour for the cupcakes so we couldn't make a pizza. In most countries, there are heavy taxes on alcohol and tobacco. Wait till you taste the authentic Italian ice cream. You won't eat the ice cream we get from the shop again. The aircraft is powered by 4 jet engines. The matter is no longer in my hands, I have no responsibility for it. Many species of insects exist only in certain areas of the planet. It's a vegetarian restaurant so they don't serve meat. The island is a nature reserve, where seals can live in peace. Many species of sea turtle are now endangered. Water resources on the island are limited. Air is actually a mixture of gases. The atmosphere of many cities in Asia is polluted. The program can generate images based on your instructions. Oranges are a great source of vitamin C. Human activity represents a threat to the survival of the planet. The disastrous effects of global warming are not yet fully known. Organic food is certainly more expensive, but it is much healthier. Tall buildings surround the town square. Ice is water in its solid state. Mercury is a liquid metal. The town is built on the Mediterranean coast. They have introduced a new method for measuring energy consumption. The government's measures led to mass unemployment. Oil pollution has seriously damaged the ecology of the coastal area. There has been a rise in the level of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere in recent years. More and more people are using bicycles rather than cars, to reduce their carbon footprint. Reducing greenhouse gas production is quite an expensive process. It's quite a large room and will take a while to heat up. It is believed that carbon dioxide increases the greenhouse effect and causes global warming. The pressure built up until he could no longer take it and he fell ill. He managed to trap the mouse with a piece of cheese. Stress certainly contributes to the development of the disease. I've got a reusable water bottle made of glass. He fed the remains of the meal to the dog. If you're thirsty, just go to the water cooler for a drink. Plastic bags were floating on the water. In the phrase go away, the verb go is in the imperative form. All living things have to adapt to changes in their environment. Hybrid cars don't harm the environment as much as normal cars. Our new window frames are made of aluminium. For a moment I saw his face in the flame of the match. You shouldn't let the chemical come into contact with your skin. There was a gas explosion and 3 people were injured. The new mayor stated that his first priority was to clean up the city. What is the function of these lights on the front of the machine? She admitted that she had been rude. I called the shop to inquire about the discounts they were advertising. I think you should seek the advice of a lawyer. The doctor warned him of the risk, but he didn't listen. Can you put these old magazines in the recycling bin? We have a solar panel to power our central heating. The town's population has doubled in the last 3 years. I tried to discourage them from using plastic. Smoking is prohibited in restaurants. Can you please remind me to call my mother before I leave? Local councils are responsible for libraries and transport, among other things. You're wasting your time talking to him, he never listens to anyone. I understand what you're planning to do, but in practice it's never going to work. Please try to complete your project within a reasonable time. A computer can instantly access information on its hard drive. It was a very lengthy speech and the audience were bored. Single-use plastic cups are bad for the environment. There's no doubt water levels are rising. It's a question of how much they rise each year. It looks like a good idea, but we don't know how effective it will be in the long term. The holes in the ozone layer can speed up the process of global warming. You should use sun cream to protect your skin from ultraviolet light. We can go tomorrow provided that the weather is still good. They'll lend you the money providing that you pay it back. Supposing you saw a bear in the street, What would you do? Suppose he refuses, what will you do? We'd better hurry up, otherwise we'll miss our plane. I'm afraid you can't get a job in the USA as you don't have a work permit. I'm not going to put up with his rude behavior any longer. The abbreviations are explained on each page for convenience. He's moving too fast, someone needs to slow him down. The terrible weather only added to the problems we were already having. You can use this dishcloth to soak up the water that you've spilled. They are cutting down the whole forest to build a new hotel. Why don't you just tell the truth and put an end to all those rumors? I know it's a difficult situation, but we're going to try and tackle it as well as we can. If everyone does their bit, we can finish the job by tomorrow. If you really care about the environment, you need to take action, not just sit there and talk about it. Cutting down those trees will harm the forest ecosystem. The market collapsed because of the war. The figures show a sharp decline in sales this year. His attitude is unhelpful and destructive. In the word unable, un is a prefix. You can add the suffix ly to most adjectives to make an adverb. The most common punctuation marks are commas and full stops. I'd, with an apostrophe, can mean I had or I would. The factory continues to dump chemicals into the river. You should put household waste in strong garbage bags before taking it out. The protest yesterday was peaceful. Ordinary people often feel powerless when facing the authorities. Each individual member of the team had something different to say. The museum has a very sophisticated security system. The sun came out and the snow soon melted. There are glaciers near the North and the South Pole, but also on some high mountains. The ship had to change course to avoid colliding with an iceberg. Scientists have discovered ancient bacteria under the East Antarctic ice sheet. Air pollution can make asthma worse. The drought harmed the crops severely. Both clouds and fog consist of water vapor. Methane is one of the gases responsible for the greenhouse effect. The technological revolution has completely changed the workplace. Accommodation prices fluctuate depending on the season. Smog is very common in big cities. There has been an alarming increase in crime recently. On a clear day, you can see Africa from the top of that dune. Touristification leads to increased housing prices and increased carbon emissions. Cheap flights have contributed to the phenomenon of over-tourism. They had hung a huge banner over the street that said no new taxes. Gran Canaria has long been a popular hotspot for young tourists. Fed up with city life, she decided to move to the country. Crime was rampant in the inner city areas and the police seemed unable to do anything about it. Venice is a port city with a huge artistic heritage. Most cruise ships are like hotels. They have swimming pools, hotels, clubs, and even cinemas. The taxi dropped me off outside the main entrance. Property is still very cheap on the island. The airline launched a number of new services last month. Our flight to Australia included a stopover in Singapore for a couple of days. Cockcroft and Walton were the first to split the atom in an experiment in 1932. The view of the gorge was spectacular. We stopped at the top of the hill and admired the scenery. Her last film was a major hit. More than 1 million people saw it on the first weekend. This is just a rental car I got for my holiday. The cost of living has increased dramatically in the last 20 years. Be careful not to drop that vase. IOTA's very fragile. It is normal for furniture to suffer wear and tear over the years. I didn't make a deliberate decision to lose weight, it just happened. There was a pile of dirty clothes on the floor. The island has become a tourist trap that's no longer worth visiting. Government officials admitted they were unable to solve the problem. We spent a magical week on Santorini. All the hotels in the area are full during the peak season. I slowed down as the van was overtaking me. He braked sharply to avoid a pedestrian. When driving, you should keep both hands on the steering wheel at all times. We left very early in the morning to avoid the rush hour. The airport bus runs every 20 minutes. He put on his swimming trunks and headed for the beach. They have scheduled another meeting for tomorrow morning. In Europe, the slow lane of the highway is on the right. We decided to take the country road rather than the motorway. Snow sometimes blocks this road in winter. She stood on the deck and waved as the ship approached. They sailed to Crete on their private yacht. We spent the whole day on the beach, swimming and sunbathing. As soon as the bell rang, the pupils rushed out of the classroom. We spent 3 days in Paris, seeing the sights. I spent the whole morning wandering in the old town. We arrived in Brussels early enough for our connection to Paris. The aircraft made a perfect landing. The Titanic sank on its first voyage. The open-air market was bustling with life. The subway is the cheapest and fastest way of traveling across town. We saw the boat sink beneath the surface of the sea. Hotel guests can park here free of charge. The museum houses a fascinating collection of paintings. Families usually prefer self-catering accommodation. I'd much rather travel on my own than go on a package tour. Can we swap seats? I'd like to sit next to Darren. We tried house swapping last year to cut holiday costs. You can only enter the club if you have a membership card. My old flat was dull and old-fashioned. It was quite a long turn. She spoke for 7 minutes. He bought a luxury car not because he needed it but just to show off. The first chapter of the book provides a general overview of the topic. She isn't just beautiful, she's absolutely stunning. You can't go out in the boiling sun. Wait until the evening. Prices of the same electronic goods can vary from country to country. The intensity of the pain increased when he tried to move. He's an exceptionally talented writer. I look forward to reading his next book. The two boys were utterly different, even though they were brothers. I'm starving because I haven't eaten anything all day. He's such a gorgeous young man, everybody likes him. Put your coat on. It's freezing out there. He spoke so softly I could hardly hear him. Why don't you stay over tonight and go back home in the morning? We stopped over in New York for 6 hours on our way to Vancouver. I ran into my boss at the theater last night. My brother had promised to come and look after the children but he let me down. After spending the day on the beach, we slowly headed back to the hotel. We took a trip to the north of Spain to relax a little. Be prepared. You don't know what the future holds. He gave me an idea of what happened, but he didn't tell me any details. One day, I'll tell you the story of my epic journey in South America. You can reach the island by boat or kayak. I had a sudden urge to laugh during the lecture, but managed to control myself. You can start talking when she gives you the prompt. Don't tell me what happens at the end of the story. You'll spoil the suspense. All the people running around increased the sense of urgency that we had right from the start. I sat and watched the waves rolling into the shore. Ahmed was shaking like a leaf before the surgery. My back is sore after all this exercise. She was relieved to hear that her son had arrived safely at his destination. He's afraid he would look foolish if he wore those clothes. The boys were over the moon when they won the game. When he won the championship, he felt on top of the world. She shook her head in disbelief as he told his story. His rude comments left everyone speechless. Panic-stricken passengers rushed to the exits. The drums were beating loudly. Her mind worked furiously as she tried to find a solution. Tom's heart sank when he found out he had failed the test. The first scene of the horror film made my hair stand on end. The differences between the two countries are not easy to resolve. Too much assertiveness can sometimes be seen as arrogance. He's so self-centered, he doesn't care what anyone else says or does. This is a problem we need to sort out together. The celebrity's divorce has become a talking point in the press. The podcast discusses the controversial topic of vegetarianism. The two websites gave conflicting advice on healthy eating, so I didn't know which one to believe. He pointed to his watch as a gesture that it was time to go. The government's decision was criticized by commentators on social media. In ancient times, people used a system of smoke signals from hilltops to communicate news of an enemy approaching. Before the invention of the printing press, any copies of written work had to be done by hand. Technology is continually developing. My friend and I get on well, although our interests are fundamentally different. Mandarin is completely dissimilar to any other language I know. Archaeologists discovered some hieroglyphics written on the walls in the ruins. You can often understand whether a person is telling the truth by their nonverbal communication. From his expression, I picked up that he was feeling upset. I bought a new facial moisturizer that smells great. She sat back on the sofa in a relaxed posture. He simply did his job for the money. He never liked it. He speaks French well enough to be able to hold a basic conversation. You shouldn't drive and send text messages simultaneously. The use of technology in education is perceived negatively by some teachers. I'm too tired to carry on our discussion about politics right now. They decided it was best to call time on their marriage and get a divorce. I really don't feel like going to the dinner party, so I'm looking for a get-out clause. My new smartphone came with a set of earbuds, which I wear while I'm walking. Futurists predict that the world's population will rise considerably. Some people believe that printed books will become redundant in favor of digital forms in the future. Her article gave us more insight into the origins of written language. An estate agent can act as an intermediary negotiating between the house buyer and the seller. I think the Spanish lifestyle is comparable to that of the Italians. My boss looked at me in disbelief when I said I was moving abroad. Having 3 small children and a full-time job, Betty has to multitask on a daily basis. A woman opposite the bank witnessed the robbers escaping. Restaurant customers have got used to the non-smoking etiquette indoors. Spending a year as an intern broadened her chances of finding a good job. Having worked his way up the hard way, he is empathetic to factory workers from similar backgrounds. We attended an intercultural music festival with bands from all continents. She's now more articulate after taking the course in public speaking. He began to develop an understanding of the indigenous people as he observed their customs. Jan follows the British convention of offering tea to her guests. The talk show host spoke to her guests in a relaxed tone. There is a general consensus in favor of combating homelessness. The demonstrators tried to avoid confrontation with the police. The protesters would not relent until the politicians met their demands. They refused to submit without a fight. The police evidence contradicted the killer's statement. He's in a bad mood, so don't say anything to provoke an argument. She conceded that she had made a mistake and apologized. The neighbors are still trying to settle their argument about their parking areas. Many groups object to the plans for construction work in conservation areas. Through friendly discussions, we resolved our problems together. It was an excellent match despite the hostile behavior of some fans in the stadium. The club rules are inflexible and only members are allowed in. Students are encouraged to develop critical thinking skills to assess information instead of just learning things by heart. The email I received confirmed what I suspected all along. There are a variety of reasons for homelessness, so we shouldn't generalize about them. We reconsidered our holiday plans and decided we couldn't afford to go far. I reckon it's worth writing to your local counselor about the issue. His body language showed he was lying as he kept looking away from the interviewer. She feels slightly better today, but not well enough to go back to school. That was by far the best film I've ever seen. He is tolerant of his children's naughty behavior as long as they don't get hurt or break anything. Why is Julia so quiet? She's usually much more talkative. Being a polyglot, Emma is able to speak 4 foreign languages. The teacher looked unconvinced at Harry's excuse. The manager was sympathetic with Karen when she was late for work. He went for a walk to relieve the boredom of studying all day. Hans was hesitant about accepting the job offer because it meant moving house. Lisa chatted with some business acquaintances at the conference. From her intonation, I thought she was asking me a question. Your help on the project has been invaluable. We couldn't have done it without you. Jane should be the speaker for our presentation because she's a good communicator. I bumped into an old friend at the bank. The Prime Minister will deliver a speech to the press later today. After making small talk for half an hour, Albert got into a deeper discussion with his new colleague. The journalist conducted a debate between the leading politicians before the election. They were having a chat about the football scores after the semi-finals. Let's have a meeting to talk over the plan. Paul wanted to buy a new car, but I talked him out of it. He shouldn't have talked back to the police officer like that. Now he'll get a worse fine. His parents didn't want him to go to summer camp, but he managed to talk them round. I couldn't make any sense of the debate because the politicians were talking over each other. They are talking of building a new shopping center. He wanted to go to Iceland, but the trip is so expensive that he's having second thoughts. Don't worry. We're all on your side. Buying your own home is out of the question on such a low salary. Dad is too set in his ways to consider emigrating. I think I can twist Mum's arm to let me go to the party. Bear in mind that we have a very low budget for this project. He offended his audience by joking about their culture. Her cruel remarks showed an insensitivity to the needs of the refugees. The overconfident student was surprised when he failed the exam, which he expected to pass without studying. That arrogant woman thinks she's the most talented cook in the contest. One benefit of a holiday in your own country is that you don't need a passport. Equally, you don't need to know another language. Many visitors enjoy holidays in Scotland. Likewise, many Scots prefer going to warmer places. Beekeepers have to wear protective clothing while collecting honey. The beekeeper lifted the honeycomb gently from the hive and shook off the bees. Bees were flying around their hives near the mountain path. Bees and other insects pollinate flowers in spring. He found a colony of ants nesting in the greenhouse. Many people became homeless during the financial crisis. We came across a group of hives in the forest and walked past them carefully. Her dedication to charity work makes her an excellent role model for young people. For a farmer, a typical working day begins at dawn. Without clean water to drink or wash, many people fell ill and needed medical attention. Raw wheat is processed to make flour. It is the job of the police to maintain law and order. Yeoman warders have been guarding this tower for more than 500 years. Most people find birds of paradise very exciting. You can hang your coat on the hook behind the door. Those are artificial flowers, you don't need to water them. The bird had gray and black feathers. He smashed the window with a brick and escaped. She had a stuffed dog that looked like it was sleeping. Their collection of Chinese vases is priceless. They broke into the flat through the window and took everything. The painting was sold to a collector for $1 million. We need to check out the restaurant before we book a table. Sam has been acting weirdly after the break-in. I think he's worried it'll happen again. The alarm will go off if it detects smoke. The security guards didn't let anyone enter the building. My family contributed £100 to the earthquake fund. Mercury was used in old thermometers. She blew a hole in my argument when she said the data I used weren't correct. They raised a lot of questions about the new rules. There were bits of broken eggshell in my omelette. He committed a number of crimes before the police caught him. Looking at the night sky always fills me with wonder. He accused me of lying, but I was telling the truth. The police suspect him of selling stolen goods. You have to pay a fine if you return books to the library late. He was found guilty and was sent to prison. The police stopped him for speeding as he was 20 miles over the speed limit. He got a 3-year prison sentence for his crime. She confessed that she had stolen the money. The defense called a number of witnesses in the trial. You broke the law, so now you must be punished. They didn't have enough evidence to bring the case to court. They said they would take me to court if I didn't pay by the end of the week. The police are investigating 2 burglaries in our building. All the people that were present during the crime are under investigation. The police arrived at the scene of the crime immediately. If you see anything suspicious, you should inform the police immediately. The criminal left his fingerprints on the gun, so the police caught him. He's got a couple of plants in pots on the windowsill. He said that he was innocent, but I knew he had committed the crime. The police are investigating a number of suspects. Our train eventually arrived 2 hours later. The police finally made an arrest after a very long investigation. Detective Madsen is responsible for the case of the missing child. Members of the jury must listen to everyone and try to be objective. They all believe she is guilty, but they don't have any proof. The judge sentenced the thief to 2 years in prison. The front wall of the building was covered with graffiti. There have been 3 bank robberies in the area recently. The judge ordered him to perform 100 hours of community service and pay the costs of the trial. Parking on double yellow lines is an offense. Many European countries import cars from Japan. The vandals threw stones at the building. Since we were burgled, I don't sleep well. He repaid his mother the money that she had lent him. 2 officers arrived 5 minutes after I called 112. She did nothing, she remained a bystander throughout the scene. 3 armed men hijacked the plane and demanded €1,000,000. As soon as the ransom was paid, the teenager was set free. I rushed to the dentist with a raging toothache. I am familiar with this software, I've used it many times. The investigation uncovered evidence that she was not guilty. The ferry service has been suspended because of the storm. She has a very serious attitude to learning, she doesn't think learning can be fun. The school emphasized the need for cooperation between teachers and parents. The police arrested her attacker and charged him with attempted murder. She was very sympathetic when she found out I was ill. The suspects were thrown into the police van. The remote village can only be reached on horseback. I hope you will find your stay here a satisfying experience. It's a very demanding job, but it is also very well paid. Forensic evidence has shown that there was a large amount of poison in the victim's stomach. We may have had some problems, but, on balance, it hasn't been a bad year. I installed a new antivirus program on my computer. The victim of the attack suffered injuries to his face and arms. The officer ordered the thief to put down his weapon. They have fitted burglar alarms to all the doors and windows. I paid the money they gave me into my bank account. It only took us a couple of hours to knock down the wall between the kitchen and the living room. The mafia boss has employed the country's top lawyers to defend him. It wasn't at all easy for him to find a job because of his criminal record. I'm afraid you can't talk to the president, but I'll put you through to her personal assistant. The fire burned the building down completely. The thief took the money and ran away before we could do anything. She pretended to be very friendly, but luckily I saw through her right from the start. I got my personal assistant to see to all the arrangements for the meeting. I pretended to be asleep, but heard everything that they said. A group of young people vandalized the statues with paint. It was raining, so I waited in a bus shelter. All the cars stopped at the sound of the ambulance siren. She deliberately avoided answering the question as she didn't want to tell the truth. Can you keep an eye on your little sister while I'm out? He didn't think before he spoke and quickly made a fool of himself. I lost track of him after he moved to Australia. He was often in trouble with the police when he was younger, but now he's changed his ways. I'm not sure her advice is good, but I'll give it a go. He said he will never speak to me again, but I couldn't care less. They went to prison for 10 years so justice was done. The machine was faulty, so we returned it. The aim of the letter is transactional, as the writer wants the reader to do something for her. In a discursive essay, you should present your views on a topic. The streets were very dirty and full of litter. Jane is a member of our sales force. She inspected the car before she bought it. I am never going to accept that, he said firmly. I appreciate all your efforts to help me. Our plans are quite flexible, so feel free to tell us if you think something should change. I hadn't heard from her for ages and suddenly she called me this morning. I sincerely apologize for my mistake. I reckon you've already told them about the problem. I followed her instructions as faithfully as I could. I think €100 is too much to charge for a simple haircut. I had to pay quite a large fee to the lawyer. I think you should stop complaining and just go with the flow. The police were trying to improve the traffic flow. She does voluntary work at the local hospital once a week. They are conducting a survey to find out the customers' views on the services they provide. I try to set aside a couple of hours a day for exercise. I find it hard to stick to a diet, but I know that I must. In some universities, new students are only allowed to live on campus. Most companies spend a lot of time creating their mission statement, as it can help them plan their business. The government is introducing a national curriculum that all schools must follow. The program can be used for entertainment as well as for educational purposes, as it helps users learn geography. The children are in a full-day kindergarten. We pick them up at 5. Lying is against my principles. I always tell the truth. One way to achieve sustainability is to develop renewable energy. People should be free to express their individuality, but they should also be able to work together as members of society. It's a unique situation. I've never experienced anything like it. I can't eat this apple. There's a worm in it. We make compost out of all kinds of waste. Cats often chase birds and rodents. Owls are considered a symbol of wisdom in many cultures. The company needs to keep its prices down as there is a lot of competition. They have an apple orchard behind the house. I don't think he realizes he's rude. He doesn't do it consciously. She demonstrated a commitment to the fight for human rights throughout her life. The head of school asked for the teachers' input on the new methods. Jeff Bezos is the founder of Amazon, one of the 5 largest technology companies. The film celebrates the life and work of Frida Kahlo. It's easy to do the calculations if you have basic numeracy skills. Literacy rates continue to be rather low in some developing countries. In algebra, the sign x usually represents an unknown number. People from different cultures often have different core beliefs and values. We will publish the book in cooperation with our sister company. It's only a matter of time before we learn the whole truth. He illustrated his point by sharing a story. The kindergarten teacher always tried to integrate learning with play. Her parents hired a tutor to help with her maths. She's a lecturer in archaeology at Oxford. A PhD usually requires at least 3 years of full-time study and research. My aerobics instructor demonstrated the right way to do the exercise. The coach analyzed the reasons why we had lost. The student discussed her plans with the careers advisor. The construction of the new bridge is one of the biggest civil engineering projects we have planned. My trainer advised me not to run in the race. Mark studies hard and always gets good grades. The school needs to recruit 3 new English teachers. If you fail the test, you can retake it next month. The teacher praised her for her excellent performance. The assessment consists of 5 written tests. She holds a certificate in teaching English to children. A university degree will improve your chances of employment. She's doing an apprenticeship as an electrician for a year. He went to drama school on a scholarship, so it didn't cost him anything. In UK universities, the spring term starts in January. The head teacher delivered a long speech. Sarah put a lot of effort into her projects and it showed. After 15 years at the university, they finally made him professor. The librarian asked him to pay a fine for returning the book late. The 2009 crisis had far-reaching consequences. He used a lot of technical language which we couldn't understand. I don't know to what extent that is true. In the end it comes down to money, can we afford it or not? It's a tricky situation. Whatever I decide to do, there will be problems. The student denied cheating in the exam. He insisted that he was innocent, although all the evidence was against him. He dropped out of school at 16 and took a job as a waiter. She's planning to take a gap year and travel to India. The teacher said he would mark our essays at the weekend. The judge didn't allow reporters into the courtroom. The boy was ashamed when his mother told him off in front of his friends. Read through your assignment before you hand it in and make sure there are no spelling mistakes. He used a pocket calculator to add up the bill. I tried to get the message across to him, but he just wouldn't listen. It's a really tough course, but I'm enjoying the challenge. The exam was easy and we all got through with high marks. The doctor noted down the test results. We waited for him for half an hour, and when he finally arrived, he didn't even apologize for his lateness. The buses were on strike, but fortunately Jenny gave me a lift home. I have memorized all the irregular verbs in English. He took all of our views into account and his final report was well balanced. She took a speed reading course and now claims she can read 20 pages in 5 minutes. Technology has enabled us to have classes online. I'm struggling to cope with my very heavy workload this year. He provided 2 examples to back up his opinion. I didn't understand what the photo showed until I read the caption. The view of the mountain from my window was breathtaking. She didn't feel that her teachers appreciated her talents. The battle for first place in the competition was intense. The opportunities that his new job offered were many and varied. The phrase "we are what we eat" has become such a cliché that people rarely stop to think about what it means. The actors felt nervous on the opening night and hoped the play would be a success. The film became an instant box office success. Black comedy is a film genre which can address serious issues by using humor. I enjoy watching sci-fi series about time travel, such as Doctor Who. The insurance agent was simply a scoundrel who ran off with his customers' money. She's regarded as a saint for her volunteer work with the homeless. Frances McDormand won an Oscar as the female lead actor in the film Nomadland. When will the band's new album be released? My favorite fictional character is Arya from Game of Thrones. They're experimenting to test the effectiveness of different stage lighting. The film's all-star cast blinded us to the weakness of the plot. I looked out into the gloom, but I didn't see anyone on the dark street. The singer swiftly rose to fame after his first hit. The fans gathered to celebrate their team's latest triumph. Despite their admirable performances, neither of the lead actors won an award. The film was so bad that it would be no exaggeration to call it an absolute flop. Frida Kahlo's self-portrait is considered to be a masterpiece. Fantasy is generally more entertaining than realism in children's books. The actor Joaquin Phoenix headed the cast of Joker. He founded the newspaper in order to present unbiased reports of current affairs. He has an almost uncanny ability to predict the weather correctly. When caring for a newborn baby, you have to stay alert at all times. The book was such a thrilling narrative I didn't want to put it down till the end. The film industry has come a long way since the first motion pictures of the late 19th century. The director Todd Phillips cast Joaquin Phoenix as the Joker. He ventured the idea that the painting was a copy and not the original. The special effects were a little too tricksy for my liking. I prefer more realism. The plot was too obscure for most of the viewers to understand. Shakespeare's classic Romeo and Juliet has a directness that appeals to many people regardless of their educational background. The series Stranger Things was a blockbuster that made Millie Bobby Brown famous. She bought the CD of the soundtrack from the film Mamma Mia. With the spotlight shining on him, the singer couldn't see the audience. J.M. Barrie was the Scottish author and playwright who wrote Peter Pan. J.K. Rowling wrote Fantastic Beasts as a screenplay for a film. She has written several award-winning novels. Have you seen the latest film adaptation of the book The Call of the Wild? The book begins with a brief backstory of the relationship between the main characters. Although it was about a serious social issue, the graphic novel presented the facts in an eye-catching way. The director made a few changes to our stage positions during the dress rehearsal. I was delighted to see that the Sherlock Holmes sequel was every bit as good as the original film. The film reached a dramatic climax where the crime was solved a few minutes before the end. We had a quick drink in the theater foyer during the interval. The plot unfolded against the backdrop of the French Revolution. It was a gripping story, full of action and emotion. After reading his autobiography, I appreciate the author's ability to laugh at himself and admit his failings. During the first year of university, there are a high number of dropouts as students realize the course is not for them. He rose to fame as a children's novelist, and many of his books have been made into films. Folk tales can convey ethical messages from historical or fictional events. My grandma's copy of Alice in Wonderland contains black and white illustrations of the characters. We laughed at the hilarious scenes in the comedy. They were only halfway home when the weather changed. I'll never fall for his lies again. Don't make me laugh. What a waste of time that film was. You can say that again. I don't understand what you liked about the film, but each to their own. The test was so difficult. Speak for yourself. I found it really easy. The film was awful and the reviewers' comments hit the nail on the head. I'm fed up with seeing that ad. Tell me about it. They show it every half hour during my favorite series. He is dedicated to his work and seldom takes a day off. They are committed party members who will support their leader at all costs. She told us a bizarre story about having seen a UFO. The drone images of the island are absolutely stunning. When they went to Paris, they spent a day at the Euro Disney theme park. After writing her book, she presented the scenario to her publisher. The venue for the opening performance is the King's Theatre. It is common knowledge that the lead actor began his career as a stuntman. The book was adapted as a screenplay for a 2-hour feature film. The film conveys an encouraging air of hope. The film portrays the harsh realities of war. She went to drama school with high expectations of becoming a star. Who is to play the leading role in the next James Bond film? The sci-fi series captured the imagination of viewers of all ages. Despite some doubts before the sequel's release, it received rave reviews and became a huge success. The film included real actors with animated characters as the aliens. She wrote a critical report of the play after the opening night. The sensational news of their divorce quickly spread throughout the media. He won an Oscar as the Best Supporting Actor of the Year. There was a noticeable improvement in the team's performance in the second half of the match. The film was produced at a minimal cost, which is evident in some of the low-quality musical scenes. On the plus side, the lead actor Gary Oldman's performance as Winston Churchill was stunning. His first role was as an extra when he played a Roman soldier in a battle scene. The dramatic background music helped create an atmosphere of tension as the Predator approached. It was a romantic biopic based on the life of Queen Elizabeth I. It's debatable whether there'll be a sequel as the film received such bad reviews. It was such a disappointment because the acting was dreadful. I was still quite shaken an hour after my sudden encounter with the large snake. She stubbornly refused to listen to her parents' advice. Orson Welles was very knowledgeable about filming techniques. The writer was a devoted animal lover, who highlighted the close bonds between the main character and his horse. Thinking outside the box, they decided to move out of the city and start their own farm. Adapting the novel as a screenplay was a difficult chore. Until the 19th century, society in general was not open-minded enough to accept female writers. Despite the film's low budget, the producer's imaginative use of lighting and sound made it a success. Her main obstacle was finding a publisher to accept her first book. It was an engaging tale of rags to riches with an unexpected ending. The Sports Center has adapted its facilities to be more inclusive for people of all levels of physical ability. He drew doodles of random designs on his notebook during the seminar. The image represented the abstract concepts of freedom and hope.